people watching already.
Hello and welcome back to our alternate coverage of MC4 in Barcelona. Thanking, of course, very much Wizards of the Coast for the opportunity to Costream and some prizes for the giveaways. And obviously our sponsors, Axion Now. I'm joined by John Partridge, the Arisen Necropolis.
Whoa. I have no association to that card. In fact, I am anything but a Hogak player. I mean, I can look at things and tell you 15 other million decks that I'd rather play. But
yeah,
maybe Arisen from the deep rather than from the Necropolis.
Yeah. No, fair comment, John. That was maybe a little out of line, a little out of line there.
I'll get you. Don't worry, I'll get you back later.
I'm sure you will.
I'm fine some way.
Right then, so obviously, as yesterday, we'll be covering the modern constructed portion of the tournament. So we've got another 5 rounds before we cut to the top 8. And obviously, both John and I will be doing the entirety of tomorrow's top 8. It's going to be a blast. We're already looking at a really interesting field. Apart from...
Really?
Well, yeah, apart from
really?
one small problem that you pointed out to me. If you want to give us a quick update on the metagame situation...
Okay, so they just put up on the main screen the breakdown. So if you look at the day 1 metagame, Hogak had a 21.4% play rate. Into day 2, that actually went up by nearly 3% to 24.2% of the metagame. So the percentage, so obviously this is all the players who were 4-4, made it to day 2, and 24% of that field is playing it. Now, interesting enough, Frank Carsten did some percentage breakdowns. The previous Pro Tour, where Tron was the most played deck at London when they did the first Mulligan rule, only had about a 13% share of the metagame on day 1, and that actually went down on day 2.
Ah.
And then he was saying that in the one previous to that, where it was Humans was the most played deck, it was only about 9%. So both of those previous 2 Pro Tours just about total the amount of Hogak we're seeing here in percentage-wise of the field. It is a crazy amount to see 21%. And bear in mind, that's almost 14% higher than the next most played deck, which is Phoenix, which had a 10.5 to 10.7% increase in play rate between day 1 and day 2. I mean, that's incredible.
Yeah, that is... When you consider how powerful those decks looked at that moment in time, to see Hogak just looking this much bigger, this much better. Now, obviously, we will say, as for the increase today, obviously the players playing those decks still had to have been good at limited.
Yes.
So that's something to keep in mind. And also, the Hogak deck has occupied a very interesting place in the metagame, because obviously as soon as Modern Horizons came out, we saw this big swing towards Hogak being a very popular, very heavily played deck. But after the bannings, what I think a lot of what's gone on is, I mean, we've talked about it, you're playing into the banning. You're hoping that people say, that deck's not going to show up in big numbers, and they take out their hate for it, and then you go and slam the deck back into them without the opponent having the hate to deal with you. And that's just a really strong place to be. So it's possible that a lot of teams have made the metagame call that this weekend there won't be nearly enough graveyard hate, and it's a perfect time to play a graveyard deck into that. So, yes, Hogak is a very powerful deck. Yes, it has these completely busted looking draws. But Pitchforks, maybe not yet. We'll see how it plays out over the next couple of weeks. I imagine that as we start seeing people more willing to play Graveyard Hate again, the deck will decrease in popularity slightly. But that being said, I am a little concerned.
I would advise, if anyone's planning on going to an event, make sure you take your Graveyard Hate.
Yeah, absolutely. Get those Leyline of the Voids, get those... Well, actually, Leyline of the Voids is kind of the best one. You know, Rest in Peace can be a little bit slow, and Surgical Extraction, you know, it only hits the Hogak. The rest of the deck is still doing good things. You know, Carrion Feeder with the Gravecrawler is a really nice combo still. So it does feel like your Leyline of the Voids is the best place to be if you're going to be running any Graveyard Hate in the near future.
I think it's one of those ones where, yes, Leyline is a very good piece of graveyard interaction, The problem is it's not really main deckable.
Yes.
I think if you are able to and you're in black, obviously if you're playing a more mid-range deck, you should definitely be looking at things like your Nile spell bombs to be taking. They're good main deck cards. They cycle when they're bad.
Yeah.
So it's something that you're never going to be a bad card in those matchups.
Yeah. Obviously, Hogak can rebuild from those, but as you say, for a main deck hate card, you're never really getting around that problem, realistically. So, yeah. The other thing that came out this morning that was kind of an interesting thing from Draft Pod 1 is actually how things have shaped up between the undefeated players in the room. Obviously, yesterday we saw Arnold Hockmiller take down Guillaume Wafatapa in the Control Mirror match. Unfortunately, didn't win a game in the draft this morning. Actually only got one draw alongside the other undefeated, in air quotes, player who was already 7-0-1. I'm forgetting their name at the moment. John, you just had it up. Do you remember?
For who, sorry?
The 7-0-1 player coming into
Bernardo Santos.
Bernardo Santos, yes. Those players were paired in round 1 of their draft. They drew, and that was the only points they scored in the entirety of the first 3 rounds of today. Whereas Severin, who we saw yesterday on Tron, actually managed to crush the draft 3-0, so that puts him back at the top of the leaderboard. So we're going to be seeing a really interesting fight, and it really has just shaken up what we thought of as the record to get you into top 8, right? There's now there's a lot less space in between these players, so it's going to be a lot closer fighting, I think, in the last few rounds of today.
I think there's going to be a lot of very touch and go places going into that top 8 at the moment. Just as we take the run into the end of the tournament, with those players who were at the top of the standings losing in those rounds, in the draft rounds, it really puts the cat amongst the pigeons as they've just put up the current standings.
Let me switch to that. There we go.
I'll tell you what, Thorolf Severin, he is very good at limited. He has gone to 10-1, and he was the player who lost on one of the last rounds. Guillaume Wafatapa also picked up went 2-1 in his draft to go to 9-2, so he's still in it after taking that loss in the last round yesterday. There's a lot of very top end players that are still very much in this tournament.
Absolutely. So yeah, a lot of really interesting fighting to go on here as we go down to round 12 with our first round of Modern Constructed today. They're getting set up. Yeah, Riley Knight is a bit excitable.
Yeah, he is. The man, I'm sure you could power some electronic devices with Riley Knight, but I suppose if you want to see Tron, then the feature match is not a bad place to be right now.
Absolutely. Let's head on down. As you see on the left there, our current leading player, and Thorolf Severin.
Nice little sign there for Riley.
Yes, and David Mines, our Jund hero, I guess. It's been a while since I would have considered Jund a hero, but into the Hogak field, I kind of feel like it is.
It's a hard matchup.
Another thing to be said, Thorolf has taken a Malta 5 here again. He mulliganed a lot yesterday, but I have to say, I feel like that's the mark of a good Tron player. They are willing to very aggressively mulligan to those good hands, as opposed to just accepting the okay ones.
Yep. We've seen him mulligan an awful lot, as we see he's got a hand which does have a payoff.
And a second Tron piece.
And the Ancient
Stirrings, yeah.
So this seems like a very, very good hand to keep.
Yes.
If you are going to mulligan.
Exactly. It's the sort of hand that if you're mulliganing to 5, you're very happy to end up keeping this sort of hand, as I realise.
And that shows when he takes away the Ancient Stirrings that he doesn't want his opponent to have any payoff, so you're walking ballista the draw for the turn. And well, at least you're going to have Tron.
I'm going to have it's turn 3 natural Tron here.
However, do we think we might see Assassin's Trophy?
Ooh, I like the Assassin's Trophy. I really do. Just keep him off it. You knew that Severin only had the 1 Tron piece at the time. Only had the 2 Tron pieces at the time. He was still looking for the last one, and you took his ability to look hard. So, no, it looks like we're going for the value play in Ren and 6 instead. That's going to hurt him.
I was going to see the +1 return the Wooded Foothills.
Nice.
2 hands pass the turn back. Now, this is actually a very interesting build of Jund. He has 9 planeswalkers in this list, which is obviously a lot.
Okay, who's the extras? That's interesting.
So the extra is 1 copy of Vraska Golgari Queen.
Ooh, 4 mana Vraska there.
Yes.
Seeing some play in Modern.
The
Very
deck also
interesting.
has 3 Tireless Trackers. And its
yes.
the removal suite is 2 Fatal Push, 3 Lightning Bolts, 1 Abrupt Decay, 3 Assassin's Trophy, and 2 Surgical Extractions. So he is playing a large number of removal spells that target specific things. Like, he's trying to definitely interact with the graveyard a little bit more, which is why it's always one of those interesting plays. You know, we're going to see one of the Tron lands dealt with in
the tower seems like a reasonable shout. What's your opinion on targeting of Tron lands? I've heard a lot of arguments. I've obviously heard the argument that you always target the tower. I've heard the argument that you target anything but the tower because the tower's what they always want to go and get anyway. So anytime they're getting extra Tron pieces, they're effectively also getting a backup Tron piece.
Well, and I mean, in this position,
he went tower in the hand already.
Yeah, I mean, hindsight being the wonderful thing it is, it's kind of unfortunate that he went for the tower, but you can't know that your opponent's going to draw the tower.
Absolutely not.
I think you go for the tower because it's the highest upside of the number of mana it makes.
Yeah.
So it's one of those ones where, in this position, it's not paid off, but I would normally end up going for the tower as well. Obviously, it depends on if you know your opponent's hand. In the blind, you probably go for the tower. If you know the opponent's hand, then obviously you make your assessment based on what you know about.
Yep, absolutely. The hand from David Mines is very interesting, and was extremely interesting just a second ago. The Abrupt Decay, Fatal Push, and Assassin's Trophy were in hand a moment ago, and then obviously what we've got now is the Assassin's Trophy having been used, and a Bloodbraid Elf still in hand there as the threat.
Yeah. David's unfortunately drawing a lot of lands at the moment.
Yeah. I mean, actually, last turn he ticked up Wrenn and 6 without even bothering to get a land back. Didn't bother fetching and getting the land back because he has enough already. He doesn't need that thing. What he wanted was to protect his life total a little bit from the payoff card that he had seen. He obviously knew that this Wormcoil Engine was there, so he wanted to save himself a little bit of life, buy himself basically an extra turn here. Obviously, if he'd fetched last turn or fetched shocked or anything like that, he'd be on a little bit lower life total and might be in a position of dying a little bit quicker. Not that it matters. If he can't deal with this Wormcoil Engine right here, there is a Walking Ballista in hand, I believe, for Severin. Which will just end the game on the spot. Oh,
Wrenn and 6 replaced.
Yeah,
we're going to keep the one with the more loyalty though.
Yeah, that seems sensible. You don't need the activation. Like there was nothing to ping because obviously, for old Severin's 26, about to be at 32. There's no point even pinging the dome there. Yep. And that's game.
So this is 4, 5, 6. Yeah. So, unfortunately, it was the one where I think it's definitely correct that he takes the
tower.
That he takes the Ancient Stirrings in the beginning because his opponent doesn't actually have Tron at that point.
Yeah.
He has the payoff, but no Tron.
Yes.
And I think there's definitely something to be said for taking that slightly stronger line of going, no, I'm not going to give you the looks at finding Tron, and then that Wormcoil Engine to be stuck in your hand. In hindsight, if he takes the Wormcoil Engine, in either way, I think both would have been justifiable. I think that it's a stronger line when your opponent's already mulliganed to 5 to take that Tron piece.
Yep, absolutely.
Sorry, to take the way of finding the Tron piece that he's missing in terms of the Ancient Stirrings. Unfortunately, it didn't pay off in that regard.
Yeah, absolutely. I think what I will say is actually the point at which the Tron player basically just won the game was the point at which we didn't see a turn 2 Assassin's Trophy on a Tron piece. And now, obviously, this is us with perfect knowledge of the hands, because we knew the Tron was happening next turn. Obviously, Jund wants to get something on the battlefield, try and get something going. it doesn't want to just be reacting and trying to deal with what's going on, especially considering, you know, you give you give the Tron player a forest. That's not actually great, because that means that any more ancient stirrings they find, they've got the ability to cast them. So
Yeah, and
sorry, carry on.
No, you finish what you were going to say.
Yeah. So in actuality, the turn 2 naked Assassin's Trophy on one of 2 Tron pieces that you've seen, and you haven't seen the ability to find the 3rd Tron piece, feels very aggressive. I'm not certain how you're supposed to play that in the dark. Obviously, we had the information to know that if you didn't do that, you were probably dead. Just a little.
I think it was just that he has access to things like surgical extraction. So I think if you go with the Assassin's Trophy on the tower and they don't have it, and you can find your surgical extraction within a reasonable amount of time, then you can remove that problem card. And obviously, you would have had a bingo square. Fortunately for me, he didn't. Which meant that obviously, instead of being having a game, he's now down a game, and obviously going to be on the players. The Jund deck isn't the worst thing in the world. He has a lot of good sideboard options if you want to go to the sideboard next.
Yes, absolutely. Do you want to...
I've got both.
Oh, you've got both?
I'm lucky. I've already looked at both.
Nice.
I definitely think there's more options for the Jund player in David Minds' deck. He has access to his sideboard cards are Collective Brutality, Engineered Explosives, Ghost Quarter, Plague Engineer, Collector Oof, Fulminator Mage, Leyline of the Void, and Weather the Storm. Obviously, the standout cards, Ghost Quarter, Collector Oof, and Fulminator Mage.
Yep, absolutely. For Severin, who I'm just pulling up, give me a moment. I'm
gonna say, have you just seen the camera they've panned onto?
No, go on.
We have Tom Ross versus Simon Gertzen.
Love it.
And Simon Gertzen is playing Hollow One.
Huh. Been a while since we've seen that one.
And Tom Ross is on Hogak. Tom Ross, you're letting the team down. I could have had my Fetch Shock Blighted Agent. Fetch Shock Glistener Elf. Tom Ross, of all the players, is letting me down by not playing Infect. The world has literally gone crazy. I now need Shaheen Surani on camera with a blue right control list, and the world will be back to a better place again. If you want to, do you want to hit us with Severin?
Yeah. Sideboard. So Severin sideboard, we've got Dismember, Leyline of the Void, Spatial Contortion, Veil of Summer, Emrakul, Nature's Claim, Thragtusk, and Warping Whale. As you say, a lot less here, but I kind of feel like the Tron's packing a lot of heat up front in the main deck, so less need for it out of the sideboard. Is there anything you particularly like here? Maybe Veil of Summer?
Like, there's some nice cards. You could argue Thragtusk is very hard for Jund to deal with.
It really is, yeah.
Emrakul, the same problem, is very hard for them to deal with that card. Dismember allows them to kill Tarmogoyfs. There's a number of different cards you could look at bringing in. Probably the ones that stand out, as I say, are Veil of Summer, Emrakul, and Thragtusk as the ones you'd consider.
Mm-hmm.
It depends on what you want to take out. Because, as you say, you have a fairly good matchup anyway. Like, Wormcoil Engine against a white deck is a 1-for-1. Against Jund, it's a 6/6 that makes 2 3/3s and is incredibly hard to kill in the first place. Because they have no real exile effects for it. So, I think something like Wormcoil Engine has a lot higher stock against Jund. Than it does against, say, Abzan or Blue-White Control, where it's just a 6/6 and Path to Exile can remove it. I mean, if you're on the Jund player side, I mean, you have Fatal Pushes, you have Vraska Golgari Queen. One of the most... and you have just cards that you can definitely lose in this situation, maybe some Lightning Bolts as well. Things like Tireless Tracker are not bad cards. They provide you decent value in the late game. The One Bloodbraid Elf is probably still good. It allows you to filter in some of your other aggressive spells, but getting rid of things like Fatal Push is probably quite important right now.
Yeah. I did want to mention, when you brought up the Vraska Golgari Queen, Vraska works really nicely with Ren and 6, because obviously you get to tap your land for mana, sacrifice it to Vraska to draw an extra card, and then get it back with Ren and 6, play it again. If you've got no land in hand, that's effectively ramping you 1 as well for the turn, as well as obviously drawing you a card, gaining you a life, and upping your Planeswalkers. So that just seems like a really nice pair of Planeswalkers that work well together. Yep,
and Vraska Golgari Queen is a very interesting card to be playing, because I would not imagine it's very good against things like Hogak.
Yeah, absolutely.
And theoretically shouldn't be good against Izzet Phoenix. So it's just that it would be fascinating to know his reasoning behind having that in his sideboard. Obviously, if you're worried about Blue-White Control, then it's great, because Vraska Golgari Queen in Standard answers all the problematic Planeswalkers really well.
Yeah.
it kills them all. But in Modern, I don't know, as we're going to see a start off here with an Inquisition of Kozilek from David Bynes. An interesting hand.
That is an interesting hand. Obviously, it's not got the second Tron piece, but it's got 2 extra ways of finding them in the... Sorry,
you end up...
my brain's just looked at the German names for them and then gone, that's not how you say that. That's the silver scryings there. Obviously, David Bynes is going to take one of those away to remove the ability to
that's a pretty nice card to have as a backup. He's found a Collector Oof.
Ooh, yeah, that's...
his hand's pretty light on action at the moment. Obviously, this Ghost Quarter could do a lot of good work as well. He's access that, but we're going to see the Dismember kill the Oof instantly. Not interested in any of that today.
Yeah, not interested in the chromatic stars or spheres, and certainly not in the expedition maps being shut down by the Collector Oof.
Yeah, and it looks like David Bynes did take a mulligan here.
Yep, that would make sense, given, as you say, how light his hand is on action cards.
We might see the Ghost Quarter come down this turn. We're going to see the Relic of Progenitus here. See a Scavenging Ooze, the draw for the turn. Not the greatest, but it's still a threat. And that might be what he feels he needs right now, because his opponent's still 2 turns away from actually having Tron online. So he has the opportunity to do these. We're going to see the Verdant Catacombs come into play as well. I'll pass the turn.
Yep, I mean, that seems like a pretty good turn there. We're going to get that Relic of Progenitus just doing things because...
Yeah, I mean, it's a free activation. You might as well use it.
Yeah.
It theoretically keeps the size of the Tarmogoyf down. We're going to see the Inquisition of Kozilek get exiled instead. He does have access to the fetch land, so he can do that in response to the next activation, as we see Emrakul, the Promised End, roll off the top. Already at 3, obviously already at -3 because he has Artifact, Instant, and Sorcery in his graveyard. So currently that Emrakul is currently -5 on the 13 cast. So he only needs 7 more mana.
Which
we're getting there.
It's a Tron deck. 7 mana's not hard. The thing that I will say is actually Tron doesn't put different types in the graveyard particularly well, surprisingly.
It makes a lot of mana.
It just makes a lot of mana instead. Yeah, exactly.
And obviously, the ideal scenario for David is he finds the... Interesting enough, I think that Dwarf maybe should activate the Relic here, get rid of the Collector Oof. But he's going to let it resolve. So obviously the Skoos will be able to grow by 1.
Yeah, I actually feel like this may have been a slight misplay from David Bynes. Yes, last turn, I think he maybe should have cracked when the Relic didn't have the ability to be sacrificed.
Not that it would have mattered. He went for the Blood Crypt, obviously wanting the double black and the red mana available to him.
Yeah, this is it. Instead of going for, say, a Stomping Ground, which would have left up the activation of the Skoos and given the red mana, and actually, for all Severin, just letting David exile the land as opposed to exile the creature.
See the Tarmogoyf roll off the top. Not so good into the Relic of Progenitus.
Into the Relic of Progenitus, yep, not great.
You might just have to make them use it.
Yeah, I think that is kind of the line here. The other thing to point out is obviously the Assassin's Trophy might just get fired off here, or possibly, no, actually, it would be the...
Make Tarmogoyf, make a Ghost Quarter.
Yeah, Tarmogoyf Ghost Quarter is actually definitely the line here, right?
Looks like he's not going far enough quite yet, though.
Wow, that's interesting. That is...
He's going to do it in the upkeep.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, that's fine. Again,
yeah.
the land from Ghost Quarter comes into play untapped, so it actually doesn't matter.
No, and what he's doing here is he's giving Forolf Severin the most chance to have drawn all of his forests, and therefore actually have Ghost Quarter be a wasteland.
Agreed, because we actually see the other forest in Dorof's hand at the moment.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, Blast Zone.
Yeah.
Oh, Blast Zone's going to do some good work here.
Yep. It's only going to take until next turn for that to be cracked off for 2, which will entirely wipe the board here. Blast Zone seems like a really interesting pickup, actually, in Modern.
I really like it. I think it's very good in this deck. And also, he can also activate the Relic this turn as well, interestingly enough. He can both activate the Relic and activate the Blast Zone.
Sweet. That seems good.
So currently the Tarmogoyf is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Well,
going to be a 4/5 now. So it's going to be a nice attack for 6 here.
I mean, that's
Feralf should be down to 8
chump
at the
change here.
no, he's gonna just make the Goyf an 0/1.
Yeah, there we go. There we go. And draw a card, obviously.
So this will probably. I'm hoping this is mid combat, so the Goyf has some power. And obviously Liliana of the Veil roll off the top. That's a good card to find, especially with your opponents heavy on the plan of Tron land, but we might see the Assassin Trophy go after the Blast Zone.
Yeah,
that's very nice.
That. I really
because now this
that.
should be straight strip mine.
Unless
Thorov. Oh no, Thorov actually has 4 forests. my mistake. Now the only thing with doing the relic the way he did is it means that he's now slow on getting to the Emrakul, but he's now 3 lands. He finds another Khan, so he's 3 lands off Khan, but he's got no extra land. He's got 1 forest in hand, so 2 lands off Khan. 1 land after he casts this Sylvan Shrine.
And this is sort of the thing about fighting against Tron, right? You've got this whole, I'll disrupt their lands and I'll strip mine them or whatever, stone rain them, I'll do all these things. The problem is, if you don't then beat them quickly enough, they will just draw the lands that they have and then cast the spells for the correct number of lands. They'll use the correct number of lands to cast things.
Oh, so we're going for the Thoughtseize. This might be fine because you probably end up taking the Ugin here. Because Ugin will come down. Well, you might. I don't really know what you take. It's Ugin and Emrakul can Ugin and Emrakul can theoretically both be cast. Well, they all can be cast if he finds the Tron land.
Yes. But the Ugin and the Emrakul are the most destructive.
Yeah, the Khan only takes 1 of your threats.
Yeah.
So he's going to take the Ugin. Obviously, he's going to grow the size of the Tarmogoyf.
Yes.
So we're probably going to see land, Planeswalker instant creature. So that's 4. Sorry. Planeswalker instant sorcery land. So it's 4. It's a 4/5. So that's another 6. So he's down to 4. So he needs to rip the Tron land here.
Yep.
No, he's got a redraw. Very cool. Expedition map. No, that's not going to do it.
That's not going to do it. There's not enough mana in play for him to be able to cast and activate the map and still do anything relevant with it.
He has to tap out to do that.
Exactly. So that looks like game here for game number 2.
And he's going to pick up the cards.
Yep. Cool.
Ooh.
Well, that's
Tron managed to survive.
That is a very, very interesting game 2 there.
Both players won on a mulligan, interestingly enough.
Yeah, that is kind of weird when you think about it like that. No, that's good to see that we're going into a game 3 up here. That's pretty good.
Yeah, very interesting.
Obviously, Jund doing the Jund things, and we're sitting watching us too because I'm having a little bit of trouble with Twitch at the moment in that it doesn't seem to want to show magic. Can we?
It's actually interesting because some of the it was interesting to note because some of the players who are at this event, people like Corey Bayermeister, Edgar Magalhaes, has been having a bit of a tear recently at obviously the Mythic Championships. They both seem to be doing reasonably well, but also things like the SCG Tour. They both were in the top 8 at the most recent team event. So there are a number of people on here who have been performing over the last few weeks in preparation for these events, which obviously makes it much more likely you're going to get to a point where it's just like, well, I've been playing really well. And having you cannot underestimate the power of momentum. If you're playing well and you're having great results, you can keep just going and going and going. And it makes it much more helpful for you because you never feel like you're in a position where you're going to be playing badly because you're so well up on what your deck's trying to do. And also, you just have confidence in yourself. Like the confidence and momentum is so important as well.
Yeah, absolutely. As I say, a little bit of technical issues here. I was trying to get us back in line with the actual broadcast, and unfortunately, it seems like Twitch just doesn't want to work for me at the moment. So give me 2 seconds, and I'll be trying to get the.
I can describe it as we go along. Currently, we're watching Javier Dominguez versus Jelga Vigasman, and at the point it's Hogak versus is it Phoenix, and Javier Dominguez is currently he's a game down, and he's hard casting Arclight Phoenixes.
Oh dear, that seems rough.
And Yoga Vigasman's board is Hogak, Carrion Feeder, Sata Wayfinder, Stitcher Supplier, Gravecrawler. And Javier Dominguez has admittedly cast 2 copies of Surgical Extraction as well.
Wow.
And he just cannot find... He's got a Pyromancer's Ascension in play. His hand is another Arclight Phoenix and a Serum Visions. It's a couple of lands and 2 Surgical Extractions in the graveyard. It just does not look like he's been able to get any pressure going at all.
Well, I am unable to get any magic going at the moment. Wonderful technology. This is fantastic.
We're going to see the big attack with the Hogak. Obviously, I'm just going to start commentating on what the game is.
Yeah, go for it.
And it's interesting that people like so Yoga Figasman has allowed the Carrion Feeder to die. Like Javier Dominguez is down to about 4 life now. He is very far behind, and the Abrupt Decay that's in Vigasman hand is probably going to end up killing. He's at 1 life, actually. I do lie. He's got a Nurturing Peatland in play, and he's passing the turn. Like he has access to Abrupt Decay, which is obviously going to do some pretty helpful stuff if the Pyromancer's Ascension doesn't flip. We see a Manamorphose as the draw for Javier Dominguez, which means he gets to Serum Visions. See if he can try and find a Faithless Looting. Sees a Surgical Extraction. That's not doing anything. Sleight of Hand, Sulphur Falls. I mean, the Sleight of Hand allows him to get... Well, none of the Phoenixes are in the graveyard, unfortunately, which is the problem. He's everything in play or in hand. There's no Phoenixes in the graveyard, and he can't get them into the graveyard. He's got none of his Faithless Looting effects or any of his effects that would discard a card. But it looks like he's trying to make his way out of it. So we're now going to see a Manamorphose. Be interesting to see what colours he makes. Probably 1 red, 1 blue. He has access to another Steam Vents untapped at the moment. He's drawn 3 of his Surgical Extractions, and his opponent still has a Hogak in play. Seems pretty rough.
Yep, it does.
Looks like Severin is taking a mulligan in the main match anyway.
Okay, well,
it looks like both players took a mulligan, actually.
Folks, I'm just going to stop the stream and reset my browser stuff. Give me a moment. I will be right back. So you're telling me I'm getting more More
Yeah.
squares.
Unfortunately, you are.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, you will be getting more squares.
Give us a moment, folks. We're just getting past the Twitch ads. There we go. Back into the main screen. So we've seen a surgical on the mine. Tron is completely disabled. And from the looks of the hand...
The hand is not good.
No!
The hand is spatial contortion, Khan liberated, worm coil engine, blast zone, and there's double fulminator mage in mine's hand. Now the problem is mine has no third land.
Yep.
But he has Liliana double fulminator.
That's
he needs to find a land.
Yep. Yep, absolutely. But as soon as he does, it's off to the races. And
that's a surgical extraction. That's not a land. So there's a pass to the turn, unfortunately.
You can't have it all. If you've surgical Tron...
4 lands. Oh, he's found the land. So he's got the land, so we're playing Magic. I think I like the Liliana here. Because you've got another surgical in hand now.
Yeah.
I mean, you could also just fulminate away the power plant and surgical that as well. And your opponent probably doesn't play anything for the rest of the game.
That's actually a fair point. Yeah, no.
Because he's lost 8 lands from his deck. So the deck only has 11 lands left in it, which might just be too much to beat.
Oh, he's gonna go for the blast zone. In fact,
okay, that's good.
Yeah,
that unlocks the Liliana. So we see another haymaker off the top there for Darov. We see the 4th land.
No, this
is another fulminator mage.
This is looking rather good for.
Oh wow, and he's going to surgical that as well. Oh, there's no Ghost Quarter only. Thragtusk the draw for the turn. Inquisition of Kozilek. Here we go, Liliana. At least he's got an Inquisition to discard. He's going to discard the surgical extraction. Interesting.
Well, I mean,
I
suppose you don't really need the second one, do you? You've taken your opponent off of Tron. That was the point of the surgical extractions.
Well, there goes the spatial contortion. Don't need to worry about that one. Double worm coil engine. All is dust. Thragtusk. That's brutal.
Yep. Yeah, it is. That's pretty good for the Jund player here. And it looks like David Moynes is going to be coming out of this one at 11-1. Just needs to find a way of actually locking up the game now.
Well, there goes Liliana to graveyard, which is fine. Worm coils have been. See a Veil of Summer.
Little late for that one. I mean, that was why we were talking about bringing it in, of course, the ability to stop the hand attack and disruption like that, and then obviously giving your permanents hexproof from black and blue. But at the same time, it's a little bit thin as a counterspell.
Yeah. Scavenging user the draw. Has finally found a threat.
And it's not a bad threat with
Ulamog.
Yeah, it's not a bad threat with 3 creatures in the graveyard for on Severin side here.
Hunger got eaten.
Yeah.
ancient stirrings. I mean, fair play to Thurl for playing this out, but oh my goodness, this.
I mean, absolutely. Of course, you've got to play it out. Oh dear, he's.
So he's cast Ancient Stirrings, gone to search his library. It's not how the card works. From the top, you look at the top of it.
Yeah.
I don't think even that would make a difference, even if you could draw any card out of the deck.
I do not think you could stack the deck at this point.
No.
I'm actually pretty convinced you couldn't stack both decks.
No. There's the tower. So he's got 4 lands now.
But at the same time, you definitely play this out because
another land. Interesting enough, I don't like. Oh, he's gonna minus.
Oh, I have hexproof. Beautiful.
That's hilarious.
That's pretty funny. Thorolf Severin fighting to the last here. He does have you had Frag Tusk in hand, as you say. He needs to hit one more land, and he's doing things. It's just there is a 5/5 Scavenging Ooze on the other side of the battlefield.
But it can't get any bigger.
Whoa. Okay.
But it can't get any bigger. That's the problem.
Yeah, but I think I'd tick down the Liliana at this point. Force the Thragtusk to be sacrificed.
Yeah.
And then get in with the Skoos. Probably eating the Thragtusk out of the graveyard just to smash for 6 here. Yep, there we go.
Yep.
And it has left the battlefield, so we get a 3/3 Beast token.
Attack for 5. Attack for 6.
Attack for 6. Eat the Thragtusk. Yeah, seems good. Seems good.
Thorolf is now actually top decking. So this is going to be a very, very, very interesting last few turns.
Yeah. I mean, he has... Obviously, the sideboard numbers we don't actually know. So I would imagine that there's possibly 2 Thragtusks in the sideboard. If he finds another one that's actually pretty good...
Looks like a Sylvan Scrying off the top.
That's not what you want to see.
Sylvan Scrying. Right, it's another land which just allows him to maybe get to a point where he's still got a couple of... he's still got 2 turns.
Yep. There are no more creatures in graveyards at the moment, so the Skoos cannot get big enough to kill in 1 turn. It looks like the life totals were a little bit wrong a minute ago, because I thought Severin had 25 life and therefore a lot of time. I think the Skoos life gain had been added to the wrong side a couple of times, basically.
Which now means that Wormcoil Engine is a live draw, unfortunately.
Yeah.
He's got 2 turns now.
Yeah. Yeah, because we could chump here.
Forest.
Yep.
Karn's now a live draw. Oh, this is really close.
This is actually surprisingly tense. And
wow.
As you say, good on Severin for playing it out here, because it looked like it was game. And now, actually, surprisingly, because David Mines wasn't able to put the pressure on as fast as he would have hoped, Thorolf Severin has just drawn the lands to cast the spells the hard way.
Look how many lands he's drawn. That is a Tarmogoyf, so there's now 2 threats.
Yep. Got a
Wormcoil still an out?
Yeah, it is. It is. Goyf. That Goyf isn't particularly big. We've got instant
sorcery. It's a 4/5
land. Yeah.
It's 4/5, so it is a lethal threat. Draw. Sylvan Scrying. That was insane.
That was...
Like, what on earth was that? That was mad. He was so far... He had 2 lands in play at one point.
Exactly. He was so far behind.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
That was mental.
Yeah.
David Mines obviously marches on to a victory, but that was insane.
It really was. The rest of the feature match area already empty, actually.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Blimey, that was incredible to watch.
That was a really good first game of the day. I'm really glad that we got to see that, and I'm actually glad that we got to see the end of that.
Yeah, so was I.
Technical difficulties.
No, talk about going to the wire.
Yeah,
it was insane.
It's funny because obviously Tron has a bit of a reputation for being a bit of a brain off deck. You know, I play a land and then I play a 7-drop card. But I don't know. I feel like that's not deserved given the amount of lines that you have to think about taking in there. I think what we want to kind of do is maybe look at our bingo cards.
Definitely.
So obviously we started this yesterday, and John and I have been keeping a track on all of the interesting things that have happened in games of Magic over the course of the last couple of days. As you say, there I got the surgical on a Tron piece, which actually, technically, if I can find a way to shoehorn sending a message in, then I win through the G's.
Yes. Unfortunately, yes.
So as long as someone sends a message, and as much as I would like to say Forov was sending a message by simply not conceding there, he definitely wasn't. He was that was definitely playing to an out. So you need to find
a lot,
a good amount actually. Your board was way harder than mine. Just given.
Yeah, I'm starting to realise that now. I'm starting to realise that.
Yeah. So
that's rough. That is how bad mine is. Oh my goodness me.
Yeah. We'll see how many you end up getting, because I kind of want to know if many more of these are even achievable this weekend.
I don't know.
So yeah, those are the bingo boards for today.
That's mad. That is. Oh dearie me. I definitely, the mistakes were clearly made.
Mistakes were made in the design of these boards. Yeah.
Oh dearie me.
Wow. The other thing that we're doing today is we're doing some more giveaways. We managed to give away one code for a pack on MTGA yesterday, which was pretty fun. Today we're going to be doing as many of those as we possibly can. So for today, or for the moment at least, we're going to be using !Hogak Summer as our entry phrase. Doesn't matter if you put in your exclamation points. It doesn't matter if you put in your capitals. Just make sure it's !Hogak Summer, exactly like John has just done there. Obviously, John has entered himself and wants to win those codes.
I need my packs. Need more packs on Arena.
So if you want to enter !Hogak Summer, we'll get a few people in there, and then we'll do a drawing. As it is, we've actually got a little bit more magic going on, and seeing as Eli Cassis is playing one of my favourite decks in this tournament, we're actually going to head back down to the feature match area.
Yes.
We're looking at Urza Thopter Sword at 9-2 against John Finkel's Hogak, also at 9-2.
No. We're against the GOAT.
Against the GOAT.
Let's not beat around this. He's against the GOAT, and we're playing with foils, and there's foils, onslaught, polluted deltas. What on earth?
Yep.
I mean, it's. Let's not do this one. I don't want to give you the free square. I can let you work that out yourself, but that is a nice duress to see a hand of mulligan to 6 with no spells, but it does reveal the information that he needs. And let's the Hogak. This is not a fast Hogak start.
No, absolutely not. Also interesting to see the duress. I will say that. It's not a very heavy spell deck, the Hogak deck. So kind of interesting to see that the duresses are still in game 3. Oh, okay. That's good. That's also a foil Grafdigger's. Is this whole deck foiled? It doesn't look like the duress is, amazingly enough, but the whole deck may very well be foiled on the left side of the screen here from Eli Cassis. The monster.
If it is, fair play to fair play to Eli Cassis.
I will say though, he's gone for some very interesting basic choices, so good on him for that.
Interesting enough, it does look like John Finkel actually found the card to answer this Grafdigger's Cage in the form of a Force of Vigor.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's obviously going to unlock the Hogak that is in the graveyard, so that you can probably see the first Hogak being discarded to, or being exiled to the Force of Vigor.
Yes, yeah. Obviously, if you've got one in the graveyard, the funny thing about the Hogak deck is it kind of wants to hit exactly one Hogak each game, because it's going to have real trouble casting anymore, even if the first one is removed. So
exactly.
So it's definitely.
I mean, he's got no second land.
No, that's true.
Or he's still holding the Nurturing Peat land, maybe. We can see Eli Cassis doesn't have one either. He's going to see Vigor. So we're going to see the Force of Vigor removing a Satyr Wayfinder.
There we go. We found the
Peat we got land. Another. We have another Force. No, he actually had it already, but he wanted to get back both of the Bloodghast at the same time.
Oh, and we're going to cast a Satyr Wayfinder off of it as well. Mill into the graveyard and
Crypt Breaker.
Hit a land. We
Wow.
did hit a land. We did hit a land there so we can get a land back here. Yeah, the Crypt Breaker is really interesting. It's been a hot minute since we've seen that anywhere, and certainly not in Modern. For those of you who don't remember, this is the single black mana for a 1/1 zombie, relevant creature type in this deck, obviously, and has the ability to black and tap it, discard a card, and you get to make a 2/2 zombie creature token. But I think more relevantly for this deck, tap 3 untapped zombies you control, draw a card. So I think that's a really nice include here, actually. Really cool to see the slightly different tech occurring. Of course, it goes straight into the graveyard and then straight into exile to cast a giant 8/8 Trampler.
Well, and that gets back the Vengevine as well.
Because obviously cast the Satyr Wayfinder and the Vengevine this turn. And
now,
the Hogak this turn, yeah.
As much as Eli Kassis did win a game, I'm not sure he's winning this one.
Nope, neither's he. As he extends the
over.
hand.
Wow, Plague Engineer a little bit too late.
Yeah, absolutely.
No land. I was also just not drawing that third land was a little bit of a problem there for Eli Kassis, I think.
Yes, yeah.
And one of the interesting parts of Hogak is everyone's like, oh, Hogak's dead without Bridge from Below. That was still pretty busted, not going to lie.
Yep. Yeah, that was still a pretty broken draw.
That didn't feel particularly fair when that did happen. And I think it's one of those ones where you have to sort of take that pinch of salt of, yes, the deck is still ludicrously powerful because Hogak's still an 8/8 on turn 3.
Yep. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Right then. I think we're on a brief break here, so we're going to take a quick break ourselves. It's not quite as hot today, but we've got to remember to keep hydrated. Need that stay hydrated bot.
Yes, definitely.
And we will be back after these short adverts.
Yes, see you soon.
welcome back, folks. We are mere moments from round 13 here at Mythic Championship IV. And obviously, we'll be looking to see what's going on. Last round, we saw on the main table the Tron deck taken down by Jund.
Yep.
Bit of an interesting surprise there. I think we both would say that generally Tron has a pretty good matchup there, although of course the surgical extraction or the Tron piece is a pretty good way of just shutting down everything it's doing. But
it certainly is.
But we will see how that progresses throughout the tournament. The other thing that I will say is, once again, we are not seeing masses of Hogak on camera. We're seeing it on the backup tables. I think I do have to, again, commend Wizards for their choice of matches, simply because it means that, given that Hogak is still doing very well, we're not going to get bored of it, hopefully, by the end of the day.
No. I do think that's one of the things to bear in mind, is it's an incredibly good deck that consistently seems to perform.
Yes. Yeah, so... We'll,
and that's one of the things everyone has to remember, is it's sort of one of those things where the deck is incredibly powerful even without Bridge from Below. And I feel that it's just one of those ones where if you ever underestimate it, it will just kill you.
Yeah, I think that's a kind of fair assessment. You underestimate the deck, it'll kill you.
Yeah,
that's a pretty good way of putting it.
And that's scary. That is really scary to be in. Yeah. That is a really scary position to be in.
Of the recent sets of like fast combo-ish decks that we've seen in Modern, it's definitely got the best, one of the best I will just kill you game plans, and B, a very solid backup plan of just, beat you down with these kind of mopey on the surface looking creatures, but there are enough of them and they do combat damage. So in the end, they're gonna kill you.
Yes. That card, yeah.
Carrion Feeder Gravecrawler, still good.
Yeah, and it's that really nice interaction that you can't do anything about as well that makes it so powerful.
Yeah.
Because it's so hard to interact with in game one. And that's the thing that people forget, is it's a really hard interactive deck in game one because people don't have the cards they need to fight that.
Yeah.
Like, how do you fight against something like that? It's so hard.
Yeah. Yeah. And I mean, as we were talking about earlier, like the amount of graveyard hate you can play in your main deck is just negligible at the moment. So
yeah.
Yeah. It's gonna be an interesting end to the day, it feels like.
Definitely.
What we're going to see going forward. And as we were saying earlier, obviously, with the field sort of bunching up and compressing in the way it has, there's going to be a lot of very close scraps for the top few slots here at Mythic Championship IV. Are there any more decks that you sort of would like to see going on today before we cut to the top 8 and obviously cut out most of the field? Is there anything that you're still looking for maybe seeing appear, or do you think we're just seeing the top tier decks forever and ever now for the rest of the day?
I don't know. I'm still surprised we haven't seen any of the mono red prowess list. Like, that's something I am quite surprised about. I would have thought we'd have seen a little bit more of that, because it's one of those decks that does sit very much on the fringe of how good is it against Hogak. Like, there was an interview with someone talking about the list, and they believe they have a good matchup against Hogak.
Yeah,
so
absolutely.
That's something that I expected to see, but because we haven't seen it, it's one of those ones where I'm just like, we'll have to wait and see what happens. But I'm really hoping to see that. Obviously, I want to see one of these snow lists or these Bant lists, or just more blue-white control, which would be really interesting, as obviously the standings have just gone up.
Yeah,
we can
absolutely.
see David Mines is the only player left at 11-1, leading the field with his Jund list, and that's quite nice. I normally hated seeing Jund at the top. I'm actually quite glad to see Jund at the top.
I think it's because it's been a while since it's been up there, right? It's not quite as oppressive as it used to be. Obviously, Forov Severin, his opponent in the last round, still doing very well. John Finkel, the GOAT, is up in third. It looks like we might be seeing
definitely the GOAT.
Another top 8 for John Finkel here, which would be kind of brilliant, actually.
And he's on Hogak as well.
Yes. And And then, I mean, we saw Manuel Lentz, and obviously we know Jogo Wigersma. But I have to say, there's a lot of players up here that we either haven't seen much on camera, Edgar Magalesh and Thiago Saporito. You have to go down into like that area, the right-hand side of the screen here, before you start hitting a lot of players that we know. So hopefully we'll get a few new players up in that top 8 as well, just to really show off some diversity in the scene.
Some very interesting names in that. Obviously, the top MPL player at the moment is Christian Hulk.
Yep.
Followed by Gregor Kowalski in 26. There's more Hall of Famers in the top 24 than there are MPL players.
Yeah, interesting.
So do remember that.
Yeah, interesting.
Do remember that.
Yeah, as we see here, going down as far as 41st to get, the 4th member of the MPL into the.
We see, and also we do see an English player in Emil Castro Christiansen. I believe that's the English flag on that one. And he's up there at the moment. Obviously, the rest of them seem to have fallen by the wayside a bit.
Yeah, we were talking about that yesterday. They had a bit of a rough start, didn't they? A lot of 4 and 2 starts. So
2 and 4.
2 and 4. Sorry, yes.
Yeah. But interesting enough, it's interesting to see the number of top 8. The Hall of Famers are up there. John Finkel, Jelga Wigersman, who are up at the top end, at the sharp end of everything. And Christian Hulk is the lone MPL player on that top 24 players. And that's fascinating to look at, is that it doesn't matter how good you are, how bad you are. If you're good at the game, you're still good at the game, and you're going to be at the top. Plus, also they're attached to some of the best, greatest teams there. Like John Finkel's part of Team Ultimate Guard. You can't underestimate how good that team is.
Yeah. No, that's actually a very good point there. Taking advantage of a lot of the really high level team stuff that's going on, as you say, as these Hall of Famers are simply some of the best players to have ever played the game. That is why they are in the Hall of Fame.
Agreed. Sometimes good players are just good players.
Yeah, exactly. It'll be very interesting to see what the distribution between, new upstarts, Hall of Famers and MPL members is towards the end of the tournament, but we'll see that shake out over the next couple of rounds. We've got 4 more rounds of Modern, including this one coming up today, so we'll get a good chance to see what's going on there.
And it's interesting seeing all the decks that they are playing as well.
Yes, absolutely. Again, it's Modern, so there's still a great diversity of decks, even if we are talking about the fact that 24% of the field, did we say, was on Hogak today, and 21 was on it yesterday. There's still a great diversity of decks because it is Modern. Speaking of, we will head on down to the feature match area where Jacob Wilson is playing out Mardu Shadow. Love seeing this. And Dmitry Berkatov is back on the Jund on the right-hand side of your screen.
As we're going to see Jacob Wilson leading off with a Thought Seize to see Goif, Season Pyromancer, Bolt, 2 lands.
A very Jund hand.
Very, very Jund hand. I'm going to play big, hard-to-answer creatures, some value, and some bolts.
Yep. Which, no, I'm happy with that sort of deck building. Good. That's exactly my sort of deck building.
It certainly is. Is it good deck building? No, this is pretty much the same we see in everything. But we'll soon see how it goes for the rest of the game. I do like these Jund decks a lot, and I'm really glad that Jund's been doing well. We're actually going to see him take the Lightning Bolt, which would infer to me that he has maybe one of the Ranger Captains of EOS in hand that he doesn't want to lose to a Bolt.
Yeah, that's a fair way of thinking about it. Or maybe he's just setting up for a little bit later on, Goifs are one of the lower value cards in the Jund deck. They are just a beat stick. They are just a 1-for-1 beat stick card, and that's actually not great. Also, it's possible that what we were seeing there was the taking of the bolt so that the Tide Hollow Scullers go completely
Yeah, that's
unopposed.
another thing as well. Yeah, you do have to remember there's a lot of removal in Jacob Wilson's list that very easily answers a Tarmogoyf. Things like possibly Fatal Pushes. I'm just pulling Jacob Wilson's list up at the moment. We're going to see the first of the Tarmogoyfs landing here. If I search up Wilson. So Jacob Wilson, he has access to Path to Exile and Fatal Push. So both of them are very good at getting rid of specifically Tarmogoyf. Plus, also late in the game, Tarmogoyf gets very easily outsized by
a big Death Shadow. Yeah, and actually, you're okay to take a couple of hits off of a Goyf. It just makes your later Death Shadows bigger. So, but as you did say, there is a Ranger Captain of EOS in the hand there. as well as another Thoughtseize, an Unearth, a Nihil Spellbomb, a Marsh Flats, 2 Tide Hollow Scullers. So that's really interesting to see.
Yeah. There's also a Ranger Captain of Eos hiding out in that hand as well.
Yeah.
I do really like this deck. I'm really interested in this Mardu Shadow list. It's not necessarily one that we've seen a lot of, but it's a very fascinating deck list to see being brought out at this Mythic Championships. Obviously, the Ranger Captain of Eos Death Shadow decks have always been on that periphery of Modern recently, and maybe with this fact that we're getting to a more mid-rangey side of things, where you're able to answer Hogak without a million 2/2s in play, then maybe this is the way that decks start to go as well. So we're going to see the Tide Hollow Sculler arrive in play. We're going to see...
And take the second Goyf out of hand. Kind of an interesting one. I would have been more okay, I think, with taking the Seasoned Pyromancer there. Because the Seasoned Pyromancer just puts more bodies on the battlefield.
Yeah, but all of them can be blocked. Obviously, we see a Colligan's Commanders come off the top here for Dmitry Budikov.
Good draw in this situation. Very good draw in this situation, I have to say.
Yeah, and it is interesting that Budikov is actually one of the only Jump players we've seen on camera actually running main deck Colligan's Command. Which is... he's obviously expecting different things. He has 2 Colligan's Command main deck. He also has a main deck Plague Engineer. It's definitely he's the 4 Blood Braid Elf, 1 Plague Engineer. He's slightly less on the Inquisition, and he's only got 2 Inquisition and 3 Thoughtseize, so he's got less hand disruption, more interaction on board.
Yeah.
So we're going to see 2 damage to you, discard it. 2 damage to this, discard a card.
And discard the Ranger Captain of Eos there. I will say, I feel like maybe he'll be a little bit annoyed with this second Tide Hollow Sculler coming down, because obviously the Shatter and Deal 2 modes on Colligan's Command could have actually dealt with both of these Tide Hollow Scullers.
We may see an even better line here, which is Unearth my
Ranger Captain.
Unearth this Ranger Captain, get my Death Shadow, make a Death Shadow, and a Mishra's Bauble.
Seems gross.
I don't think it's a bad line to play.
No.
Nope. He's gonna kind of Mishra's Bauble on to Dmitry Budikov. And at one point we saw Grixis Death Shadow all over the place, but Unearth seems to be making these very interesting deck choices that you can make.
Well, I think because, as you say, you get to play these really high value lines as soon as you put things like Ranger or Captain of Eos in your deck. You know, it's not just Unearth, get my beat stick back. It's Unearth, get my creature that has some play against combo and control decks, and also goes and fetches up my beat stick.
Yeah, this is pretty gross. This is.
Yeah, right.
Get back my Ranger Captain of Eos with my 1 mana spell. Thank you for discarding it with your Colligan's Command.
Yeah, right. That feels very much the sort of thing where you go, okay, discard a card, and they go Obstinate Baloth. At that point, you're just sad. No, this is pretty good. A 5/5 Death Shadow as it stands at the moment. I will say Jacob Wilson missing a land here. Also, therefore, missing the opportunity to grow the Death Shadow.
But at the same time, Budikov's not really doing anything.
No. His hand has started looking a little mopey. We've still got that Seasoned Pyromancer in hand, so we can just bin the cards, draw some new ones, refresh, restart. Another Goyf.
I mean, don't get me wrong.
Okay. I was a little bit like...
Goyf is a 5 power.
I was a little bit like, hold on a second. The Goyf that I saw in there was Future Sight Goyf. What did we just see? Is that as a team of Battle Rage? And a team of Battle Rage off the top for the Mardu Shadow deck.
And a land as well, which is good.
Yes, very good. Yeah, that one, the team of Battle Rage must have been drawn last turn, and it was drawn off the Mishra's Bauble. That's why I didn't notice it. There we go.
Yeah, he drew a Bloodstained Mire and team of Battle Rage in the last 2 draws, one from the Bauble, one from his draw for the turn.
Yeah.
He could also theoretically make the Mal Spell Bomb as another way of just interacting with the Tarmogoyfs mid-combat.
Yeah, actually, I mean, we were talking about
The problem is he has a lot of things in his own graveyard.
Well, yeah, but he's not doing a massive amount with any of them anymore. You know,
No,
he's already cast the Unearth. It'd be nice to be able to unearth, a Tide Hollow Sculler or something like that. But I think, realistically, I'd be very interested in this Nihil Spellbomb. Shut down your three of your opponent's creatures for what, the occasional ability to get back Tide Hollow Sculler.
Yeah.
There's not a massive amount going on in there. Oh, I love this. I love this. Send. Do you want to block? No? Okay. Fetch, shock, Team of Battle Rage. You are dead, sir. Exactly lethal, in fact. Do you want to block? Okay, I will crack this Nihil Spellbomb and kill all of your Tarmogoyfs that blocked.
Yeah. And that's the interesting challenge is how do you block in this scenario?
Yeah. Because if you block with just one Goyf, you go fetch, shock with the Death Shadow, and it kills the one Tarmogoyf. So you put two Tarmogoyfs in front of it, knowing that they're both going to die, and there we go.
Looks like he's declared
there
no
we
blocks.
Go. No blocks was declared. That
he declared no blocks.
Is just gross. Brilliant line there from Jacob Wilson. Absolutely brilliant to see.
Really interesting choice not to block.
I think the problem is, obviously, that if you block, you're just losing whatever Tarmogoyfs you put in front of it. And at that point, you're like, okay, I guess I just chump with one. And then my opponent just has to crack their land. And it's not like they even have to do anything. They still sit there with this Nihil Spellbomb on the battlefield just going, your Tarmogoyfs are useless, but I'm not going to bother cracking this until you make me.
I still would have probably blocked with one of them, because even if he blows up the Nihil Spellbomb, the Tarmogoyf's still a 4/5. So you don't die to the Team of Battle Rage.
How is the...
Because Nihil Spellbomb only does one graveyard.
Yeah, of course.
So they can't Team of Battle Rage for lethal. You theoretically draw a removal spell, you have lethal on the way back. Assuming your opponent has no removal. But your Tarmogoyfs are 4/5s, so your opponent's dead on the way back anyway. Plus, if you really needed to, you could Seasoned Pyromancer dump 2 cards of different numbers, which would get them higher. You just need to find a removal spell, and you win that game. So I think the no block was a little bit too risky.
Yeah, maybe.
I might have made the safer line of I'm not going to lose, because he has Team of Battle Rage in his deck list because it's open decks. So there is that line where I think it's safer to make that block. And then
the thing that I will say is there's a possibility that the no block line is the one that wins you more games. Again, we're back to this argument of blocking stops you from losing then and there, but does it get you to the point where you ever get to win the game, really? Or do you need all those Goyfs?
Well, let me put it this way. Your opponent has attacked into 3 Tarmogoyfs, which is lethal on the way back.
Yeah.
It tells you they have something.
Yeah. No, that's actually true. Very true. It does scream, I have something.
Maybe it's maybe Budakov had the read that it was a removal spell rather than the Team of Battle Rage. Because if it's a removal spell, then obviously the attack on the way back only does 4, because one's chump blocked by the Ranger Captain of Eos, one gets removed, and then the other Tarmogoyf only gets in for 4, and your opponent's at 8. Maybe that was the read he had. Maybe he had the read of a removal spell rather than specifically the Team of Battle Rage, which ended up actually killing him. That's another way to look at it.
Is actually fair, because there are more removal spells in the deck than there are Team of Battle Rages, right? I'm looking at Jacob Wilson's
there's 2 Team of Battle Rages.
It's 2 Team of Battle Rages. We've got 3 fatal pushes and 4 path to exile. So playing around the removal spell actually makes a lot more sense than playing around the Team of Battle Rage. Speaking of, why don't we have a little look at sideboards? I've got Jacob Wilson's up here. If you want me to run through that very quickly, we've got.
Okay, do you want to do? Yeah, you do that, and then
I'll do Wilson's, and then you can do. We've got Celestial Purge, Kolaghan's Command, Liliana, The Last Hope, Wear Tear, Fulminator Mage, Leyline of the Void, and Plague Engineer. Anything that you're seeing there that you're particularly interested in?
From Wilson's list, I think you're interested in the Celestial Purge.
Deals with Liliana and...
Deals with Liliana. It doesn't deal with a huge...
Renin 6. Yes.
It doesn't really deal with any of the creatures. It deals with Pyromancer, but at the same time, it's like how much of a problem do you think Liliana of the Veil is going to be? Probably against this version of Wilson's list, probably quite a lot. So maybe interested in that. Kolaghan's Command is just good value because you can plus and minus and play around with it. It's interesting enough, we see Emil Castro Christensen on camera playing Tron versus Guillaume Wafatapa on Esper Control at 9 Life with the Jason Mind Sculpture in play. So something has clearly gone wrong. Oh, sorry, it's Eldrazi Tron.
Ah, right. Yeah.
So clearly something's gone wrong for the Tron player. But the Jace is about to disappear. And Tron is online.
Yes.
Wafatapa hasn't quite found what he's looking for yet.
Yeah. Do we see any need for... I mean, Colors Command helps you keep up in the value game. Liliana the Last Hope, sort of the same thing, but there's not going to be any targets for her tick up anymore, realistically.
The Colligan's Command realistically kills Pyromancer as well, so there's a few more things for it to kill. I mean, if we look at Budikov's side of the matchup, you've got Plague Engineer, Collector Oof, Fulminator Mage, Null Spellbomb, Ancient Grudge, Engineered Explosives, Kalitos, Trader Aget, and Surgical Extraction. Yeah. Probably the only ones that stand out to me are the Engineered Explosives and the Kalitos. Because I think your deck's pretty well set up anyway for this matchup, and I think he just got punked out the game because his opponent drew Team of Battle Rage and he didn't block, and he maybe had the different read to what he would have had normally.
Yep, absolutely.
Whereas normally I would say the matchup's pretty good for Dimitri, and then whereas Wilson probably has a few more things he wants to bring in to try and interact with those more painful spells that he has. But obviously with the Unearth, how good's Liliana?
Yeah, absolutely. Actually, like there's a lot of good arguments to be had there. So how about Budikov's deck? How are we looking for sideboard there?
As I said, it's Plague Engineer, Collector Roof, Fulminator Mage, Null Spellbomb, which obviously we see he did bring in the Spellbombs.
Yep.
Ancient Grudge, Engineered Explosives, Kalitos, Trader Aget, and Surgical Extraction. Obviously, there is... Jacob Wilson does have one Gurmag Angler. He only has one Gurmag Angler, so he isn't really in on the Delve side of the deck.
Yeah, which is good.
But it's something to obviously bear in mind that he's also trying to play into things with Unearth. Is another thing, as we actually going to see dueling Null Spellbombs from the players. So you're going to see a shocking from Dmitry Budikov, and the first of 2 Tarmogoyfs is going to hit the battlefield. An Inquisition of Kozilek as well. It was something he drew this turn because he didn't cast that on turn 1 and went for the Spellbomb instead, as we see double Path to Exile, Team of Battle Rage, and a few land. Oh, there's a Tidehollow Sculler as well. So and nicely set up with
Fatal push and Unearth, in fact, as well there. Yeah, that is a really good hand. Tidehollow Sculler seems like a really good opener here.
Yeah, it's actually interesting that people have gone to these Tidehollow Scullers. It's very interesting because if you look at the decks they're good against, they're good against these Hogak decks because there's so little removal main deck in Hogak.
Yeah.
You are able to take the Hogak or you can take the Vengevine. And because your deck's got things like Death Shadow, you can just block for days. Plus, Ranger Captain of Eos is bigger than the generic stuff that the Hogak deck's wanting to play.
Yeah. Or at least trades with them in combat. It doesn't necessarily outsize them to win in combat, but it does trade with them, and that slows down what the Hogak deck wants to do. Taking the Seasoned Pyromancer here...
A 3/3 is big.
Yeah, yes.
The 3/3 is still large.
Oh, I thought it was a 3/2. Am I wrong?
Ranger Captain's a 3/3.
Oh, okay, then it does beat most things in combat.
It's a 3/3.
Yeah.
You can say 1 white 3/3.
Am I thinking of the other one? The Ranger
I think you're thinking of... Yeah, your Ranger of Eos is a 3/2, but it finds 2 1-drops.
Yes.
It finds two of them, so it's actually interesting. So one of the... Right, okay. Let me get my wording correctly.
As we see here, Dmitry Budikov going for land number 3 into Inquisition, fetching first. Obviously wants to leave that green up for the second Goyf in hand.
Yeah. The other reason that you don't play Ranger of Eos anymore over Ranger Captain is Ranger of Eos is 4 mana, so you can't unearth it, which is why Ranger Captain is so good in this deck, because it interacts with Unearth, plus it comes down a turn earlier. Yeah,
it's not just that it's cheaper, it's that it's the difference between 3 and 4, which is the difference between unearthable and not unearthable.
Yeah.
I mean, an interesting point is that it's also hit by a collected company. Possibility we see something along the lines of that in the future.
Yeah, the problem with collected company lists is you don't necessarily have anything that's that powerful as a 1-drop.
Yeah.
Unless you're looking for sideboard cards like Burton Forge Tender against the red decks. That's the only challenge you have.
We see the Inquisition take a fatal push, which seems good into the situation where there's 2 paths to exiles to deal with these 2 Tarmogoyfs, but only 1 white source currently.
Except he's just drawn the Bloodstained Mire, which we'll find in the
Bloodstained
second one,
Mire will
fortunately.
find the second one, yeah.
Good timing.
Yes, absolutely. And obviously still able to actually leave up black and unearth a little later on if necessary. Tide Hollow Sculler, yep. I always think that card flies because it looks like it's wings, but it's not. It's a bargeman. Yeah, it's yeah. Always gets me. I keep looking at it and thinking it's a bird that flies and going, why didn't you attack? It doesn't fly. It's a man in a boat. And he's in fact an artifact man in a boat. Right. We've fetched up for the 2 Path to Exiles. Just drops them on the table.
Yeah, I think that's what you have to do at this point. You know your opponent's really running on not a lot of gas.
Yeah.
Plus, going to 5 mana is not much different to 4 mana because the only thing that's cost that much mana is the Bloodbraid Elves.
Do we have the 3rd basic, in fact? Oh, there we go. There's the forest.
Oh, wow. So there is, yeah, so they normally play at least one of each, if not 2 of something. So actually, in Budakov's list, we're looking at 1 forest, 1 mountain, and 2 swamps. So he actually has 4 basics in the deck.
Okay, nice, nice.
But Jund is also one of those decks where you can play a lot of basics because you're not massively color reliant outside of Seasoned Pyromancer and Liliana. So you need double black, you need double red. But the green's only have a single color until you get later in the game. You want double activations of Scavenging Ooze.
Yes, yeah.
That is something else to bear in mind as well, as we're going to see an engineered explosive set to 2.
Because obviously, with those Goyfs now gone, it's pretty safe to just set that to 2 so that you can get rid of the Tide Hollow Scholar. And I do believe, obviously, because Dmitry Budakov has looked at the hand, he knows that they're... Oh no, there isn't a second. For some reason, I thought there was a second Tide Hollow Scholar in hand.
But there's an Unearth ready for 1.
There is an Unearth ready for 1, yeah.
This season, Pyromancer is going to hit the battlefield. It depends on if he wants to cast it straight away. Obviously, he won't get the immediate value because he can't discard 2 cards.
Okay, we're going to cycle
but he can
the
also,
Horizon land. Nice. Seems good.
Yeah. And another land off the top. Stack for 2. Takes 2. Down to 12.
Yeah, a little bit unfortunate here that Jacob Wilson has hit no really relevant creature spells. You know, Tide Hollow Scholar acts as a hand disruption spell as opposed to a threat on the battlefield. We also amusingly haven't seen the fetching creature that goes and finds those other threats that you want to play. We've seen no Ranger Captain of Eos in this game. So, yeah, a little unfortunate from Jacob Wilson's side, and it looks like, yep, there we go. We saw the engineered explosives cracked. We see the Seasoned Pyromancer drawing 2 cards for Dmitry Budakov there.
And that's one of the interesting things. It's like you still get to draw 2 cards even if you discard none.
Ooh, very interesting line there from Jacob Wilson. Instead of holding up the Unearth to get back the Tide Hollow Scholar to go and look at those new cards in hand,
that's a good draw.
Cycles it, ends up finding a Ranger Captain of Eos, can tutor up a Death Shadow and cast the Death Shadow. It is currently...
also had the Street Wraith.
Only a 2/2, but yes, exactly. We've got the Combat Trick Street Wraith. I love the Combat Trick Street Wraith. Please attack into... It's just a 2/2. Don't even worry about it, Street Wraith.
Well, it's now a 5/5 because he lost 3 life. Well, he's now a 4/4 because he should have lost 2 life to the Shock.
Shock, yes.
So he should be at 9.
He should be at 9 already.
So we're going to pop another. He's actually going to target himself, interestingly. And he's going to sacrifice off the land and go and fetch up another jewel. Wilson's hand, Unearth, Team of Battle Rage, Street Wraith. It's pretty good when you can get things back with Unearth because you do another one.
Yes. Any particular reason here for targeting yourself over? What's the line? What's the reasoning there?
Well, I think because you're completely covered up by Jacob's own graveyard for any Tarmogoyfs that you draw. Plus, you've already lost 2 Tarmogoyfs of 4. So...
Yeah, but at the same time, you've seen Unearth. Surely you want to exile their graveyard.
Yeah.
I mean,
at the moment,
not that there's
no
much
real
anything.
targets.
Yeah, there's only a Tide Hollow Scholar in there.
And we see the Kalitas Traitor of Get just the draw. That's pretty good.
Card.
Also, he has Liliana available as well.
So he can do both this turn.
Wow. Yeah, he can do both this turn. That's really good.
Yeah, that double Path to Exile really coming back to haunt Jacob Wilson here. I have to say, I feel like it was necessary, but it's gonna hurt.
Yes,
Love it.
Liliana with Kalitas.
Zombie straight away. That is just beautiful.
Mm-hmm.
That's
Something you don't necessarily always see is the 7 or 8 mana available for the Jund deck this early.
Yeah.
Jacob Wilson is flooding out a little bit, which is something to bear in mind.
Yep, cycling that Straight Wraith. Just looking for some more action. Anything that isn't land. We see another Death Shadow. That is definitely action, but I don't necessarily know if it's going to be enough. Death Shadow is a 6/6 at the moment. I'm assuming that this 6/6 is just getting chumped. Although I will say it can obviously be made into a 9/9 by sacrificing and shocking.
He's also got the Team of Battle Rage in hand.
Again, we're looking at that situation. Yep. Oh, we're triple blocking here. Love it. Yeah, I think having been punked out by it last time, and he knew it was there. Dimitri had actually seen it from a previous hand disruption spell. So, oh no, it's still not enough.
Still lethal.
It's still lethal. Wow.
That's incredible.
Yeah, so 18 power. How much toughness do we have? We've got 4/8 toughness.
5, 6, 7, 8. Oh,
but
that's incredible.
But the Kalitas has lifelink.
Yeah, but I think it's more that he loses his... No, the Kalitas gets first striked.
Of course it does. Of course it does.
It gets double strike, so
of course.
First strike damage.
I forget that that's how the combat damage would work. Yeah, of course. No, that's really nice. That is just great way of dealing with that situation.
Yes, definitely. I think people might be looking very heavily at this Mardu Shadow list a lot more going forward.
Which I'm happy with as a person who's played Grixis Death Shadow for a good long time now, almost 2 years in fact.
Man.
It's
you poor man.
Yeah, I know. Well, it was the best deck in Modern when I got into Modern.
Yeah,
and then very quickly it was not the best deck in Modern anymore.
Very good deck.
Yeah, I think this Mardu version looks very good. It's a bit of a shame because I actually really love the Mardu Pyromancer lists as well.
Yes,
like they're just so much fun.
Slightly worse position with Plague Engineer being a card, but these Mardu Shadow lists obviously trying to make the most of that. In essence, that same strategy to try and just use the value of everything, as we see. Eli Cassis's deck currently on camera, his Urza Thopter Sword deck. Yeah. It's the Grixis colours, of course. Seems to be the best colour combination. His access to Goblin Engineer is really good.
Yeah, this is it. You need the blue and either white or black for Thopter Foundry, and then picking up the red for the Goblin Engineer just seems like the best way to go about it. Actually got some breeding pools in there. Must be for some sideboard cards.
There's one breeding pool?
A breeding pool, yeah.
I think it's like he has one Watery Grave, one Steam Vents, one breeding pool. It's just obviously having your colours to fetch from. Like, you're still based blue, so obviously it's a blue land. Maybe it's just having... maybe there is a card on the sideboard that I couldn't see. He's obviously up against Felix Inoa with his Dredge list.
Wow.
With one Hogak.
Straight Dredge plus Hogak. Yeah.
Yes. Only three, interesting enough, only three prized amalgams. So dropping one prized amalgam probably for the Hogak, which is very interesting, actually having Hogak in the deck. It's actually surprisingly hard to get Hogak into play with the Dredge deck without having Bloodghast in play. But again, hopefully you can get the Bloodghast into play in one go.
So I've just looked up Eli Cassis's deck list. He's got Nature's Claims and Assassin's Trophies in the sideboard.
There you go. That's the answer.
Oh, and Weather the Storm. Sorry.
Wow! So he's gone very deep on that green splash.
Yeah. It's actually really interesting.
No, that's very, very, very interesting, actually.
Yeah. No, definitely, and hopefully we'll be able to watch probably Game 3 of this particular match in a moment.
Hopefully. Be interesting to see.
I'd be really interested. I'm very interested in this Urza Thopter Sword deck. I think it's got a lot of really neat qualities about it, but it isn't quite as annoying and aggravating to play against, I would imagine, as something along the lines of your Lantern of Control, Lantern of Insight control decks. You know, those sorts of things that have in the past occasionally resorted to the Thop to Sword combo to win games a little bit faster, have always looked really aggravating to play against, whereas this one might be a little bit more interesting.
So interestingly enough, Felix and I actually had the pre-game Leyline of the Void, but obviously the rest of the hand was so bad that he decided to mulligan that hand. Look for a better 7 with a 7 with putting one back.
Yeah, 7 with a London Mull. Yes. Whereas Eli Cassis has kept the straight 7, which lovely place to be in. We talk about the hate cards in Modern quite a lot because it's a very big part of the sideboarding plan. But that being said, you can't just rely on the hate cards to win the game. That's definitely not how it goes. Yeah,
so interesting enough. So Waffa Tapper won game 1.
Yep. Kind of wish we'd seen that because it looked like not a great position to be in. Here's a Reality Smasher.
Smash some realities.
Well, smash some Jace. Yeah. Yep, did it with the shields down. There was a 1-turn window there where we had no ability to counter that. Yeah, no ceremonious rejection, no logic not. Really interesting, actually, that Waffa Tapper even was tapped out there.
Yep.
Because... the Jace must have Fate Sealed. It must have been Jace last turn and Fate Sealed, because the Jace was at 5. That's a very interesting place to be. Now, obviously, he has to get this... Oh, that's a really good answer to the Reality Smasher. Obviously, the Reality Smasher's triggered ability is going to cause... Oh, no. Just...
Going to make him discard 2 cards.
Okay.
He has access to Snapcaster Kaya's Guile next turn, which obviously might help him remove some of these problematic permanents.
Yeah. So he just didn't want to die to whatever... That is honestly the hardest thing about playing control decks. It's looking at a battlefield and going, okay, these things are very scary, but if I can beat them, I also need to not die to whatever my opponent has in hand, and just having the discipline to say, no, I'm going to deal with the problems that are 3 turns away, as opposed to the problems that are on the battlefield right now. Really surprisingly proactive play from a control player there. It's really quite good.
Yes.
Yeah. And my apologies for confusing any viewers. I assumed that what is actually an Esper Charm there was a detention sphere for some reason.
Yeah. So he has this. He can Kaya's Guile with Snapcaster Mage next turn, which is something interesting to bear in mind.
Yeah.
But there is a Cavern of Souls, having named Eldrazi.
Well, that definitely helps. But this isn't an Eldrazi, but it's going to get ceremonious rejection.
Can I have my chalice for 1?
Well, I mean, we've seen it cast, so I don't see as that being a particular problem. It's never going to hit the battlefield.
Get a square. I can have a square.
It's never hitting the battlefield because the ceremonious rejection had to be spent on it. Otherwise, the ceremonious rejection was a dead card. Oh,
Path to Exile.
Draws a Path to Exile off the top. Good times.
Draw.
Good
Plus
draw.
with Snapcaster Mage in hand. Then that logic not looking very, very bad right now.
Yeah. We've only got 3 mana on the side of Emil, so he can't pump that Walking Ballista anymore. So I think what the line here is probably the Path to Exile on the Walking Ballista, snap Path to Exile the Reality Smasher, probably pitching the Logic Knot.
He does also have the Kaya's Guile still in his graveyard as well, which is another opportunity for him to get some life back as well, because he's still up 6.
Yes. Yeah. Sorry, I've just looked at my chat and realised that I've accidentally got bots dueling in there. So yes, sorry to any viewers. Wait, how has he got the mana to do that?
So he did it in his upkeep.
Oh, okay.
So what Wafatapa was doing is giving Emil the option of, do you want to? He's going to do this at the same time, which is brilliant. He gave him the option to either use the mana this turn to pump,
yep,
or to either pump or then have it to cast a spell, and Emil decided to pump it.
And it's actually really great timing that he's used here. So he did the do you want to pump in upkeep before Emil has drawn the card, but let him go to his draw step before dealing with the reality smasher as well. I think that's just really nice.
Yep.
Clever play to just be like, no, I'm going to continue giving you as many opportunities to draw those wastes and therefore not ramp out of this as possible, while also reducing the amount of information you have for the walking ballista there, which seems really good. And we will have to see how that game ends up going, because we're back to the Dredge versus Thopter Sword matchup that we were so eager to see a moment ago. Dredge off to a pretty good start there. It looks like a mulligan to 6 on the play was the final mulligan position there. And we see opening with a Shriekhorn. Good start from Dredge. Cassis's Hands, Islands, Goblin Engineer, Urza, Nature's Claim, Chromatic Star, Grafdigger's Cage, and Thopter Foundry. Looks like he's got it pretty sewn up, actually. You know, we've got the Foundry, the Engineer, and the Lord High Artificer already in hand, and a Grafdigger's Cage to help keep the Dredge deck under control. Goes for the Nature's Claim on turn 1. Love it. We were talking about these green sideboard cards from Cassis here. Just taking out that Shriekhorn.
Yeah.
While
So we
it's
waited
still on
for
2.
Yeah, so we waited for him to tap it first.
Yep.
But we are going to see a Bloodghast hit at least one Bloodghast hit the board this turn. We see Narcomoeba into hand. The problem is that Felix has is he's found no dredges yet, and no dredges to discard either.
Yeah. So this is not a high velocity opener from the Dredge deck here.
No.
Whereas the Urza Thopter Sword deck is going to have one of the fastest possible openings that it could have.
But he also has access to Grafdigger's Cage in hand, which is another thing to bear in mind.
Yeah, absolutely. Just another brilliant way of shutting basically everything that this Dredge deck wants to be doing down. Well, there's.
So now we're going to see if he can find a prized amalgam.
Nope.
Okay. Nope. That's all 4 copies of Faithless Looting have been found though in these first few turns.
Not what you really actually want to see. As brokenly powerful as Faithless Looting definitely is. It isn't.
Yeah.
This isn't where you want to see it. Binning that conflagrate, obviously. Bauble, a good pickup there, actually gives Eli Cassis another chance to draw a few extra lands, which is something that he's a little shy on at the moment.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're going to Bauble. Have a look at what Felix is going to be working with next turn. And the dice reminding Cassis, obviously, that he does have a draw in Anders' upkeep. Just dropping those Bauble effect thingies on the battlefield. Picking up another one off the draw step Felix's upkeep. As you say, another Faithless Looting sees.
Ancient. Well, he's found an Ancient Grudge.
That's a good start. Does he? He has another land drop for the turn, so he can cast the first half of it this turn.
Yeah, so we can get rid of both of the. He can get rid of the Chromatic Star if he wanted to, which is one I think you go after.
Yes, in this instance, definitely.
Because he's tapped out.
Yeah. Does Grafdigger's Cage, it only stops things returning to the battlefield, doesn't it? It doesn't stop them from going onto the stack.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, they can't enter play.
Okay, going after the Grafdigger's Cage first.
Okay, that's strange. So the reason I think you maybe should do it the other way is because you can flash it back, whereas the chromatic star always draws a card when it hits the graveyard. So yeah, either way, it's probably you're getting rid of the artifacts at some point anyway. And Grafdigger's Cage is obviously going to be a problematic card if it wasn't able to be into play. As we see, not a land unfortunately for Cassis. So he's got double. He can cast the. He can cast a another engineer.
No,
he can cast the engineer this turn.
Oh yeah,
because he can
star.
filter the mana.
Filter through the star. Yeah. I mean, he could actually cast anything that's 2 mana in his hand because obviously he's got the Fopter Foundry in there as well if he wanted to do that.
Find a land.
No,
another engineer.
We will put a Sword of the Meek in the graveyard. It's right there on the bottom.
There's 3. He's got currently 3 engineers in hand and no third land.
That is a little bit of an unfortunate position to be in. Eli's hand looked extremely good at the opener here, but as time has gone on and no lands have been drawn, and we see there from the bauble, it looks to me like another Fopter Foundry. So still no third land. Yep, that was a second Fopter Foundry into hand for Eli Cassis. This is just unfortunate. Luckily for Cassis, Felix is also having a little bit of a hard time getting his deck to work appropriately. Finally found a dredge to put in the graveyard in that Stinkweed Imp. And just coming on in for 2 with the Bloodghast. It'll get there eventually, folks. Right. We've got we got a lot of good stuff going on for both players. It's just who's gonna deploy first, I think, at this point. You know, if Cassis can find just 2 more lands, his whole hand just goes off. Preferably, obviously, if one of them is white or black this turn. Oh, or an Astrolabe. Astrolabe works. Land? Nope. 4th Goblin Engineer.
Oh my goodness me. Wow. But he can filter for the red mana to sacrifice the
Goblin Engineer, yes, but at the same time, like, what does that get you? Maybe you do that to get a Mishra's Bauble back just to get another draw?
Maybe. Yeah, you can get Grafdigger's Cage as well.
Or Grafdigger's Cage back. Yep, that seems good. Yep. That seems better. And I love it. Felix's hands go to his head as he realised that he's back under this lock again for a moment. But he
has the Ancient Grudge.
He's got the Ancient Grudge and he's got a fetch land, so he can go and fetch up a green source right here, surely.
So he has another stomping ground.
He's a dredging. We see Creeping Chill.
Well, that's 3 damage.
Yeah, and we see a lot more dredges.
That's pretty good.
And another Bloodghast. Especially good considering that Cassis has just hit 10. Okay. Little bit surprising that we didn't see the Ancient Grudge take care of the Grafdigger's Cage and then crack the Arid Mesa to try and get an
He can't because he can't cast the Ancient Grudge.
Why not?
Because of Grafdigger's Cage.
I thought you said it didn't affect spells on the stack.
No, Sorry, I thought you meant in terms of
All right. Yes. Sorry. That was why I was asking last time because I thought it affected permanents coming into play.
So things can go into the graveyard.
Yep.
But you can't cast spells from graveyard.
Okay. Can't cast spells. Can't return anything from the graveyard.
I'm actually going to pull it up and read the full spell.
Yeah.
So creature cards in graveyards and libraries can't enter the battlefield. Players cannot cast spells from graveyards or libraries. So that's why you can't cast it.
Yeah, okay. I didn't realise that second line was there. I assumed that it was just creatures can't enter.
Yeah, so you can't cast the Conflagrate. What he's trying to do now is just make creatures to kill Cassis.
Yep. Doing it the hard way. casting Stinkweed
Yep.
Imps.
Yeah.
I'm going to kill you with 1/2 flyers. You are at 7. It's still not a land and doesn't even work as one at the moment. It's close.
Oh.
It's so
You
close.
could have made the Thopter Foundry.
No, you couldn't. He doesn't have Metalcraft.
Oh, no, it's not white. Yeah, because he needs black or white, not blue.
Yeah. Yeah. He fetched up that green-blue land early on so that he could cast the Nature's Claim to get rid of the Shriekhorn, and it's really come back to bite him here. This is not quite lethal on the battlefield. That's an Astrolabe. Okay. He's still in this. And it's a Chromatic Star. I think what you have to do is cast the Thopter Foundry this turn.
And cross your fingers.
And, yeah. Well, if you get to untap next turn...
Yeah.
Conflagrate, how does that one work? Do you have to discard...
It still gets cast.
Oh, yeah, of course.
Yeah, you have to discard cards. It still gets cast.
It still gets cast, of course.
He's going to hopefully have a Dredger to... does he have a Dredge card? Because if he doesn't have a Dredge card, obviously he's safe from...
I love this.
Oh, wow.
That's tasty. I didn't realise he had another Nature's Claim in hand.
Draw a card.
That's pretty good.
He gets to game 4. He found the land as well.
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, found the land off the star.
Everything's coming up. Thopter Sword.
Everything's coming up Cassis here. Oh, wow. That's a dredge that had occurred.
Because the thing is, he was still dead to a... He was still dead to a Creeping Chill. So that was still clutch at straws moment.
Exactly. Yeah, if you'd taken my line, which was to play the Thopter Foundry and then untap and just make a bunch of Thopters next turn, you are, as you say, just dead to a Creeping Chill and still taking 3 every turn. So it's not like you're in a good position there. Felix is just putting more lands into his hand with a Life from the Loam there, and checking the deck. Not a thing.
He's working out his likelihood to find another Creeping Chill.
And I'm guessing another Ancient Grudge as well. Like, do I want to keep dredging or do I want to draw some cards so that see if I can find an Ancient Grudge?
So this is a 5, which could be the Creeping Chill. And if he finds the Creeping Chill, he wins.
Yeah, okay. No, he went for the 3 off of the Life.
Oh, he doesn't find it.
But because he's getting back Life from the Loam, he gets to do this forever now. Like, just spend all his mana going Life from the Loam, get back the Cycle Land, dredge by cycling the Cycle Land, and just keep looking for those Creeping Chills. That's really nice. I hadn't realised how much the single mana Cycle Lands were going to affect the dredge deck. That's quite cool.
Yeah, it's an interesting interaction, actually, that they've now benefited from, that we probably haven't seen for a while in that sort of deck.
Yes, yeah, exactly. Is that an Ensnaring Bridge in hand? That's a little useless at the moment, considering the hand is like 6 cards heavy. Well, okay.
Well, he's going to gain infinite life anyway.
We're going to tap those 2.
He can gain infinite life.
Tap that for blue. Sacrifice the Astrolabe. And, yep.
Infinite loop. Gain a million.
This is the loop.
Well, it's gaining the infinite life is the thing.
And yeah, but also putting infinite numbers of 1/1 Thopters on the battlefield. You know, it's not just I can't die next turn. It's also you will definitely die next turn.
Yeah, of course.
So, no, that's a really interesting end to that game.
That's a turnaround.
It looked very much like Cassis had it all wrapped up in the opening hand, but just could not draw lands 3 or 4 for such a long time that it gave Felix a really long time to actually pull out of it, and just couldn't, because Cassis obviously dealt with the Shriekhorn to slow him down in the early turns, and then put down the Grafdigger's Cage, and then brought back the Grafdigger's Cage just to completely shut down everything that was going on there. No, I thought that was a very interesting match, very well played from I think both players, considering that both of them were dealing with decks just not quite functioning the way they were meant to.
Well, Eli Cassie seemed to be missing just lands, full stop. That was his problem.
Yeah.
Would have been nice to have had a few more lands to play with.
Yeah, a few more lands and a few less goblin engineers, I think, would have been.
But we did see him basically get to a point where it's like you can only kill him with the Creeping Chill. The Creeping Chill wasn't found. He was then able to untap and put the combo into action. Basically, gain infinite life.
Yeah.
So he no longer had a way of dying. And then he had lethal on the way back with the Thopters. So it's just one of those unfortunate things. Is because he was able to get back the Grafdigger's Cage, it meant that his opponent just could never do anything to. He had to game plan to win because the Conflagrate would have been lethal but couldn't be cast.
Yeah, and obviously the Dredge player was taking the Dredges, looking for the Creeping Chills as opposed to taking the Draws, looking for the one remaining. I imagine one remaining Ancient Grudge still in the deck, etc. So
yeah, but you need to have drawn it. That was the problem.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, because it's that sort of card that you need to actually just draw it. It's like, do you dredge or do you draw? And as you were saying, the out at many points there was just hit a Creeping Chill, and obviously you get effectively 3 looks at a Creeping Chill if you're gonna use your Life from the Loam as opposed to your Shriek.
Exactly.
Not Shriekmaws.
Exactly.
Yeah. So you just higher percentage chance of actually just seeing the one card that wins you the game. If you're dredging rather than drawing.
Definitely.
But I think that was still a very interesting match.
It was very close. Very close.
Did you get any bingo cards there? I think you might have
Well, let's have a look.
I feel like you might have gotten something.
Well, I got the Chalice for 1.
You did get Chalice for 1. Absolutely.
I did. I could have had the Conflagrate for lethal.
Yeah.
Eli Cassis, you ruined my day.
That was what I was sort of asking about the Conflagrate coming back, but obviously couldn't.
No, I only got Chalice for 1. We didn't actually see the Jace Fate Seal.
No, we didn't. Unfortunately, we know it happened, but it didn't happen on camera.
Let's have a look at the rest of it. We didn't have. No, unfortunately, we didn't have anything else from my list. But I might still be able to steal this if I can find someone with a Dredge deck who Conflagrates for lethal.
And there's still no one sending any messages. There's just such tight play going on this weekend. That,
it's a bit unfortunate. It's a bit different from when we're doing it at Darksphere.
At Darksphere, exactly. Where you're just like, no, attack with that 0-3.
Why? Because I can.
Because I can, and I will. Yeah, absolutely. Right then, folks. Obviously, we are still doing our giveaway. So if you're just joining us here, thank you very much. And please do hit that follow button. It helps out a ton. But if you are just joining us, we want to give away some packs for MTGA. So if you put into chat, Hogak Summer, all one word. Doesn't matter about your capitalization. As long as Hogak is spelt correctly, we are good. Yeah, so do go and put Hogak Summer, Hogak Summer into chat, and you'll be in with a chance of winning some packs on Arena, which seems nice. I can always do with more packs. But I think with that, we'll take another brief break before the next round. And,
sounds good.
And we will be back with round 14? No. 13 in a moment.
Round 13, yes.
Round 13 in a moment, yes. We'll be back in a moment, folks. See you in it then.
Shortly.
we are back for round 14 of the day. We are about to head down and have a little bit more of a look at how things are going down there. Or at least hopefully very soon. They've just gone to a round table on the main screen.
If the pairings are up though, which is obviously good.
Yep. Round has been paired, and hopefully
pairings for round 13, apparently.
I thought it was.
It should be pairings for round 14.
Yeah.
We counted this one. Pairing should be for round 14.
Yes. Yeah, we thought about this after we went to break, and we were like, no, this is going to be round 14.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, I can't seem to be able to find the pairings. They seem to not have been updated yet. So we'll keep an eye out for those. Jack wants to carry on what he's saying.
Yeah. So I mean, we were just getting ready to go into the next round here. We're starting to see that density of Hogak come in, I think, now. Like, it just keeps appearing on our screens. I don't think that's necessarily going to change anytime soon. As we get up into this top 8, I'm kind of expecting at least a couple to make it into the top 8 at the end of this weekend. Of course, still 3 more rounds. Kind of anything could go. And as we were saying earlier, that compression of the field at the top end with the undefeateds from yesterday not scoring any points in their draft pod this morning. Well, scoring 1 point each in their draft pod this morning kind of really opens up the field quite a long way.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely. It was really fascinating to see that.
Like a lot more people lower down the rankings suddenly have a lot more chance of actually making it to the top 8. So we'll see how that plays out as we go through these last 3 rounds of the Swiss here. Obviously, rounds 14, 15, and 16, and then cuts to the top 8, and we'll get to see what's going on there. Few players that I'd kind of like to see. BBD, who's obviously on the Thopter Sword deck that we've been seeing. He's not done as well as I would like, but he's still close to contention, right? He's still
Sorry, Jack, I just have to interrupt you. I had one of the sickest beats on that. So they've got this round table panel with Steph Manfield, BBD, and Shahar Shenhar. And I believe Maria Bartoli asked the question about winning the World Championships, and Steph Manfield goes, "Oh, it's so great as it's once in a lifetime opportunity." And Shahar Shenhar's like, "No, it's not." It's like, oh my goodness me, that's like so savage. It was brilliant. Like, it was so well delivered. It's just like, oh, it's not. I had to cut you off because it was so well delivered. It was, oh my goodness me, that's brilliant. Really, carry on what you were saying. That was so funny. Oh man, that was mad.
So hopefully we'll see a couple of those Thopter Sword decks continuing to do well throughout the day. The Mardu Death Shadow deck also still putting up some results, which I'm really pleased about, because obviously for me personally, that should be a relatively easy transition from my Grixis deck into the Mardu version.
And I think it's a really good version as well. Like, having watched it, it looked much more resilient to just random stuff. Than because obviously one of the things you would still struggle with is how do you beat a Hogak with the original Grixis Death Shadow list? Or if you go to Mardu, you have access to Path to Exile. Which is obviously hugely important in a lot of matchups. So I would definitely say that switching to a white-based Grixis Death Shadow list is probably the way you want to be going. Because it is one of those ones where you now get access to hard removal for Hogak and Vengevine, and you don't necessarily have to worry about them so much anymore. Plus, let's be honest, Ranger Captain Navios fetching up your Death Shadow is definitely something not to be overlooked. And the Unearth that we saw happen in the match with Jacob Wilson was so good.
Yeah, that was a really nice line, and I kind of feel like that's probably going to be a fairly common line of play, actually. Like, that should happen a reasonable amount of the time. Obviously, if you are just joining us here, we are doing giveaways. ! Hogak Summer in the chat, and we will draw that up as soon as we've got a reasonable number of people in for that prize. for now. Obviously, we're still going to continue just watching some games in a moment. There's a couple of things that I have noticed over the last couple of rounds. We haven't seen any. Is it Phoenix? I don't think.
No, I think we saw one on a backup match, but it was losing to Hogak.
That's pretty common, actually. I have to say, Hogak's matchup against Is It Phoenix seems to be very favoured for the Hogak deck.
Yes, which is strange. It's sort of one of those because they're both very uninteractive with each other. That's a very interesting way to look at it.
Yes. Yeah, it's just the Hogak deck, it seems, has the faster Goldfish game plan. It'll get to the win faster if undisrupted.
Yes.
And because both, yes, theoretically, the Phoenix deck does have some level of interaction. It's got a little bit of access to counter spells, although it doesn't like using that access. And it's obviously got things like Lightning Bolts and Lava Axe and Magmatic Chasms now. But at the same time, because it's not interacting on an axis that the Hogak deck really cares about.
Yes.
I mean, do we see a switch to like Jeskai Phoenix just so they can put like Path to Exile in their decks, or
maybe? But the mana gets very rough at that point. I think that's a challenge that you'd have to overcome. Is how rough does it make your mana? I mean, if it's worth it, it's worth it, and you should definitely go down that route of doing it. But again, it's do you have the right? Is it worth it in Phoenix?
Yeah. Is the power bump?
I don't know the answer to.
Is the power bump worth the loss of consistency that you're going to be getting? Because you will definitely be taking a hit on consistency. It's just a question of, are you going to gain enough in terms of how much you actually win more? So yeah, I mean that's definitely how you need to look at it. It's just a tough thing to necessarily work out in a vacuum. You're going to have to sit down and just play a few dozen games and maybe try and get a feel for it before you can actually work that out. And I think part of the allure of Is It Phoenix this weekend was that it was a known factor going into this weekend from even before Hogak existed. And I think the people who are playing it because A, it was a very well-known deck, and B, because they knew it very well. Generally, these players had been on it, and therefore they understood what their deck was trying to do. So I think that's what we're looking at.
I still think if you were going to go to a modern tournament local to you, you're better off going with the deck you know the best rather than trying to buy this Hogak deck, because probably it's more accentuated at the Mythic Championships because the players are at that ridiculously high level, whereas it's probably better to go on to the your local event where people may not be as au fait with their actual decks. You're probably going to pick up more wins just by playing those decks.
Yeah, absolutely. The top of that leaderboard is wow, that is close. Yeah, look at how tight it is up the top there.
So it looks like Thorolf won his last round.
Mm-hmm.
David Mines lost his last round.
I think yes, absolutely.
John Finkel lost his last round as well. Wafatapa looked like he won the last round.
Won the last round, yep.
Against, unfortunately, the English player taking the loss at that point.
Yeah.
To Wafatapa. And that was interesting because that was Tron versus Esper Control.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it was Eldrazi Tron versus Esper Control. And that was the first time we'd seen Eldrazi Tron in the top of the tables. We are still seeing more Hall of Famers in the top 24 than we're seeing of MPL players, but it's obviously really interesting to see that and how well like Jelger Wiegeshman and John Finkel are doing. They're both obviously live for that top 8 slot at the end of the next 3 rounds. If they obviously get their next 3 rounds to the wins, they both seem to be on Hogak, which is obviously a strong deck. Give them the best chance.
Yeah, the other one that we saw there. The other one that we saw up there was the Eli Cassis, who obviously won his last round on camera on the backup match, taking one of those 10-3 slots with the Urzathop to Sword deck. So that's really interesting. Going very quickly back to the Phoenix discussion that we were having a moment ago. It's been suggested in chat by Thirsty Kitty that what we could actually do is, instead of going from blue-red, we take the mono-red Phoenix deck, add white to it then, and go for a Boros Phoenix list, picking up, again, mostly the Path to Exile. You could also then play the Horizon lands for
Yep, Sunbait Canyons.
yeah for Boros, which would be pretty nice there. I think like the mono red Phoenix deck is already playing Sunbait Canyons just to cycle them. So just add a few more white lands and let's put some Path to Exiles in the deck and see where we go from there.
Yeah, definitely. That'll be interesting to see actually how things roll out. And I think it's one of those things that if you can find the right cards to put in your deck, then I think it can work. The difference with mono red Phoenix is it's very all in on getting the Phoenixes into play as fast as possible. Like you're playing Lava Dart as an example. You're playing more ways to get it into play faster. Plus, it also seems if you're in mono red, then or the base red version, you want to be on just the sort of the prowess version with listicle weirds. Now, there could be very much a world where Boros Phoenix is a great way to go. But you may just end up having to slow the deck down slightly, and that's when you might end up looking at Jeskai Phoenix, but then you might slow it down too much. If you're on Boros Phoenix, you want to be the Blitz deck. You want to be the fastest version of Phoenix with some Path to Exiles. Maybe in the sideboard. You might be better off putting them in the sideboard almost.
Yeah.
Because I think that version can race the Hogak deck, but
I mean that's
it's a strange one.
That's kind of my problem in that every time we've seen Is It Phoenix versus Hogak, what it's come down to is a race. Can the Is It Phoenix beat the Hogak deck in the air before the giant Hogak smashes their face in? Is basically it. And yeah, as you say, the mono red Phoenix. This might be why we're starting to see an increase in the mono red Phoenix, especially on the local metas that we've been looking at. It's very fast when it works. It's extremely fast when it works. It's just a question of it hasn't quite got the consistency that the blue-red one actually has, because obviously the blue gives it a bunch of cantrips and things. So if you're losing the speed because you're coming out of mono red and you're taking this white mana on board, but you're not gaining the consistency because you're not going into blue, again, it's a question of power versus consistency versus speed here. Now it's just a question of that. So there's a lot to be considered there for the Phoenix deck. And that all being said, it might continue being a perfectly fine deck in the metagame. Even this weekend, even today, 24% of the field is Hogak. 76% of the field is not Hogak, which means you still need to be able to beat the other decks. And Is It Phoenix is very good at beating other decks. That's why it's been one of the top decks consistently for the last 6 months.
Agreed. I must say, I obviously will. I think at the end, tell them what I want to play, what we would play, but I definitely know what I'm planning on playing post this event. I've definitely found the deck I want to play after this, or 2 decks I want to play after this event. But it's been really interesting just because I've been scrolling through all of the decks that have been here, and obviously some of the other lists are obviously interesting. We looked at some yesterday with Snowshift being there, Blue-White Quest being there. There were quite a few different decks being played. There were some one-offs of decks that we expect to see more of, such as Boggles and Infect. I still think Infect would have been a great choice for this weekend.
Yeah, actually, I am a little bit surprised that we didn't see any more of it. But I suppose playing into a Ren and 6 world makes it maybe a little less appealing.
Yeah, maybe. But again, we haven't seen that much Ren and 6 outside of the Jund list. So
yeah,
it's mainly picked up in Jund. And there isn't a huge number of Titan Shift lists. I think there's like 2. And there's a couple of Snow Shift lists. There's a couple of Titan Shift lists. They're not driven specifically to win those matchups. I think you could have made a good choice in bringing Infect to this tournament if you were sort of not one of the top players and you wanted a better chance to win. Infect probably would have been a really good choice.
Yeah, it's definitely one of those decks that can just win out of nowhere no matter what your opponent's doing. Again, it's a deck with a nut draw, and we love those decks in Modern because they do just blitz out your opponent.
And also, how main deck do you beat a Blighted Agent with Hogak?
Yeah. I actually don't know, because the only thing that the Hogak deck is doing against other creature decks is attempting to block them, and obviously the Blighted Agent rather puts a stop to that.
We've been here before. We're going to be here again, except this is not just Tron.
This is
Eldrazi Tron.
Yeah.
Wow, that is a hand.
That is bit of a risky keep, I feel. I don't know. I mean, obviously he knows that David Mines is on Jund here, so we've got Sean Gifford on Eldrazi Tron on your left, currently everywhere, and then David Mines on the right on the Jund list. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like that hand is, you know, you're living for this Chalice of the Void on turn 2 against a discard deck. I don't know if that's...
He's unfortunately not found... If he finds a Eldrazi Temple, he has a Thought-Knot Seer able to play, but unfortunately nothing at the moment. We might just see a Shock of an Overgrown Tomb, probably into either a Tarmogoyf or... Oh no, we're going to see another... Oh, we're going to see a cycle of a Twilight... of a Tranquil Thicket, and we drew a copy of Surgical Extraction. Looks like a hand heavier...
There's the Goef, though. There's the Goef off the top for David Mines. That's a really good start.
Yep, he still needs to find red mana at the moment.
He does, but his opponent also hasn't found land 3, so he's pretty good right now.
Yes, and the Tarmogoyf's going to put a decent amount of pressure on. It's obviously already a 3/4.
Passing the turn, no Goef.
Unless he's holding up.
In hand?
His opponent's.
I mean, he's holding up Hardcast the.
He's holding up Lightning Bolt.
Well, he's not though. He's got no red mana.
Okay, so this is. Oh yeah, so I don't know exactly what he's holding up at the moment. Oh no, unless he's wanting to just hardcast the Bloodbraid Elf here. No, so we're going for the Thoughtseize.
Again, he.
Okay, so this will be interesting. So if he takes it, this is actually quite a good Thoughtseize because he can take the Thought-Knot Seer. And then he can Surgical Extraction the Thought-Knot Seer.
Yes.
And then he can, after that, but he's facing down double Dismember, which will remove the Tarmogoyf.
That's why the Goef wasn't bothered playing, because it's just going to die. So
yeah, but again, it gets Dismember out his hand. I think he's obviously looking to a point where he can make the Tarmogoyf a 5/6, which is feasible to do. But if he takes the Thought-Knot, he's going to actually take the Dismember.
Does that mean he's going to play the Goef here, let it get dismembered, and then just know that his next creature's going to land and stick?
He still doesn't have red mana, which is a real issue in this hand at the moment.
Yes, with both Bolt and BBE in hand.
And a Thought-Knot Seer about to come down after this.
Yeah, a little interesting that that Sean Gifford went for the Matter Reshaper rather than the Thought-Knot Seer, just so that he could also hold up the Dismember.
Mm-hmm. And also then the Thoughtseize didn't take the Thought-Knot Seer.
Yeah, that's also very weird. I mean, I do have to say David's hand is...
not very good at the moment.
Not great, yeah. So maybe he doesn't care about the Thought-Knot Seer, but surely you always care about the Thought-Knot Seer. Unless he's effectively using it as sort of a pseudo cycle kind of plan. He's going to take the Dismember, and then he's going to play the Goef. Okay.
Which will outsize most things in play, which is obviously a good thing.
Yep. Including
all this dust is not far away.
Including the Thought-Knot Seer, obviously.
Yep. So now get to see how many Dismembers that the Eldrazi Tron list is running. Is it the full 4? In fact, I can actually tell you because I looked it up.
I was going to say I'm going to go look up David Mines' list. So
I've already got both of them. Yeah, if you look up David's list, I'll look up
Sean's list. Yeah.
Sean. He has 2 Dismembers in the main, and there's the Tarmogoyf.
And they're both gone now.
Yep.
And that Goef is currently actually 4/5. Yes. Sorcery, instant, land, and artifact. Very nice. Very nice. Big enough to tussle with the Thought-Knot Seer in combat. And as I say, this is the sort of thing that I was talking about. He's letting Sean cast the Thought-Knot Seer, lose a card from his hand, probably the BBE, let's be honest.
Yep.
And then eventually that Thought-Knot Seer will die, and it will have been a slow cycling of again, probably the BBE.
Interesting, Sean is now, with that Eldrazi Temple, is only 1 mana off casting the All is Dust. So we're going to see Thought-Knot Seer here. We're going to see Nurturing Peatland, BB, Bloodbraid Elf, and a Lightning Bolt.
Yep. Neither of those spells able to be cast with David Mind's current mana base. Whoop! We drew. There's the red source. Okay.
Oh, turn too late. But it comes into play tapped as well.
Yeah.
That's pretty harsh. It's pretty rough.
I mean, he's going for the peatland. Go for the cycle on the
sense.
peatland. Seems to be a sensible maneuver.
Finds an Assassin's Trophy. That's good. Deals with the Thought-Knot Seer. Does turn on All His Dust, but again, it deals with the Thought-Knot Seer, which is probably the problematic card now, as it does draw him an extra card.
Well, I think
there's something to be said for that.
Yeah, I think what you probably are doing is waiting to see what your opponent does, and then probably doing it on their end step, just so that you get a turn where they're not all as dusting. Okay, going in with the Goif. Interesting. Offering up the trade for either Thought-Knot Seer or Matter Reshaper. And we're going to see... Oh, okay, we're going to see the Assassin's Trophy right now.
Which obviously means this does turn on the All Is Dust in hand.
But again, that's only a 1/1.
Another red source.
You know.
Yes, I agree.
That's only
he
a
sees
1/1.
another. He sees a Bloodstained Mire the draw for the turn.
Okay. Well, that means that next turn, at least, he has an untapped red source, which allows him to cast that Lightning Bolt, get probably the Matter Reshaper off the battlefield, and just empty the battlefield entirely.
I wouldn't go playing that land. You've already played one.
You've already played a land for the turn. Peatland. Yep, there we go.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. He remembers.
Yep. And
very easy fix.
That's a waste off the top there.
That's another land. So you could just attack with the Reshaper, make another Matter Reshaper.
I actually quite like that line.
You don't need to. The Goif isn't putting you under that much pressure. Plus, the value you can get off of the Matter Reshaper dying can be really important as well.
Yeah, I think you'd also be relatively happy losing, say, this Matter Reshaper to the Lightning Bolt. Is in hand. Okay.
Another land, the draw for the turn there from David.
That's unfortunate. That is very unfortunate. David Mines is very, very much behind the ball on this one.
Ghost Quarter the draw for the turn.
Another land, but at the same time, not actually a bad one to pick up here. He can try and not...
All Is Dust.
Ooh, yeah. Get in for 6. Okay.
He knows about the Lightning Bolt still because he had the Thought-Knot Seer. I mean, literally right now you need something like draw Bloodbraid Elf, find a Liliana, or find something like a Liliana.
Well,
there's a Liliana.
There's a Liliana, so that's half of that.
That's not terrible. I mean, you could play Liliana plus Liliana. But instead we're going to go... Because the plus gets rid of the card hand. We're going to go for the minus.
Yep.
So we're going to reveal a Blast Zone. Comes into play. At least the Liliana is protected by this Lightning Bolt. I would have made the fetch land.
Yeah, me too. I quite like the plus plan there. Oh.
Does you see a power plant the draw for the turn?
Yeah.
I mean, the Eldrazi Tron has a lot of big outs right now to just join a walking ballista.
Yeah, this is it. Just because it's got so much mana in play, it can do everything. Bolt, thump, tower. That's the third Tron piece?
Wow,
that's much
Tron
mana.
Online,
so much mana now.
Nothing to do with it. Again, the problem is that if he draws anything off the top of his deck, he's just going to cast it.
I mean, so I think the reason David there played out the forest rather than the fetch land. Oh, big draw with a fetch land in hand. Wow. Big draw, Tireless Tracker, fetch land in hand.
That's huge.
That's so good. Obviously, leaves him a little bit dead to the Blast Zone on the other side of the battlefield in that both. I
mean, the thing is, it has Tron online. Nothing you can do about that.
No.
I mean, you're guaranteed to get 2 clues.
Yep. Yep. Crack.
He's going to crack the first one now.
I think I would. Yeah, I'd be interested.
No, I mean, you can't do anything with the mana, and your opponent has no cards in hand, so it doesn't matter if you do it now or later on. We're going to draw another Tireless Tracker.
Let's hold on to that one.
Let's hold on to that one.
Yep. Especially, again, with that fetch land in play.
Send the Blast Zone up to 3. The problem is like, if Sean draws any relevant card now, it's so bad for you if you're in David's seat. Let's see what he draws. Hidden from us, but he's looking at his mana. Obviously wasn't that good because he hasn't instantly slammed it on the table.
Oh, it's another Eldrazi Temple.
Eldrazi Temple.
That's not what you want to see.
It's not that bad because he's now got these 2 cards covered. He doesn't have to do anything yet.
Nope.
He's going to do it in the upkeep.
Upkeep seems reasonable.
Pop the Blast Zone,
I suppose.
So he gets to crack the fetch land in response. I was just discussing how this is going to go. Oh, so it's in the draw steps. He's going to draw. Oh wow, it's a Liliana. So he's basically going to replace the battlefield right now.
All he needs to do is yeah, exactly.
I mean, the best draw here is like a Renin 6 as well.
And we'll get a clue. Yes. Yeah. Like
if he
drawing a Renin 6 just gives you so much value here because you just start getting back fetch lands, drawing a bunch of extra cards off them. Yeah, these go away. But I'll hold on to these dice for a moment, I think.
Yes. No need to get rid of them quite yet.
Yeah. Yep. Here's the Tireless Tracker. Seems good. Here's the Liliana. Seems good. Tick Liliana up. Nobody discards anything. You see a smile there from Gifford.
Can't do anything about that.
All that work.
What does he find?
Looks like
Walking
another
Ballista.
Matter Reshaper. Yeah.
Oh, is it a Matter Reshaper? It looked like a walking... Oh, it's a Matter Reshaper. That's fine. It's not a Walking Ballista. It looked like a Walking Ballista when it first came off.
It's a land for David. I love this because anything he drew there was good. A land is another clue, is another draw. A spell is obviously a spell, so you're happy. I think we crack the clue first here before playing the land.
The land. No,
I would have cracked the clue to see if there was anything I was going to need to do this turn, but
he's going to up the Liliana first. He wants to up the Liliana first.
Yeah.
Draw another. He draws a fetch land,
which is going to be good for next turn.
Spin the wheels again. Get another clue.
This tracker can now attack through the Matter Reshaper with no fear because it is now a 5/4.
I think you fatal push actually.
I don't
know. Yes, you do because you sacrificed a clue.
Oh yes, you did. Of course you did. Yes, you sacrificed 2 clues. In fact, I always forget that works.
Because your opponent's going to block anyway.
I was going to say, he's offering the block here. Okay. He's going to take it because he's feeling like he wants to get at the Liliana. But if you're going to fatal push, you have to fatal push now. Nope, never mind.
That's a Mind Stone. That's a redraw.
Yep. Especially considering the amount of mana you have, you just don't care.
Yeah, you're not struggling with mana.
That looked like a Walking Ballista.
Or a Chalice of the Void.
Which would do precisely 0.
Yeah, it wouldn't be great.
Upstairs.
Those are all his dust. Wow. If that is all his dust, that's huge.
That's big, yeah.
But he can now fatal push.
Yep.
So that's double, because he's got 2 all his dust in the deck. Yeah, so we're going to see the fatal push now with the Revolt trigger.
Khan, the Great Creator on top.
Okay, goes to hand.
Yep.
Can we find a Bloodbraid Elf before we get locked out the game?
No, we can find a Renin 6 though, but that isn't. We've got a Nurturing Peatland in the graveyard that we can use to cycle.
I like that. Yeah, so I think you just say you make Renin 6, get back the Nurturing Peatland, play the Peatland and activate it. You're trying to find Bloodbraid Elf at this point, I believe.
I mean, or you can find the cycle land and just cycle it, whichever.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, this is actually better because it still leaves you with the land. You can still play the land for the turn. That's a Scooz. That's a
huge.
Pretty good draw there. It's a shame he's had to use so much of his green mana this turn. but
It's
at
fine.
the same time,
It's a threat.
yep. Of course, this all being said, I think the Khan the Great Creator can go and get the Myosynth Lattice this turn and cast it,
Yes.
completely shutting down everything that David is doing.
And a Reality Smasher as well.
Oh, was that a Reality Smasher off the top?
Yes.
Oh, that might just be lethal.
No, it's not, because the Scavenging Ooze can grow by 1.
Yeah, making it a 3/3 and also putting David up to 4, and at that point he also gets to then block, take only 2 off the Reality Smasher, and goes to 2. Oh, that was a very good draw. Sean's had a series of pretty mediocre draws into a couple of very good ones.
Mm-hmm. Oh, definitely. I mean, and this is why this matchup feels like it favours the Eldrazi Tron list, because they have so many much bigger spells.
Yep.
Like, admittedly, he needed double all his dust to get the game, to get it done. And the Great Creator's going to come down as well. Leaves him with 6 mana available.
Myosynth Lattice is, I believe, 5?
No, it's more than that.
Is it?
Mycosynth Lattice is 6, so he could cast Mycosynth Lattice as well. Yeah, he's just going to count it up.
He's counted it up and he's gone. Yeah, we're gonna Lattice
Down to 3. Goes to a sideboard. See if it's Mycosynth Lattice. I'm gonna get another tick on my. I'm gonna get another tick on my box. Oh no! Please get.
Oh no! There we go. He went past it and then he was like, "Yeah, no, that is the best thing to get."
I mean, he could just make a ballista and kill him. He's gonna get the Synth Lattice. He's gonna give me my bingo square.
Yeah.
I mean, the actual line is the actual line he should have just the ballista obviously isn't lethal yet, but
no, it is.
It is.
Adds 6
ballista
mana.
would have been lethal.
Yeah. Yes.
Ballista would have been lethal. No, it would have been lethal because you just trample over the top with the Reality Smasher.
With the Reality Smasher, yes.
Yeah.
It's lethal with the Reality Smasher, but it isn't on its own lethal. So yeah, that was an interesting game.
Got a square.
Yeah, that was an interesting game. Yeah, it definitely felt like the Eldrazi Tron player there had to get really lucky to draw both of those all his dusts, and then obviously
that's why you put 2 in the deck, right?
Well, I mean, yeah, absolutely. And then obviously had the Blast Zone kill both of the permanents on the other side of the battlefield.
Yeah, finding the Blast Zone plus double all his dust is pretty obnoxious.
Yeah.
But again, it's why the main deck matchup should be good for Eldrazi Tron, because you have the ability to draw those cards. Plus, you also can draw 5/5s, which do generally outmatch what the Tron deck's playing if they're not ahead.
Yeah, absolutely. Should we go to the sideboards then and have a little look-see at what's in the sideboard? Do you want to do yours first? This is the Eldrazi Tron sideboard.
The Eldrazi Tron list is obviously your standard Khan sideboard plan of Walking Ballista, Ensnaring Bridge, Mycosynth Lattice, Pithing Needle, Tormod's Crypt, Basilisk Collar, Grafdigger's Cage, Liquid Metal Coating, Mystic Forge, and then you have Spatial Contortions, Wormcoil Engines, and Leyline of the Void. I'm sure the ones that stand out the most are your Wormcoil Engines, your Mystic Forges is just more value. It's hard to know exactly because so much of your deck is good main deck anyway. It's not like you have a bad main deck anyway against what they're doing.
You're actually constrained by how much you want to take out rather than the amount you have to bring in here. Yeah.
Yes. And I don't think, maybe you might see some of the Chalice of the Voids disappearing. But again, the rest of the deck's all pretty good. Maybe the Warping Well as well. That seems a little bit bad in this current matchup.
I don't know. Maybe the Chalice of the Voids are okay on the play because you can limit the amount of hand disruption your opponent can cast. You're giving them one turn window to cast their Thought Seizes and their Inquisitions of Kozilek. But I'm not 100% on that particular plan. Maybe the demo's already done.
I mean, I'm just looking at the deck list at the moment. I mean, it might just be because of those items. You would rather just try and minimize the amount you're sideboarding because your deck's so good already against them.
For the Juns list, the sideboard is Collective Brutality, Engineered Explosives, a Ghost Quarter, so an extra land in the sideboard, and it happens to be a wasteland to a certain degree. Plague Engineer, Collector Oof, which seems good here.
Yeah.
This seems
Card
like the
seems
sort
good.
of matchup you want it in for. Fulminator Mage, Leyline of the Void, and Weather the Storm.
I think it's less gross against this deck than Tron, because obviously so much is based on creatures as well. You have a lot more relevant early game creatures, things like Matter Reshaper, Thought Not See, Reality Smasher, and they're all bigger than Collector Oof. So that's something to also bear in mind.
Yeah, absolutely. You're definitely right there. It's not shutting down quite as much naturally as it would be against regular Tron.
No, it's interesting. They've actually, on one of the backup matches, they've actually got Mono Red Prowess versus Urza Thopter Sword.
Ooh.
With no Urza, but the Thopter Sword combo. So it's interesting we're seeing. So one, Jose Rodriguez Lopez is on the Mono Red Prowess list, and his opponent, Manuel Lenz, is on Urza Thopter Sword.
Yep. And this is definitely the Prowess list. It's not Phoenix.
Swissbit and Soulscar Mage.
Yep. We see
a couple of some life being gained.
I love that. I love that maneuver. So Manuel Lenz has his tokens, all of them in the same very big sleeve. So when he makes more, he just pulls more out the back.
Yeah.
Which that's a pretty tasty maneuver. I like that.
Mm-hmm. And this is without Urza as well. So this is hard moding it.
Yep.
We're actually, so this is mid combat actually. So this is the attack of one Jose Rodriguez Lopez. So obviously, there's been one trigger so far onto the prowess creatures.
Yep. That's what that dice is representing there. If we can see a second one, I believe one of us gets another square on our bingo cards. I think it might be me.
No surprise there then. Nope. There's no prowess.
No. Dang. Yep, just playing another Monastery Swift Sphere.
Oh, yeah, because it was a light up the stage the previous turn.
Oh, right, that's what that was. Well, actually, I imagine that the light up the stage was what was giving them that prowess trigger.
Yes, agreed. Obviously, they're back ready for the main feature match. So obviously, we've looked at some of the stuff we can bring in. You might just bring us also with the Eldrazi Tron list. You might just bring in Wormcoil Engines. Because that card is really good against Tron, against
Turn
Jun.
one, Thoughtseize. Still good.
A pretty decent hand. So we've got Expedition Map, Spatial Contortion, Matter Reshaper, and Karn. 2 Tron pieces. They're both mines. Bear that in mind. They're not different. They're not different Tron pieces. They are the same, and an Eldrazi Temple. So you probably, I don't know. It's an interesting take actually, because they're still casting the Matter Reshaper on turn 2. Yep. But again, Matter Reshaper's not that scary.
No.
Depending on what your hand is.
It's mostly just annoying. I think maybe it's the Spatial Contortion actually.
Depends what you're getting into play.
Okay, so you've got a Tireless Tracker, Liliana of the Veil, Surgical Extraction, Forest, and Ghost Quarter in hand as the Jund player here. So I think he took the map. I was actually considering that maybe you would want to keep the Tireless Tracker alive and remove the Spatial Contortion, but I'm not 100% that that's the right line of thinking.
We just drew another map. Oh
because
dear,
of course
map into map. Yeah, because of course that's how they drew it up.
But another fetch land off the top for David Mines is actually pretty good here. He needed second Black Source for Liliana. A fetch land with Tireless Tracker is obviously amazing. We see the Matter Reshaper on turn 2.
Yep, and that's he's also found the tower. So the expedition map can now go look for the power plant.
Yes.
That's a Collector Oof. That's really good. Collector Oof right now is really good because he then can't activate the expedition map.
Yeah.
Again, let's just look at it this way. The Oof is a 2/2 against a 3/2, so the opponent's still attacking. And also he does have the Spatial Contortion.
Yes.
So he still has an answer to the Oof.
And that was the other reason that I was thinking that you would take that Spatial Contortion, right? The map, certainly the first map, wasn't getting him Tron because he was missing 2 Tron pieces. So
he didn't have oof in the opening hand, so obviously I
no, but he
think
did
it's
have the
probably better to
tireless
take the map.
tracker, and he has the
Yes.
chance of drawing an oof. Yeah, I'm a little bit interested in why David made that play over the other ones available.
So he's
to
going
him.
after the mine, and it's probably going to get extracted.
Yep, nice.
Which means he
And
gets the one in hand as well.
I like that. That's nice. Yeah. And completely shutting down Tron. And yes, I would like to look in your library actually and take out all of the Tron pieces. Oh, he's brought in a Microsynth Lattice into the main board
deck.
there. Yeah.
And the what's it called? The Mystic Forge as well.
Oh, okay.
And the Worm Coil engines have come in. So and he's still got all his Khans as well. Which is very interesting. He still decided to keep the Khans in the main.
Huh.
Oh wow. 4 different artwork mines.
Mines, yeah.
Just what you
they
need.
Are they the different season artworks? Is that what's going on there?
I don't know. I mean, to me, they're all just different artwork.
Yeah, I don't know enough about Urza Tronland artworks to be able to tell, but I know that I had a friend who used to have his set be the different seasons. All 4 were the different seasons.
Very nice.
It actually looks nice, and then he wanted to get rid of them and just get all of the same season because he realised that while looking through his deck, it was actually just really hard to identify which one was which.
Yeah, that is true. Some of the mines do look like towers and vice versa.
Exactly.
Like
the
one you...
that mine at the top of the thing there, I would instinctively go, well, that's a tower because it's got a tower on it.
Yes, exactly. Obviously, another matter reshaper. So the hand's coming together very nicely here for Sean.
Yeah, he's got it coming together pretty well. Coming in for 3 here, down to 13 is David Mines.
He gets to play another one, which is quite scary.
Yes, yeah, this is it. Obviously, with the surgical extraction in hand, you do go after the Tron piece, but without that, do you just go after the Eldrazi Temple?
It's a Fulminator Mage.
That's a nice pickup as well.
I mean, yeah, I might have in hindsight gone after the Eldrazi Temple.
Not that he wouldn't have been able to cast a Matter Reshaper this turn, but it would have slowed him down from casting Thought Not Seers and...
if he'd have took out the Eldrazi Temple, he wouldn't have been able to cast Matter Reshaper this turn. Oh, no, he would have, sorry. He would have still cast it, sorry, yeah.
He just wouldn't have the mana.
He would have used all his mana.
Yeah.
So do we see the Liliana here?
Probably going to go for a Blood Crypt here, get the red mana online, and also get the
second black as well.
Yeah. Yep, there we go. Like you say, I think it's probably Liliana this turn because you still know about that spatial contortion. You don't want to play a Tireless Tracker when you aren't instantly playing a land afterwards.
Exactly.
That being said, is Liliana particularly good? I mean, we might just see the Fulminator Mage. The problem there is, what are you doing with it? Are you hoping to block with it, or are you just blowing up a land straight away? Get rid of that Eldrazi Temple. Try and slow down the Eldrazi Temple.
The problem is they've still got 3/2/2s in place, so it's not like they're...
Yeah, that's my fear. You know, you go, okay, we'll blow up one of your lands, and they go, cool, I'm going to beat you for 6 every turn, and you're already at 10.
Yeah, you're low on life at the moment. See a power plant off the top.
So we
can see Khan, the Great Creator. We might go for Ensnaring Bridge, or it depends on what he wants to go for. But I mean, you could go pick up a Worm Coil engine if there's one still in your sideboard. You could go pick up the Walking Ballista. That's an option as well.
I mean, your last game it would have been amazing because obviously you had all that mana. This game you're only dealing with 4 mana. So maybe it's not as good here, although it looks like Sean Gifford is really considering it.
Looking for the Walking Ballista.
Yeah. I don't think Ensnaring Bridge is the way you want to go because obviously you're actually already winning on board. So
yes.
We're going down, and we're going to get...
Liquid metal coating.
Yeah.
So we can turn lands into artifacts. Or his opponent's lands into a land into an artifact. Because liquid metal coating, for those who don't know, is tap target permanent becomes an artifact in addition to its other types until end of turn. So you can target lands with that. Yep. Tarmogoyf. That's pretty big. That's instant. Well, sorry, it's land, sorcery, instant artifact. Yeah, it's pretty big. But we might see the Liliana first here.
He knows the liquid metal coating's coming down. He might, slam the Liliana now because he's going to have trouble playing it if Sean Gifford goes after what is probably the most obvious target, which would be the dual land in the Blood Crypt.
He's actually plussing.
Wow. Well, he's not got a land for that Tireless Tracker, so it looks a little bit mediocre at the moment. And Sean Gifford is going to bin the liquid metal coating just to keep hold of this spatial contortion so that he can take out the Collector Oof at some point in the near future.
See the Mystic Forge, the draw for the turn.
This was nice a sideboard card that he's actually brought into the main deck here, isn't it?
Yeah. It's going to be pretty good here. Obviously, he's going to lose the spatial contortion, but obviously, and gets to cast but it depends. If he wants to go with the spatial contortion, it forces the block, but then he's going to cast a Tarmogoyf after that. So he's going to lose whatever he doesn't cast here.
Yeah, and it looks like he'd rather go after the Oof.
Yes.
Mystic Forge is a very powerful card. You know, the sort of acting very much in this deck like Experimental Frenzy is kind of amazing, considering that we have seen things like Affinity just straight up play Experimental Frenzy.
So he's minusing down.
Going and getting... this is how he protects the Mystic Forge. He just goes and puts any card from his sideboard into his hand. And now he's protected from the Liliana.
Yes, you might just go get a Chalice.
Yeah. Yeah, you're like, this ain't...
You already have an artifact in the graveyard for the Tarmogoyf.
Yep. Well, you have to go and get an artifact, don't you? So... You're always putting an artifact in the graveyard, so even if that wasn't there is just no choice on this. It's, I have to get an artifact, and there is another artifact in my hand, so I'm always growing a potential Goyf that Sean doesn't necessarily know about, but obviously he has to be wary of.
Definitely. So it's an interesting line here. So I think if you send both in, it's do you trade with the Fulminator Mage or activate? I think right now you just trade with it.
I think you let Liliana die and kill this Khan, maybe? No. Okay, it looks like there's a bit of a judge query going on here before we move to blockers.
So at the moment, he's still only got one card in... Sean's only got one card in hand, and the Khan did downtick. So, unless he's missed something...
I think that's the question. That might be the question. It's, I ticked down the Khan, and then I did nothing, and I moved to attack. And again, I think this is just a slight brain failure here. As we were discussing yesterday with an incident that occurred, it's, I've already moved on to the next decision, because... this decision doesn't actually matter, because whatever I get is going straight in the graveyard. So yeah, he's down-ticked the Khan, and then he's moved to combat, and theoretically he could have gotten a level of information out of that by the way David went to go to blockers. And rewinding the game at this point becomes a little bit tricky, because now you go, oh, if he's going to block and you didn't want him to block, maybe you don't bother attacking anymore. And it's a very tough thing, and I have to say that I do not envy judges having to resolve calls like this. Oh, okay, they're going to wind it back. And we are going to go and get a card out of our sideboard. We're going to go and get a Walking Ballista.
I think it's because the judge kind of interrupted.
Oh, right. That might have been it. That might have been it. And obviously we've got the head judge talking to David Mines here. David doesn't seem unhappy with that resolution.
No.
It has to be said, I don't think many players would argue this one too hard.
Nope. Agreed. Definitely agreed with that one.
Because you can see what the intent is. It's just...
Yep.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, so it's interesting. So we're going to go for the line of...
Block, sack.
Block and sack.
Which... obviously he's then going to use the mana from the land before it gets destroyed to go and tutor up another land with the expedition map, which would have been another way of just putting a card in hand to discard to Liliana here. That neither of us particularly thought about, because I think we were both thinking about the Collector Oof still being on the battlefield.
Yep.
Liliana will obviously go down to 1 from this.
I mean, I don't know. I might have taken the trade at that point.
Yeah. There's definitely that aspect, right? The sort of problem is you don't want to give your opponent even more cards by killing off a Matter Reshaper and letting them draw.
I mean, if you're David Mines, you're so far behind at this point.
You really are. Like this is looking very good for the Eldrazi Tron player.
Right, let's see what your draw is for the turn then.
And that is another Collector Oof. Not actually doing anything at this point.
Tarmogoyf is definitely the line.
Yeah, I think we play Goyf and we possibly don't even plus the Liliana. Because you know that Sean's got chaff and maybe you are...
But you can't leave him with 2 gas cards in hand.
Yeah.
Like he's got Mystic Forge and Walking Ballista, neither of which you want to leave in play. Plus, the Collector Oof isn't doing anything at this point.
No, because it should be noted that obviously Sean did go and tutor up a Blast Zone there and then played it. So he's got, as you say, 2 gas cards in hand. And you know that one of them's a Walking Ballista. And there we go.
So we're going to see the Walking Ballista hit the bin. There's the Tarmogoyf. It's also like, if you don't want to keep both of them because both of them are going to get eaten by the Blast Zone, which you can tick to 2, as we see a Spatial Contortion in the draw. Quickly check the size of the Tarmogoyf.
Yep. I'm seeing artifacts, instant, land, creature, sorcery.
So Spatial Contortion could have been a great draw for this turn. Oh no, it looks like a Ghost Quarter, sorry.
Yeah.
Yep, Ghost
no,
Quarter,
I thought it was a
Mystic
Spatial
Forge.
Contortion as well, actually.
Now we get to see the power of the new M20 rare card. Look at the top card. Able to cast artifacts from the top of your deck, or you can tap it, lose a life, and exile the top card of your library. And you may look at the top card of your library at any point. And we're going to see a trade-off here for the Liliana.
Yeah, trade a 1 Matter Reshaper for the Liliana. Amusingly, because you can look at the top of the library, you know exactly what it is you're getting with this Matter Reshaper. And if you say desperately needed something to come into play, you could exile that top card. Or we're going to go up with Karn and just pass the turn. No trade desired there.
Scavenging Ooze is the top card of the library.
That's not bad. Obviously, you'd rather have that with a bit more land and preferably some more green in play, but it's not a bad pickup. It is a creature. It is a blocker. We're going to sacrifice the Liliana to Matter Reshaper, which is basically the exact same thing as what would have happened.
Wow. The Dismember, though, is going to be really painful here because of the Tarmogoyf now can't attack.
It's going in anyway.
It can't, though, because it's just going to get eaten by the Matter Reshaper and the Dismember.
Yeah.
You've just seen the Dismember. So, yeah, you lose 4. the Tarmogoyf dies.
Yeah.
Tarmogoyf was a 5/6. It has no power. Or even if it has 1 power.
It doesn't matter.
Nope.
Yeah. Nope. That is not a trade. That is a scoos. And you are still at 10. Like, it's not a massive life total.
This Mystic Forge starts to attack for 4.
Yeah, of course. Of course. I hadn't even thought about
Send in
that.
the Mystic Forge for 4. That was possibly the worst card that could have come off the top if you're in David's position.
Yes. Yeah, not only is it card advantage, it also happens to be a beta with the card.
Well, take 7.
Oh, there's an Endbringer.
Oh, wow.
Bringing very much the end to this game.
The end has been brung.
Well,
I do believe that'll be the session. There's a land. Thanks very much. Good game. Well played. Sean Gifford marches on to 12-2.
That is
wow.
Very, very good.
David Mines, unfortunately, drops to 10-3.
Yep, a very good position for David Gifford to be in for a top 8 run here. What do you reckon? Probably win one more, or do you reckon?
Isn't it?
I mean,
I think it's
probably.
They always say X and 4.
Yeah.
X and 4 is like the worst you need to get into top 8. There's 2 rounds to go. So he's 11-3. Sorry, he's 12 Sorry,
he's 12-2.
He's 12-2
because he was paired down
so
this turn.
He might be able to double ID if he gets the right pairings.
Yeah.
There's a chance that he can double ID.
And obviously his tiebreakers are going to be pretty good, pretty darn good at the moment, probably. So if he's worried about that, he's probably well off.
Well,
we're moving back to our
backup match.
Which was obviously the Prowess deck versus the Urza Thopter Sword deck. And it looks like the Urza Sword deck has got this well under control. We have an Urza Lord High Artificer on the battlefield. We just are missing the Thopter Foundry at the moment for the combo. We actually see one in the graveyard, I believe. Yep.
But his opponent has 1 card. Except this is a lot of damage.
Attacking with Urza Lord High Artificer. That's amazing. Didn't think I'd see that this weekend.
Yeah, there we go.
Double, lightning bolt in hand, lightning bolt off the top. Not doing anything. Well, okay. That seems like the match to the Thopter Sword deck 2-0. Just absolutely crushing it there.
Yeah, definitely. I'm looking forward to their Time Warp magic. They've got the back table coming up for their Time Walk.
Oh, good. Do you know what decks they were? Or?
It's Gregor Kowalski versus Martin Mueller.
Oh, there's some names. Yeah, nice. No, that should be interesting.
So I will have a quick look at what decks they're playing, and because they've already said that that's going to be their Time Warp match. Unfortunately, only one of them is in the MPL. Martin Mueller is not in the MPL yet, so Gregor Kowalski is on. This is K to this. So if you want to carry on talking, Jack,
I was going to say,
pull up just wait for my computer to load in their deck lists.
Don't forget, folks. Obviously, we're doing the giveaways today of some packs on Arena. Exclamation point Hogak Summer is how you're going to enter that, and hopefully we'll get you some sweet MTGA packs.
I've got the decks.
Go on.
I know what they're playing. You have on one side of the table, you have Hogak in the hands of Martin Mueller.
Yep.
And then the hero of our times, Gregor Kowalski, is playing the emphatic blue-white control.
Okay, yeah. I tell you what's weird. There's a lot of decks today that I've been classifying as the hero that I wouldn't have even a few months ago.
Yeah, exactly. And it's very strange, isn't it?
You're like,
it's so...
Jund, our hero Jund player, and you're like,
I know.
Really?
Yeah, no, I know. It's like, really? Are you sure we're talking about the same person here? Yes, we are.
Yeah. Blue-white do-nothing control is our hero. And it's like, no, I don't think so. But yeah, that is the way Modern is at the moment. It's basically anyone that isn't Hogak is kind of the hero this weekend.
Yeah, pretty much.
Which
Yeah, it's a strange one, isn't it?
yeah, very very odd world we're living in at the moment as far as Modern is concerned. But
Definitely.
yeah. So yeah, do you feel like, as you were saying, that is kind of the way Eldrazi Tron versus Jund is going to go? Eldrazi Tron just has these big cards, and as much as Jund's game plan is always to reduce the game to like 0, right? It wants as little in play or in hand from either side because it knows that all of its cards off the top are powerhouses. The problem is Eldrazi Tron knows that all of its cards are powerhouses, and unlike regular Tron, where Jund can occasionally punk them out and not let them cast anything, Eldrazi Tron stuff is all cheap enough to basically always be castable.
So the biggest problem I have with the Jund versus Eldrazi Tron is the same with Jund versus Tron. Once they're online, their top decks are just simply better than yours.
Yeah.
Apart from say Bloodbraid Elf, they top deck just better than yours. Like if you look at top deck in Thought-Knot Seers, Reality Smashers, Walking Ballistas, it's one of those strange ones. Probably more so with Tron is to the extremes. Is when a Tron player is going off the top and it's got Tron is online. It's just well, my top decks are generally going to be better than yours. Whereas Jund wants to get to that stage against most deck where it knows its top decks are better. Yeah. Against Tron and Eldrazi Tron, it's not quite the same.
I'm actually not going to show the Time Walk match for you because they've just finished up and I kind of don't want to spoil it. I'm hoping.
Well, it's already been spoiled.
The coverage team is going to. Yeah, but our stream hasn't seen it.
Ah, yes.
They're watching us. So I'm hoping
yes, that's true.
that they might go, oh, okay, we'll rewind it and we'll see what's actually happened and just watch Game 3 or something. Because they did go to a Game 3 with Hogak versus Blue White Control there, but I'm
Definitely.
not 100% on it, and obviously if they throw back to the news desk here, we know that that's not happening, and I will be rather sad because I was interested in seeing how that game had progressed.
Yes. Yeah. We'll soon find out, depending on where it goes. But I think it's just interesting that the power level of Modern has moved to a point where when there is a best deck, it's so much better than everything else that it's comically better than everything else. Like before, like they said with the previous ones, like when Humans was the best deck, it was a 9% share of the metagame. When Tron was the most popular, it was 13% of the metagame. Now Hogak's the most popular, it's 24% of the metagame on day 2. That's insane.
Yeah, that is.
In terms of power level and playability, it also shows how consistent it is that many pro players are willing to bring it to an event of this level. It's not a flash in the pan deck. It is incredibly consistent.
Yeah, exactly. I think that's the sort of key point there. It's that despite the banning and despite being a new-ish deck, it is very consistent. It has a lot of just ways of sorting its draws out, and it doesn't even really need to deal with that much in the way of weird things that it has to get to work together. It just kind of all does exactly what it's intended to do, and will go off a fairly high frequency.
Yes.
So yeah, no, absolutely.
Agreed.
And as you say, the power of it this weekend, 24% of the metagame on day 2, definitely not something to be sniffed at. We'll have to see how it breaks down. You know, once we've got all the numbers, like how many went, 7 and 3 and better, and that's a really good look at the metagame actually when we get those numbers at the end.
Yep. Be very interesting.
Yes. To just see how it breaks down like that. Right then, it looks very much like, unfortunately, we aren't going to see that backup match. So I will tell you that Martin Mueller managed to win that with he was on Blue White Control, wasn't he? Or was he?
He was on Hogak.
He was the Hogak. So Hogak beating out Blue White Control. Another Hogak deck at 11 wins there.
I know, it's mad.
It's pretty crazy, right?
Deck's good. Like when the deck is good, this deck's good, and when the people are playing it that much, then fair play to them. They're going to play it to the win because that deck has been incredibly consistent today and yesterday as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
With a couple of rounds to go.
Yeah, absolutely. Right then, before we head to the break, just as a reminder, folks, we are doing giveaways. ! Hogak Summer is how you're going to enter. And if you want some free some chance a chance at some free packs on MTGA! Exclamation point Hogak Summer. I don't think there was any bingo card stuff there.
There was.
Have a quick check.
Just pull them up.
Mycosynth Lattice in play.
Yes. I'm allowed one of my squares.
You are indeed. I don't think there's anything else though.
Yeah, unfortunately, you didn't get your prowess creatures pumped twice.
No, they were only pumped once as well.
Oh, yeah,
and still no message sending for me to actually win this.
No, unfortunately not.
And I'm determined to not just cheese this in here. I have to get it legitimately. Someone has to have really sent a message.
I mean, I was just glad to have a square ticked off. I'm lagging so far behind Jack at the moment.
Yeah, if you come back and win this with this board, like someone goes, oh, let's put Dredge on, and they go Conflagrate for lethal, I'm going to be deeply annoyed with how this has ended. Anyway, folks, with that, we're going to leave you for a very quick break once again, and whoop, that's me breaking things. We're going to leave you for a very quick break, and we will be back in probably 5 to 10 minutes.
I am now a computer screen. I'm now OBS software.
You are OBS software. It's great. Don't even worry about it. Right then, folks, we will see you in a few minutes.
Excellent.
Oh, no, that's the wrong one. There we go. Hello,
That's good.
everyone.
Good start.
Yeah, welcome back to this round 15 of the Modern at Mythic Championship IV in Barcelona. Obviously,
Welcome back.
we are back here with John Partridge. Yeah, looking forward to these last couple of rounds. Obviously, this is where it all gets settled, where we start to see players locking in. We've got 3 12 and 2 standing at the top of the tables, and then we're down to 10 11 and 3s.
Yes.
So a very tight field at the top there. A lot of
Definitely.
people that can still make it in. I mean, I imagine that plenty of 10 and 4s aren't really out of it yet.
No.
They could still rally for another couple of wins and pull back in at the bottom of the standings. So no,
Yeah. There's a lot of Magic still to be played. Let's leave it at that.
absolutely,
Plenty of Magic still to be played.
yeah,
Before we find out who the top 8 is.
So yes, in regards to that, obviously we've been talking about the fact that what we're seeing is a fair amount of Hogak going on.
So much Hogak today.
It really is, and it does feel
So much
like
Hogak.
there's no natural predator, right? That's kind of my feeling at the moment. There's no deck that you instinctively go, aha, well, that's going to beat Hogak. It seems like every deck has to really scrap for its wins against the Hogak deck.
Yeah.
And obviously have the Hogak deck not have one of its ridiculously fast, powerful nut draws.
Yeah, which we've seen to be do quite consistently with the way the deck's currently built.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, it's when you compare Hogak to Dredge, which we saw utterly flop on camera earlier and just not do anything basically for the first 5 or 6 turns of the game.
Yeah.
You're left going, why would anyone play Dredge over Hogak at this point?
For sure.
When you're
it's the same as why.
Sorry, carry on.
It's the same point as why would you in the previous one was why would you play Dredge when Bridge from Below was available, and it's kind of like I agree, it is the whole point of why would you.
Yeah.
There's no reason to do it.
No. So yeah, it's going to be interesting once the numbers have shaken out fully at the end of this weekend, but as it currently stands, we're definitely looking at probably at least 1 slot, I would say closer to 3 slots taking up with Hogak in the top 8 is my expectation going forward. It looks like, though, what we're getting back on camera is your boy Guillaume Waffatopper on
excellent finally
on some Esper control. I couldn't quite see who the opponent was going to be. They weren't quite on camera there. I don't think we were actually supposed to be given that view a second ago. It didn't quite pan out properly. But as we go in, it looks like it's going to be the Mardu Death Shadow list that we've been talking about as well. Bit of an interesting opening hand, considering you know who it is you're up against.
But it seems like it's Jund. The feature match is Jund versus Mardu Shadow. Interesting.
Oh, it is Jund. You're right. Unfortunately, there's no... Guillaume Waffatopper's on the front table, but we're not watching the front table.
Interesting.
Yep. So, Jund versus Mardu Death Shadow.
Seen this one before. It didn't go very well for the Jund player last time.
No, actually, amazingly enough. And there we see, again, that main deck Nihil Spellbomb that's going to keep any Goyfs just in check a little bit. Keep them under control.
We're also going to see a turn 2 Tide Hollow Sculler here with a very nice follow-up with the Ranger Captain of Eos already in hand.
Very nice.
We're going to see Tide Hollow Sculler. Show me the hand. We see Fatal Push, Tireless Tracker, Tarmogoyf, Ren 6, Swamp, and a Stomping Ground.
I have to say that I think part of the reason that we have that we would consider that the Death Shadow deck is very good in this matchup is because Ren 6 just isn't very good here. You know, it doesn't kill any of the creatures. The value plan can be beaten by a fast draw from the Death Shadow player.
Yes, agreed.
It's not doing the right things in this matchup. So taking the Fatal Push there to defend the future creatures, because basically everything in the Death Shadow deck can be pushed, as we've spoken about earlier, where and this is Jacob Wilson on the right, actually, having just seen his shirt there. I've just realised that's That's Jacob Wilson.
Yes. He's also against the Jund player we've had on camera before, because he's playing with the Vraska Golgari Queen.
Yes.
Which you've already seen.
Yeah, absolutely. And we still really like that. There we go. David Mines. And we were speaking about Jacob Wilson having only one Gurmag Angler in the deck. So Fatal Push is a very live card against this. This Mardu Shadow list. Second, Renin 6 for the Jund list, and as we've already stated, it's not fantastic in this matchup.
But he's going to get to pull the land back. I don't think Jacob Wilson's going to fight him over this one particularly.
Nah.
I'd be very surprised if he fights him over it. He's already seen the hand has at least one other land.
Yeah.
So with a hand that's range capped into Eos and Path to Exile, I think you just let this one go, and you're going to use that Nile Spellbomb later in the game to get more value.
Yep, absolutely. Obviously, he does also know about the tireless tracker, so he does at some point want to have it so that this Renin 6 with the tireless tracker will stop looping together. Because that's, again, I was talking earlier about how Vraska Golgari Queen is obviously lovely with Renin 6. Same as true of tireless tracker, you know?
Agreed.
And here comes the Ranger Captain of Eos.
Yep. He's such a good card.
It really is, yeah. And fetch shocking down to 11 there for Jacob Wilson. So next turn with another fetch and a shock, this Death Shadow is going to be a 5/5 and just put most of what David Mines is doing to shame, really.
Yeah, so interesting enough, Wafatapa was paired up against Eli Cassis on so that would have been the front table, was Eli Cassis versus Wafatapa.
Yep.
You've got David Mines versus Sean Gifford, which is the
David Mines is
this is round 14. No, this is round 14 pairings.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Oh, that's strange. So where's round 15 pairings? They haven't updated them yet.
Okay, that's
We're being let down by the pairing system, having not been updated yet. See a land. Probably going to see interesting. What are we going to see this turn? With the Tarmogoyf, I imagine.
I mean, it feels like that's the safer play than
running out the naked tireless tracker.
Exactly. You want a tireless tracker and then fetch. Surely that is the general correct line.
Looks like it. So he's going for the tap land, so probably a Tarmogoyf.
Yep, absolutely.
But again, it allows him to get the land back from his graveyard if he so wishes to.
That's what he's doing. Yep.
And this just feels like another way of just trying to stretch the lead. And obviously, the next turn, Jacob Wilson will be able to kill the Tarmogoyf, the Path to Exile, have Null Spellbomb activation, kill the Renin 6, and really pull ahead again. Range caps of Eos being a 3/3 is really important in this, as we see a Street Wraith to draw for the turn.
That's another good one.
It's cycled.
Yeah, just the ability to go and search up maybe another land, or rather find another land, or in this case, another Tidehollow Sculler. Seems very...
It's pretty good. He could have a really good turn here where he gets rid of this Renin 6, strips apart David Mines' hand, gets rid of the tireless tracker.
Yeah.
Obviously puts himself in a position where he has 2/2/2s, both with relevant spells underneath, and both will require, obviously only one will require a real answer because the Fatal Push will get rid of it. But we see, because the Tarmogoyf is currently a 3/4, but obviously with the Null Spellbomb, could be 0.
It could be a 0/1, so you don't really want to throw it away there.
See Tidehollow Sculler here.
Yep, absolutely.
And probably the Death Shadow as well.
And
show me your hand. See many lands.
Yeah, many lands.
Tireless Tracker and Renin 6.
Yeah, obviously, Renin 6 and Tireless Tracker working lovely together, and both of them are very powerful cards. But the hand without either of them looks a little rubbishy, to be perfectly honest. Especially considering, obviously, Renin 6 being left there just does nothing on this battlefield at this point.
Yeah, agreed. As we see a land come off the top again, another land here for David. He's
David
even
Mines
fetched away.
The hurt.
He's fetched away lands as well, but he keeps drawing in more lands.
Yeah. He's fetched all 3 of those lands, I believe, and
2 of them.
2 of them. And
He had the Stomping Ground already in hand.
Of course he did, yes. Stomping Ground, we came in shocked, and then we fetched twice. But even that minimal thinning didn't quite lend him to drawing any actual spells this game, it seems.
Yes, agreed.
Apart from a backup Renin 6 that he did not want or need particularly.
Yeah, definitely not been the greatest position for him to be in right now. No, it's interesting. Do we see the Null Spellbomb fired off in the end step, or do we see the Path to Exile fired off? Looks like it's going to be the Null Spellbomb.
Does indeed look like we're going with the Nihil Spellbomb here to exile Jacob's own graveyard. Obviously, unlike previous Death Shadow decks, not really mucking about in the graveyard too much. No blue with Snapcaster, and only 1 copy of the Gurmag Angler, the real big fish. Meaning
so we have Faith.
Ooh.
Sorry, yeah, we're seeing Fatal Push Draw. If you want to carry on what you were saying.
Yeah. Fatal Push the Draw. We cycled away a Horizon land there. Very nice. Just to get a little bit of extra draw. You were saying that the mana base, picking those up in this Mardu deck since Modern Horizons has been very good.
Yeah, Modern Horizons obviously added not just a number of powerful individual cards, but like a range of Captain of Eos, but also added the what we're calling the Horizon Canopy land cycle, or the lands that can make 1 of 2 colors and cost you a life, but also can then get sacrificed and draw a card like Horizon Canopy does. But obviously we've now got 5 more. So obviously that's really important to have access to those in these decks. Obviously the Mardu deck has access to the black-white one. The Jundlist has access to the green-black one, the Nurturing Peatland. Obviously that's really interesting as well, how that's changed the way that these decks work.
Yeah.
Giving them more access to different things.
I mean, the Jund decks have also picked up the single-coloured cycle of cycling lands.
Yes.
So that's...
And also, also the Jund has got Baron Moor.
Yeah.
Which was also printed in Modern Horizons.
And I want to say Fertile Thicket, but I don't think that's the name of it. The green one. I always forget the name of this one.
Nurturing Peatland is the green-black one.
No, I meant
Grove is the green-blue one.
No, I meant the land that enters
the single
taps.
colour.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, sorry. Tranquil Thicket is the green one.
Tranquil Thicket, thank you. Yes, that's
Yes, you've got Baron Moor, Forgotten Cave, I think it's the red one, the black one, Baron Moor, Tranquil Thicket for the green one. Yeah, so they're the ones that we've seen the most of today. We haven't seen any of the white one or...
Secluded Steppe is the white one, and
the
blue one is something island or isle. No. Can't remember.
Actually, you know what?
Doesn't matter.
While you're talking, I'm gonna go have a look for it.
Right then. Well, while I'm talking, I might as well be talking about the sideboards here. So,
yes, do that. I'm gonna go look for this card.
We have, as you were saying, seen both of these decks on camera before. The sideboards for Jacob Wilson on the Mardu Shadow list, we've got Celestial Purge, Kolaghan's Command, Liliana the Last Hope, Wear Tear, Fulminator Mage, Leyline of the Void, and Plague Engineer. Kind of feel like Celestial Purge and Kolaghan's Command again are probably the only real cards that you kind of want to bring in here. I can see an argument for Fulminator Mage to try and punish the Jund list for its mana base, but with Renin 6 in the deck and probably staying in the deck even post board, it's not necessarily going to do very much. Leyline of the Void only shutting down half of Tarmogoyf is probably not worth it either. So that's kind of my feeling there.
I've got the name.
Oh, go on.
So the white one is the Secluded Steppe, as we said. The black one's the Baron Moor. The red one's the Forgotten Cave. The green one's the Tranquil Thicket. And the blue one is the Lonely Sandbar.
Lonely Sandbar.
Being very lonely.
Indeed. David Mines on Jund. As I say, we've seen this before, but Collective Brutality, Engineered Explosives, Ghost Quarter, Plague Engineer, Collector Oof, Fulminator Mage, Leyline of the Void, and Weather the Storm. I don't even know. I mean, Engineered Explosives is probably
Explosives is nice. Yeah, Explosive is nice. It deals with the one-drop spells as well, so that's going to be really interesting. Obviously, it's just a nice one that you could, because you're 3 colours, you can choose to set it on any of the colours that you think are going to be problematic.
Yeah.
And if it's coming out of the Jund sideboard, setting it to 1 is really good because you don't have any 1-drops generally.
Yes.
And his deck is running Hex Drinker, whereas 2 and 3 obviously kills your own things, but having the ability to set to 1, kill all the Death Shadows, something to be said for that. Also, there's something to be said for killing all of the Tide Hollow Scholars on 2 as well.
Yes, exactly. If we'd had it on 2 in that game, losing your own Goef to get back a Tireless Tracker and a Fatal Push would have been an absolutely A-OK kind of trade.
Agreed.
So yeah, probably in fact just the explosives engineered explosives. Sorry, maybe collective brutality, but I don't.
Brutality's good. Again, it kills the Tide Hollow Scholar and also allows you to look at their hand and take a spell out because they are quite spell dense. These Mardu Pyromancer lists.
Yes, absolutely. Because it's instant or sorcery. It's not fully duress, but it is fairly close. Yep, I can see those coming in. I can't see anything that I'm instinctively wanting to take out of either of these decks, though. You know, that's the real challenge, figuring out what you're taking out. As I've been saying, Renin 6 feels kind of mediocre in the matchup here, so maybe those are even coming out. Whereas, you know, your Vraska Golgari Queen seem pretty good against all of the creatures.
Yeah, it kills everything.
Kills literally everything in the deck, minus one big fish.
Yeah, it's so efficient against what you're trying to do and what you're trying to kill. That's really important. It does kill everything.
Yeah, you even still want the lightning bolts in case the Death Shadow deck goes just a little bit too low and you get to go like bolt kill you. Like accidentally out of nowhere kill you. Not that I expect someone to do so with anywhere near any frequency, but at the same time it's worth considering. And then in the Death Shadow deck, as we say, Celestial Purge and KCOM probably coming in. Maybe just Trim.
Polygon's Command's also a fine card as well.
Yeah, no. That's I'm saying I think that's coming in because you want to keep up with the value train.
Yes, it's also because it's the whole kill your Tide Hollow Scholar, which was part of the reason that that match got away from him. Normally, a Tarmogoyf would be like, "Oh, I'm a big beefy threat," but it's like, but there was nothing to back the Tarmogoyf up. So it was all underneath the Tide Hollow Scholar.
This is from the side of Mardu. They've got KCOMs in the sideboard, but yeah.
But again, it's the same thing. It's one of those things that is it good enough in that specific matchup? If you compare, what I'm trying to do is compare it between the two decks, bringing it in.
Right.
If you're in the Jund deck, then it's obviously great. If you're in the Mardu Pyromancer list, it's probably not good.
Okay, that's interesting. Yeah, sure.
Because generally Jund creatures are so much bigger. Sometimes you might snag a Tireless Tracker, you might snag a Scavenging Ooze, but if you're getting hit by Seasoned Pyromancer, you're only hitting 1/3 of the card.
Mm-hmm.
And they may have already got the value off of it, so they get the 2/1/1s. The rebuying effect's probably not as powerful as just having Unearth because it's so much cheaper.
Mm-hmm.
But maybe after sideboard, because everything's going to be so much more attrition based, you might want that regrow effect with the discard effect. It might be something you need.
Yeah, that's kind of my feeling on it. But I just don't know what you would even take out. Maybe some, like I say, maybe the Nihil Spell Bombs. Maybe you take out the Team of Battle Rages because you don't assume that you're going to get the chance to do it. And if you're going to go for it, you're going to be playing into Fatal Pushes and other removal spells from the Jund list, and that's not a good place to be.
Well, we saw him keep him in against... we saw him keep them in last time against Dmitry Budakov in that against his Jund deck. His Jund deck was slightly less, slightly differently built, but again, he kept them in, as it might be that he just wants that one shot of, well, you didn't block and now you died.
Yeah, no, you're right. We did see that. I'm interested to see if he keeps the Hex Drinker in. Actually, the Hex Parasite. Sorry,
be interesting.
That would be very interesting.
Interesting enough, Waffer Tappers against Martin Mueller on the front table, which is Esper Control versus Hogak.
Oh, can that please be the Time Walk? I'd love to see that on some Time Walk magic. As we go back down to obviously Jund versus Mardu Shadow, looking like something's being resolved by judges. There was a pack of judges standing around when we viewed the whole room, so it looks like something's up, and maybe it's to do with the 2 extra cards sitting near Jacob Wilson's hand. he just saw some extra cards or something. Or at least that would be my guess. But
And
keep
we're
on
not quite
7
sure.
for Jund.
Yeah, it's I don't quite know what the what they're looking at the moment. Hopefully we'll find out soon enough.
Yes, yeah, hopefully. Looks like we've got the judges over there resolving things right now. So yeah, it's a little bit shuffle cam at the front as well. They're opening up, so it looks like.
Looks like there's a judge call on the feature match table.
And then,
I mean, there is an option as well. You bring in Lilian, the last hope, as like your value card. I don't think it's great if it's coming in.
No, me neither. Because again, it doesn't actually kill anything, and it certainly doesn't kill anything of relevance. You know, Liliana, the last hope, can knock out tokens from Seasoned Pyromancer. It's kind of it for 1 toughness creatures. Obviously, you can shrink down other creatures, and sometimes that can be relevant. But you shouldn't. I don't think you should be bringing her in for a -2 alone. Like that.
No, definitely not.
It feels like a really bad place to be if you're trying to get value out of a card like that. Land go on both sides. Land go turn 2. No, we're going to shock, and we're Ren and 6ing again. Okay then.
She's really good.
Is it better on the play? It looks it. Oh, there's the Hex Parasite we were talking about. Off the top for Jacob Wilson. So for those of you who don't know how Hex Parasite works, because I was one of those people, it's a 1-mana artifact creature, insect 1/1, and you can pay 1 and a black Phyrexian to you can pay X and a black Phyrexian to remove up to X counters from target permanent. It does not say target permanent that you control. I'm going to point that one right out, and that's primarily why it's in the deck. And for each counter removed this way, Hex Parasite gets a +1/+0 until end of turn. So basically a Planeswalker killer. A little bit of an expensive Planeswalker killer for those high loyalty Planeswalkers, but
it's a way of doing it.
It is,
but it's life loss as well. That's something that can't be overstated. Is there is life loss as well?
Yes, you can just pay 0 and pay the Phyrexian if you wanted to, and do nothing.
Yeah. Which is one of those things. Hex Parasite's an interesting card. We're going to see the Ranger Captain of Eos be the take here. And this Renner 6 is obviously now in a lovely position where it's not starting to pull ahead, but it's at a point now where you're not that far off actually just retracing your things like Inquisition with the ultimate ability, which is something that I've never seen happen. But when your hand is Vraska Golgari Queen, Fatal Push, you feel in a pretty good position.
Yeah, you feel like you've got the game pretty much locked under your control. And we're going to see Goyf on turn 3 here.
There a Goyf as well.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a really good draw.
I thought it might have been the Goyf last turn, but yeah, Goyf this turn is really good. We're going to see double fetch for Jacob Wilson here. He's going to try and start doing things. He might even shock into play a white source so that he can path this Goyf. Looks like he is.
I mean, his hand is a little bit mediocre at the moment.
It's a bit threat light. Well, it's actually just a bit light, isn't it? You know, Hex Parasite's going to die to the Renin 6 with the ability that I have previously said is mostly useless in the matchup. I had forgotten about the Hex Parasite.
It is also interesting that the Lilian, the last hope, is just going to get eaten by the Vraska Golgari Queen.
No, I don't think she is. I think she's going to tick down and get the Ranger Captain of Eos back, and then get eaten by the Renin 6 shot.
Yeah, so then you can keep the Vraska Golgari Queen for whatever follow-up Jacob Wilson does have.
Exactly. Well, probably either the Ranger Captain or the Death Shadow that it goes and finds. You know.
Yes. You have Fatal Push in hand, so you're kind of like Also, David Mines has double fatal push, so he's kind of covered from all these angles anyway. So
Yeah.
the Vraska Golgari Queen is sort of your backup. I'm just going to tick this up until I can relevantly just kill your creature.
Yeah.
And especially if we start seeing the combination between Ren and 6 and Vraska.
Can we throw a Tireless Tracker in there, do you reckon?
Well, hopefully.
Two Street Wraiths. Getting back, obviously, the Ranger Captain of Eos. Seems good.
Yep.
I think would have preferred to have drawn those Street Wraiths, but what can you do? We're going to shoot this Liliana.
Well, speaking of Tireless Trackers,
we
have found a Tireless Tracker.
Got there. Yeah, got there.
Yeah, this means that you are going to pull massively far ahead of this matchup
play
now.
A fetch land, crack a fetch land at some point in the near future. It doesn't even have to be now, because obviously you've used your Ren and 6, so you can't get back the land this turn anyway, so there's no point cracking it right now.
No, but you do now have the you're covered on pretty much all bases. Plus, the Vraska Golgari Queen can just add more removal if you need. We're going to see we've got a Death Shadow in hand. We've got a Ranger Captain of Eos. So, but all of these things are pretty much covered. The Ranger Captain of Eos is covered by the Tireless Tracker itself, and then both Death Shadows are covered by the fact that your opponent has 2 fatal pushes.
And Vraska Golgari Queen as well, which can kill any one of these 3 threats that are currently being played out.
Yeah, so Jacob Wilson not going to give his opponent the deck because he's already searched up the Death Shadow on the bottom of it. We're going to see Death Shadow plus Ranger Captain of Eos. Well, Ranger Captain of Eos plus Death Shadow. And we're soon going to find out the power. Well, we're going to very, very quickly see the power of the Jund deck as it starts just ripping the creatures off the battlefield.
Yep. Fetching up a land here, getting another clue. Oh, I missed that. I missed that feeling. Tireless Tracker is such a good Magic card. We're going to push now. What are we pushing? Are we pushing the 3 CMC creature? Yep, that seems reasonable.
Yeah, because he had access to Revolt. He might as well make the most of it in that position.
Off the top. He's just got it all. He's got it all.
Yeah. It's pretty good.
We're going to see a Vraska Golgari Queen here. What do you reckon? Tick up and just get the value? No, ticking down. Just keeping the battlefield nice and clear. That's okay. Yep. That's okay. Ren and 6 probably ticking up and getting this land back, which will then go onto the battlefield. We'll fetch.
And get the Tarmogoyf into play as well.
Put the Goyf into play, as well as putting another 2 clues onto the battlefield. This is Value Town.
Yeah, I can definitely introduce you to those. I believe this is how you could describe as a good deck building or good value. I mean, this is more than just good value. This is where you just live the dream of the green mid-range decks, where you have Tireless Tracker plus fetch land recycling with, in this case, Ren and 6.
Yes. I would argue that this is good deck building, because that Vraska Golgari Queen is very much an interesting choice for this deck, and I think it's just got such a great synergy with the rest of the deck that, despite the fact that you're a Jund deck and your plan is to just have all of your cards be really powerful, when they do get together like this, they get to work really nicely.
I mean, this is one of the honest points we have to say, I don't think I can actually lose this game.
Yeah.
Because you're physically that far ahead of your opponent. It's very hard to ever see them coming back against something like this.
Yep. I was going to say, are we even going to see the clue crack? No, we're going to see the Goyf on the battlefield. I think that's reasonable. You've got lethal next turn, either way. Let's just shut the door.
Yeah.
Bolt on the Tireless Tracker at least stops that, though.
Yeah, but I appreciate that you're...
Parasite. I don't think that does anything.
The Hex Parasite deals with the Vraska.
Yeah. I just don't think it does anything though, dealing with the Vraska. Okay. Oh, double Death Shadow. Okay.
This is another life down to 9. But we know there's at least one fatal push in hand.
Yep.
And we've got multiple multiple ways of drawing more cards.
threats on the battlefield. Yeah, and multiple ways of drawing extra cards.
We can deal with the Hex Parasite, the Scavenging Ooze. So that's a long game. That's a long-term win condition in itself. That'll eventually grow large enough. But we could also, you can see Renner 6 deal with the Hex Parasite.
Yep, absolutely. And then I think we'll probably see a couple of cards drawn just to see if we can find another removal spell or just what we're doing against this this Death Shadow. Because obviously, if you do swing here, those Death Shadows are big enough to block and eat things in combat, right? And when we say eat, I mean it doesn't die, but the thing that it blocks dies. And if you do that and don't have a blocker on the way back, and now obviously we've got the Ooze, but Jacob Wilson has the ability to draw removal spells, you could just be dead to these stupid Death Shadows because they are that big now, especially if you've attacked and put your opponent really low. This is the kind of dichotomy of play against a Death Shadow deck. You want to beat them, but you don't want to be beating them down because as soon as you do that, you're playing into what they want to be doing anyway.
I mean, here's the thing: is how big are these creatures? Because this might just be lethal. If the Tarmogoyf's got 6 power, so it's
does it?
Planeswalker, so it's instant Planeswalker, so instant sorcery, Planeswalker, land, creature, artifact. They're both lethal.
They're both lethal.
Take 6.
Points at the Hex Parasite.
Because there's an artifact. Yeah, because there's an artifact in the graveyard. So quick double count. This is actually lethal.
Love it. Goes and points at the Hex Parasite and goes, wow, this is lethal.
It's like you've got an artifact. That was pretty. That was a very, very good play.
No, absolutely. Wow. That was very, very well played.
Wow.
He just slammed the door on that game. It was over, not before it started, but it was certainly over and done with as quickly as I think could be conceivable. Right then, it looks like we're going to get to watch a little bit of Esper Control versus Hogak here, as it looks like a Carrion Feeder with, I think that's 4 counters on it. Might be 3.
So it turns. So by the sounds of it, there was a
3.
There was a deck check on this match, which is why it didn't end up being a feature match.
I see. That's unfortunate, but whatever. And here we see the Plague Engineer naming Zombie. Obviously, that Carrion Feeder was already a little bit bigger before that happened, because otherwise the Carrion Feeder would have just died. So it's not looking good for the Esper Control player Wafatapa here. We've got Supreme Verdict didn't cast it. Interesting.
No, he's got Snapcaster and Cryptic Command, so he's covered a lot of bases at the moment. He's got a Path to Exile in the graveyard, so I think he wants to leverage some of his bigger spells at the moment. As we do see Hogak in hand there for Martin Mueller as well,
and obviously the ability to cast that Hogak right now with the 2 creatures in play and a stocked graveyard. Although, actually, having said that, he's got Hogak in the graveyard, so. Yeah. I've just noticed 2, in fact. I've just seen those. So, he could already play a Hogak.
Yep.
We're going to see a flashback looting here.
Yep.
Cryptic counter tap would be interesting.
I'm going to trust Wafatapa's...
Yeah, I was going to say, I would try and suggest more lines, but the fact is, I am not...
It's go Wafatapa.
Yeah, I am not this skill level, so...
No, but the Thoughtseize off the top is going to help a lot. This is going to be able to force through the Hogak.
No, I think that one would get counter tapped, actually.
Well, if you counter tap, you stop him casting the Hogak.
Hogak this turn, exactly.
If you counter draw, so there is a I can understand that line as well. We're going to see at least the Thoughtseize cast this turn. Are we going to see Thoughtseize?
Are we going to see Snap into... Oh, no, there isn't a Cryptic in Graveyard. I thought there was, but that was my eyes deceiving me, and it's in fact just an older opt. We're going to see a Cryptic command, counter draw, Celestial Purge to draw.
I think he's hoping that the Mueller casts Hogak, and then he can Supreme Verdict everything away and be back to a decent, stable board. Yeah. Well, no, so he's not going to attack. So Celestial Purge is going to be pretty good here because it's obviously instant speed. It can get rid of the Carrion Feeder.
And obviously you can throw the Engineer under the bus at this point as well, just to save a little bit of life, especially if your plan is to Supreme Verdict next turn.
Well,
I can actually see the take the 4 off of the Vengevine, throw the Engineer under the bus on the Carrion Feeder, untap Supreme Verdict, and just sit there with Snapcaster and Celestial Purge up.
So the Plague Engineer is actually a really crucial part of this battlefield right now because it's stopping any of the 2/1s coming back or any new Carrion Feeders. So I think Wafatapa might just Celestial Purge away this Carrion Feeder, take 4. And then untap and have Snapcaster Mage available.
Okay.
Having Snap Celestial Purge.
Yeah, are there...
Because the Plague Engineer is basically stopping any of the Bloodghasts or Gravecrawlers coming back. I mean, he's taking a lot of damage to do this. But I think this might be the right line if he is going to go for it, where he's going to Celestial Purge. Yes, we're going to see Celestial Purge on that. I mean, you can't just get... so he's going to get sacrificed in response, which is fine. And he's going to block, yes. So he's going to untap now with an empty board, with a Snapcaster Mage and the Cryptic in the bin. So another Snapcaster Mage. So yeah, so this is looking pretty good now for Wafatapa.
Yeah,
obviously
on first
he can
blush,
cast any zombie now.
Yeah, on first blush, I was a little bit worried about this, but no, the fact is, it looks actually like Wafatapa's got this one.
Well, these Vengevines are going to come back this turn.
Well, what was our second draw? What's the second
another Satyr Wayfinder?
Oh dear. Unless, because it's on cast, isn't it? So you can't even counter the second creature. And
nope.
There is only one Vengevine in the graveyard currently, though, right?
Yeah, but he's possibly going to put 8 cards into the graveyard. And there's no the land is also going to get back the Bloodghast, which does have haste.
Yep, because
so this is a lot of power coming, which does get blocked up, which is why the Plague Engineer was such a bad. I don't think the blocking with the Plague Engineer was maybe correct, because the Plague Engineer covers off all of these creatures being in play, but it stops the Bloodghast being in play. Obviously, he needs to cast this.
He's casting
he can cast
Hogak. Love it. Yep.
Because he still gets back the Vengevine. Now, this might get Snap Cryptic. Because then... the problem is as well, he can always get back... He can still get back the Gravecrawlers as well.
Yeah, I think it has to be said that this is a line that is more insulated against a Supreme Verdict, right? Because you've still got the one creature in hand, and you can always just recast a Hogak as soon as you put a Bloodghast back on the battlefield. So, Bloodghast, a Satyr Wayfinder in hand, and a Hogak in graveyard means that you're always going to be bringing back the Vengevines. Okay, we're going to see a Esper Charm off of the Snap.
Draw 2 cards. Target himself. He's going to draw 2 cards, so he's going to draw Opt and Path to Exile.
Path to Exile, very.
So now he has multiple copies of Path available.
Mm.
So this Vengevine might get pathed here.
I think that's the safest line. Oh no, he's just gonna block.
Okay, so he doesn't have trample, so that's fine.
Yep, exactly. Opting.
Oh, no, it is a 4/3, Mr. Mueller. And we're going to see the Opt in the end step. I don't know exactly what he's looking for. That was a land that can go to the bottom. He's going to draw, finds a Flooded Strand.
And then draw for the turn is Teferi, Hero of Dominaria.
Which does put Hogak back in hand. Whether that's relevant or not, I don't know. Like the Supreme Verdict here is probably good.
Well, there's still another Hogak in graveyard. There's still another 2 Hogaks in graveyard. They can be cast from the graveyard, can't they?
Yeah. The thing is, if you Supreme Verdict now, you do get access to snap Path to Exile
Mm.
in theory. Or we'll see. Is he just going to pass the turn? Oh, okay.
Yeah, that is interesting.
Oh, Assassin's Trophy to draw. You could just like Cryptic tap your team draw card as well.
Okay, yeah. I don't hate it. This is very much what a control player is often want to do in Modern. It's just buy a little bit of time.
There's a Plague Engineer. So we could Supreme Verdict and Plague Engineer. He also has the Path to Exile, so he's covered against him Mueller making back the Vengevine in 1 turn.
Only if he can leave it up. I don't think he's got the mana.
I think he's attacking for 2. This smells like Supreme Verdict.
Yeah, absolutely.
When he's Supreme Verdict here.
Yeah, there's no other land in hand, so he couldn't also cast the Engineer, right, and lock out zombies, because as soon as he did that, he had no Path to Exile up.
Yeah. So we're going to see to Wayfinder.
Yeah, which is obviously going to grab a land. Not that he needs it. He's got the fetch land, so he's always going to be able to find a land to put into the battlefield to trigger these Bloodghasts. So he's going to...
Oh, wow. That's multiple Vengevines.
Yep. That's rough.
This is why Hogak is such an obnoxious deck to play against.
Yep. Agreed.
Because you can't just exile away the...
Yep, here we go. The writing's on the wall. I'm about to put
shake of the hand.
12 hasty power onto the battlefield. Do you have an answer for that?
Wow.
And the answer is nope. So
that was obnoxious. Jeez.
Yeah, and that is very much as you've been sort of explaining to me what this Hogak deck does, right? So back into game 3 here of Jund versus Mardu Shadow. Jacob Wilson managed to take game 1. David Moyens took game 2. Early cycle of Street Wraith into a Bloodstained Maya there.
So just going back to the Waffatava, I mean, obviously the Pro Tour is probably not the Mythic Championship is probably not the place to play this card, but I think if you're playing blue-white control deck, or blue-white X control, you need to be playing Settle the Wreckage in your 75.
There's definitely an argument for that, right? Looks like
because no one's going to give it any respect.
Yes.
They can't afford really to respect it, because otherwise they're giving the opportunities to snap path or path snap path all of their stuff. As we see the Kermag Angler already. So there's definitely a line. I would very much be playing Settle the Wreckage in the 75
as a blue-white.
Not so much in open deck lists, which is as this is, where it's less good because they know you have it. But when you're playing in non-open deck list tournaments, Settle the Wreckage, I think now might be as long as these Hogak deck exists, might be a necessity to have in your 75 to be able to beat all of the problematic cards you're going to play against. And as we see again, there's the challenge that David Mines has here is Tide Hollow Skull and Unearth. What do you take? You're going to get Tide Hollow Skull, whichever one you take.
Yeah.
So do you take then the Colligan's Command and take the more valuable card out of the hand?
Yeah.
But yeah, that's just something I was thinking out. Just thinking as I was watching that match, it's like, man, if you had Settled the Wreckage, this game would be great.
Yeah.
But that's maybe something for to be picked up going forward in tournaments.
Yep. So yeah, as you see there, David Mines taking that KCOM, as you say, just taking the high power level card that can't be replaced either way. Yeah, as you said, the Unearth means that you're getting Tide Hollow Skull no matter which of those two you take. Whereas the Colligan's Command, at least, is the most unique effect in the hand, apart from, obviously, the real big fish that you can't take. I imagine if that had been a Thoughtseize, the Gomag Angler probably would have hit the bin. Maybe not. Maybe it still would have been the KCOM. Here we go.
Problem is if you put Gomag Angler in the bin, the K command still gets
Just
it
gets
back.
it back,
So
yeah.
you're not really benefiting in any way.
A lot of redundancy in that hand there, yeah. Here we go. Tide Hollow Sculler sees hand of Bolt, Scoos, Abrupt Decay, and Goif, along with a Mountain, which allows all of these, apart from the Abrupt Decay, obviously, to be cast next turn. I don't know. I really don't know what I would be taking here. I think maybe the Scavenging Ooze, because it messes with your graveyard, and you kind of need your graveyard intact for the
I'm going to be honest. You're probably making the fish next turn anyway.
That's true. That's true.
I mean, the fish is what, 7 mana.
Yep.
So you're probably making it next turn anyway.
Yep, I'm not 100% convinced on what the rest of
I'm just
the
checking
hand
it.
here is for Jacob Wilson. Oh,
But I mean,
Gomag Angler, yeah, it's black and 6.
Yeah, so
5
he needs one more either land or he needs basically a land or a bauble, and he can do it this turn.
Yeah.
Do it here, cast the Gomag Angler next turn, which is quite quick. Bearing in mind there's no Thought Scours in the deck.
There's
We're going to
the
see a Scavenging Ooze
be made.
Yeah, I think leading on Scavenging Ooze is good here.
Okay, we see
Your opponent have a removal for it. Well, on the path to exile.
Yeah.
Speaking of removal for Scavenging Ooze.
Seems good. We're attacking in because we kind of want David Mines to take the trade.
Yes.
We would not be unhappy there because obviously then we could make the real big fish.
Yeah, also Scavenging Ooze has a much higher upside to it than Tide Hollow Sculler does, so keeping your Scoos alive is obviously more important.
We're cycling the Unearth. Oh, if that had been... Is that a fetch land? I can't really see. I think
looks like it might be one of the
Horizon
new
lands. Yeah.
Horizon lands, yeah. So we saw the Unearth cycled, which was interesting. Yes, it's the new cycling land. Yeah. You know which one we're on about.
Yeah, exactly. It's interesting. The cycle of the Unearth, when you know your opponent's got 2 removal spells in hand. You know about the Lightning Bolt and the Abrupt Decay. Now, obviously, you know that your opponent can't cast the Abrupt Decay, but that doesn't change that it's there. Cycling the Unearth to try and hit the fetch land there so that you can play instantly the real big fish.
The Gomag Angler's coming down anyway. Next turn, so I think you're better off Inquisitioning.
Yeah, it is this turn.
Even if you mess around with the graveyard, he still has 7 mana available.
Yeah, I can't.
And obviously, well, mind you, with the Unearth gone, you can definitely Lightning Bolt the Tide Hollow Sculler.
And get the Goif back. Goif and Ooze obviously block the Gomag Angler profitably.
Yep. Yes.
And as you took the K-Com earlier, they've got no chance of regrowing it.
Yep. Agreed.
There's a Nihil Spell Bomb off the top. Going in for 2 with the Sculler. Just getting a little bit of extra damage in. Has to be said, Jacob Wilson at 9 here. Now, I know obviously he wants to go relatively low for these Death Shadows to be powerful, but it does feel like you could run into some real problems here against a Lightning Bolt deck. Which, as I said earlier, is kind of the reason you want to keep them in the deck and makes just sideboarding out very hard for David Mines, in my opinion.
Definitely.
Here we go. Here it is. Gurmey, which currently has no answer on the in the battlefield or in hand, but we can see a bolt on the Sculler. Get back the Goif. Play the Goif.
The Goif also is a lot smaller, which is one of the nice things about the Delve creatures, as we see a
collective brutality.
Collective brutality.
Mm-hmm. How big is that Goif? We've got instant sorcery, land, creature, artifact. That is a 5/6 Goif. That tussles very profitably with that Gomag Angler.
Apart from when it gets path to exiled.
Yes.
But it's one of the things you have to deal with if your opponent has it. You also then unlock more green mana.
Yes.
Which is also relevant.
You very much want at the moment because that then unlocks your Abrupt Decay and helps your
Scavenging.
Scavenging Ooze, start eating things out of the graveyards again. Is it possible that what we actually see is Nihil Spellbomb target myself and crack it to get rid of this Tide Hollow Sculler so that you can't do anything with the Scavenging Ooze, and then path the Tarmogoyf, or in any particular order there? Just to keep that Scavenging Ooze a little bit smaller so that you're closer to winning this race.
There's definitely a line on that. Looks like that's the one he's going to go for. Well, he's going to make the Null Spellbomb at least.
Yep. I can see cracking that now and then upkeep pathing the Goyf.
Yep. You don't want to give your opponent the land in your turn in their when they can use it.
It does also mean, of course, that you're not attacking this turn, but that being said, I don't think that's necessarily what you're intending to do. I don't know. Yeah,
I don't think it does as much if that is the case. But yes, we're going to see it in the upkeep or the draw step.
Surely.
Draw. Oh, there's a land.
I mean, it could happen any time, this turn now.
Of course.
Before combat damage occurs, if it attacks, but it can now happen at any point. Probably in response to this Inquisition of Kozilek, in fact.
Yes.
I would like to Inquisition you. I would like to path your biggest creature, please, before you take away my... No? What is going on here? Oh! The Goyf isn't big anymore.
Yeah.
And because the Goyf isn't big anymore,
It's
it's
3/4.
actually only a 3/4. It can't attack through the Gurmag Angler, so we can set up for a longer game here. The path to exile isn't actually all that good. And setting up for a longer game means Ranger Captain of Eos is pretty good still.
Yeah, but he's going to take the path to exile anyway. That seems just reasonable to do.
It's the only... You having both of these creatures on the battlefield is the only way that you're going to get this Gurmag Angler off the field at the moment. As it currently stands, that's your only answer, because you haven't found an Assassin's Trophy yet. Right? And that is, as far as I can work out, David Mines is only out.
Well, he's got double Inquisition, so he's got double Inquisition, so taking the path on the first one's probably good, and then he gets to get rid of the Ranger Captain with the next one.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think you can let the Mardu Shadow deck have the Ranger Captain of Eos past this turn. It's just too good for them to go 3/3, go and get a 5/5, cast that 5/5. Have 13 power on the battlefield.
Exactly.
So instead, what's going to happen here is we're going to see, as you say, the next Inquisition of Kozilek, and then almost certainly take the Ranger Captain of Eos, probably then backed into Tide Hollow Sculler, take the Abrupt Decay would be my guess, over the Collective Brutality. Because you kind of want them to use the Collective Brutality when you've got no spells in hand, so they can't double it up.
I mean, I think you have to take the Ranger Captain here anyway.
Yeah, no, I'm talking about the Tide Hollow Sculler coming back. Does it take the Abrupt Decay, or does it take the Collective Brutality? The other one is going to be used to get them back. So would you rather... No, you'd rather that they use the Abrupt Decay on the Tide Hollow Sculler,
yes.
Right?
So you take the Collective Brutality.
Yeah.
Because Collective Brutality won't kill the Death Shadow.
Death Shadow, exactly. That's my thinking. The problem is, of course, if you leave them with the Abrupt Decay, they might just go, I'm going to decline to kill your Tide Hollow Sculler. And at that point, it all feels a bit silly.
Yeah, but one of the interesting things is that made the Tarmogoyf into a 5/6 because of the artifact creature.
Wow, yeah. Okay, took the Tide Hollow. Thump. Here's a Ranger Captain of Eos. Here's a Death Shadow. Make the Death Shadow go to 2. Ooh, that's painful.
Which means that the doesn't that just die to the Collective Brutality?
I mean, surely Surely the Death Shadow just dies to the collective.
No,
I'll
as
bolt
in,
you.
as in Jacob Wilson.
Oh yeah, of course, because it has the drain
Just said,
mode.
oh, he's doing the bolt anyway. The collective brutality does 2 damage to your opponent, so that could just go upstairs as well.
Yeah, that is what we call dead all of the ways.
Yeah.
So yeah, no, well done by David Mines there to take out Jacob Wilson's. That was a really interesting match. I love my mid-range battles. They're always fun to watch.
Oh, 100%.
I do wonder. Obviously, we saw the end of the WotC game, so we might not be able to get that on camera, which would be a little bit of a shame, but also understandable. I don't know.
It was a little bit. That felt a little bit one-sided. That one didn't feel like WotC had quite enough for the matchup.
Yeah. I'll cop to that one. I'll believe that one.
That he drew, I mean, so he didn't feel like he drew quite enough to get there.
Yeah. No. I think I know what you mean in that the deck has a reasonable chance of winning. It's just he did, yeah. As much as he was drawing gas, it was kind of the wrong sort of gas, and just didn't have.
He drew the cards in the right. He drew the cards he needed, just not when he needed them. Or again, the open deck list being a problem is you can't hide things like Settler Wreckage in your deck.
Yeah, exactly.
Which would obviously be ideal in this scenario.
Yeah, that would be kind of brilliant especially that match where you're sitting there going, like, every turn I can cryptic command, I just don't get anywhere.
Yep, that's the problem.
Yeah, basically. Right then, we're going to take let's take a look at the bingo, the Magic Bingo.
Yes.
Because we did actually have one pointed out to us by an eagle-eyed chat viewer who noted that we did have 5 or more creatures with 5 or more creatures attack in a single combat phase, which oh, that's my first row. Yep.
You can win in many ways. Fortunately, I've made your winning in many ways quite hard.
Yep.
But the card transforms isn't unlikely in the next day and a bit, and turn 3 lethal is obviously something that's feasible as well.
Yep.
And when we say turn 3 lethal, that's effectively your opponent would be dead on turn 3, even if they concede.
Yes. How about you? Did you pick up anything else?
No.
No, we didn't see any prize amalgams in the dredge.
Yeah, because the dredge player didn't give me anything.
No, it really didn't.
No, nothing.
No, fair enough. Okay, well
that's sad.
Yeah, and as I say, as much as that free square in the middle is a free square, no one's sending any messages, and that's just getting very disturbing to me.
Can I have my free message? Can I have my free square one though?
Oh yeah, you got your free square one because we did talk.
I definitely got my free square.
Yeah, we were
definitely talking about good value.
We were talking about good deck building and good value out of that Jund deck. We were definitely doing that, absolutely.
Oh yes.
Yep. All you need now is a hexproof creature with 5+ power, or conflict for lethal. Oh, we've got a time walk match.
Oh, do we? Yes. Excellent.
Hogak versus humans. Yoga Vigashma on Hogak versus Adriano Moscato on humans. Yeah, this is interesting.
Turn 1 Grafdigger's Cage.
from the humans deck, turn 1 Grafdigger's Cage. Okay. I see how it is.
Extraction as well. To be fair, the hand for Adriano is interesting because it's like
it's all of this hate and
Thalia's Lieutenant into Reflector Mage. And actually, Reflector Mage is quite an interesting card against the Hogak decks because it puts Hogak back in their hand.
Yeah, but I do believe Reflector Mage says it can't be cast from hand. So if you've got any in the graveyard, you can still cast the damn thing.
Yes, but not with the Grafdigger's Cage, as we're going to see Stitcher's Supplier.
Stitcher's Supplier, milling over, Carrion Feeder, a Marsh Flats, and an Assassin's Trophy there.
Well, at least the Assassin's Trophy's gone.
Yeah.
And draw. And that's a good draw. So Champion of the Parish. That is a good draw here for the team. Oh, he's got a backup Grafdigger's Cage.
I'm sorry, did you say Assassin's Trophy? Oh, never mind.
The Force of Vigor
Force of
still
Vigor.
an out.
Yeah.
It's not great out. It's an Abrupt Decay.
And again, the doubled up Grafdigger's Cage beats the Abrupt Decay as well. So,
but then I think your Abrupt Decay is just going to start going after your
creatures.
Your creatures,
Yep.
as we see the back of the hand of Faithless Looting at the back of the hand. Looks obviously the Abrupt Decay. Excuse me, a few lands
And a couple of black creatures in there that I can't quite make out what they are. From Yogo Vigashmar here. We can't quite make those out. Yeah,
I mean, there you go. Like,
sorry, carry on.
Like, look at the results of look at Yoga Vigashman's like historic career, 490 career pro points, like Hall of Fame, top 8'd, 15 of 95 Grand Prix with a 61% win rate, played 72 Mythic Championships or the old Pro Tour with a 58.9% win rate. That is insane.
Yep.
Nurturing Peatland and Carrion Feeder.
Yep, and it looks like a couple of those spare lands are going to go in straight into the graveyard, which don't hate. Don't think that's terrible. And then we're going to see... here we go. Gravecrawler. Whoo! Gravecrawler Hogak seems good.
Wow. Oh, wow.
I mean, this is turn 3, right? Actually, no, this is turn 2.
If Adriano can find a land, that's getting Reflector Maged.
Yeah, absolutely. It looks like he found a Meddling Mage, unfortunately.
I mean, he's not dead yet.
No, he's only going to 10 this turn, probably.
Which isn't irrelevant.
No. I wonder.
Like I say, double Grafdigger's Cage looks great for Hardcast Hogag. Okay.
Oh, yeah, forgot they could do that.
I bet Adriano was wishing one of those Grafdigger's Cages was a land, or the Surgical Extraction was a land. But this is the interesting thing: is everyone's like bringing in the Surgical Extractions. Just looking at them, they've never looked good in this matchup.
No. There's just too many things that you want to extract. What did Meddling Mage name?
Not sure.
That is the question. I think really the best target actually for the Surgical Extractions is probably the Vengevine.
Yes.
That would be my choice. Getting in for 10 here, taking Adriano Moscato down to 7. That is painful. Here we go. Here's a Carrion Feeder. Not a land. It's a Mana Dork. And I think that's basically game. So we're putting another...
Especially with the Abrupt Decay, because it means that you can't block the Hogak anymore.
Yeah. Lightning Axe is the named card. Unfortunately, it's the wrong removal spell to the one Yoga Vigashmar has in hand. As you say, the Abrupt Decay is the one that's going to be coming down and taking out probably just the biggest blocker, so that Hogak just gets in and gets busy.
You wait for Adriano to block.
Yeah.
And then Abrupt Decay the blocker.
Yep. Block wrong, please.
Obviously, this is unfortunate for Adriano that he didn't find the third land for the Reflector Mage.
Yep.
Yeah, he's just going to Abrupt Decay it now.
Send, you die. Yeah, there he goes. He's like, if I could have hit a land. Yeah, I was two draws away from the land that allows us to actually cast Reflector Mage. Right, let's go back.
Which is unfortunate.
Back onto the booth now.
That was unfortunate.
Yeah, a little bit of an unfortunate ending to that particular game. I would have liked to have seen a little bit more back and forth there. But
yeah, that was a little unfortunate.
I think the Humans deck in particular has this real problem of it picks what it's going to hate out. You know, when we had a lot of Storm going on at like the SCG and things, we saw people playing a lot of Damping Spheres, and that's pretty good because you're going like, here's my
still a Meddling Mage deck.
Here's my clock, and that's very good. The problem is when you draw too many of those hate pieces and not enough of the clock piece, you're just not doing what your deck's intending to do, and then you fall flat on your face and die. So
yeah, and that's the problem. That was the problem that game ran into.
yes. Right then, folks. I think we're gonna send it to a quick break for the moment, and we will be back with the final round of Modern for the day. Getting very close. Oh, actually, before we go, let's have a quick look at these standings, because this is after round 15. They've got these all updated for us already.
Yep.
So everyone on 12 wins is 12. Anyone on 12, 2, and 1 is safe, right? They shake hands next turn and they're good.
Yep. I think if you're paired against the 12, 2, and 1, you can
also shake hands. Yeah. So probably Thorolf Severin.
Actually, I think if you're Thorolf Severin, you can shake into the top 8. Juan Jose Rodriguez Lopez, if he's against Martin Mueller, it'll be interesting to see. I think if you're top of this group, you can ID. The Tron player can likely ID. It'll be interesting to see come the end of the next round, sort of who's playing and who's not.
Yeah.
Obviously, Martin Mueller is not safe. Yoga Wigersman won't be safe. They'll still need to play same with David Mines. It just depends on how the pairings go. I think Thorolf might be safe just because he's higher up in the standings.
No, actually,
so
I think
percentage is better.
I could be wrong, but I think everyone on 12 wins is safe if they can shake hands.
Yes.
Because that puts them in the situation.
Don't get paired down.
Yeah, if you get paired down, then you still have to play, and that's unfortunate. But I think that because of the 9th place Ziyang Zhang, because of that,
it's on a draw as well.
Because he and Juan Jose Rodriguez Lopez have the draws, they can go 12, 3, and 1 as well.
Yes.
Okay. That's actually very disruptive to the whole thing.
Yeah.
Because those two can get in. It's not necessarily locked up with a handshake. Right then, well, we'll have to see how the players decide to do it as we come back into round 15. And one last round of Magic left to be played on the day, and it'll be very interesting to see who it is we actually even get to see on camera at this point.
Yep, be very interesting to see.
Yeah. Right then, folks, we're going to give you a very short break, and we will be right back. Hello everyone and welcome back to round 15 of Modern at the Mythic Championship IV in Barcelona. We're going to be heading down to the feature match area in a little moment, but yeah, this is it. This is the final chance for people to make it in, and obviously top 8 is the goal. For Mythic Championship players, so it'll be really interesting to see
Certainly
who
is.
makes it. Yeah, I mean, bit of a dream for players like us, right? It's one of those things where you go,
It certainly is.
Love to do that. Yeah. So no, it'll be really interesting to see what we end up with actually even watching in this last round. The field has definitely narrowed down to, the Hogak decks, Tron, including Eldrazi Tron.
Mono red. Prowess is
the
fighting for top 8.
Nice. Good. That's what we want to see. But yeah, it's we've gone from what felt like, apart from the Hogak issue, we've gone from a fairly open field to one that's really slimmed down, to just showing us what the absolute tip-top best players in the world right now want to be playing this weekend. So that'll be really interesting to see how they play out, especially tomorrow. Obviously, I'm really looking forward to seeing the top 8 with the full 2 pre-board, 3 post-board, because that will really separate out if these decks can still handle more post-board games against each other.
It'll be interesting to see if how Hogak stands up when you actually get 3 post-board games.
Yeah.
If the main day's been anything to go by, it will still be fine.
Yeah, absolutely. I can't see it, falling flat on its face, but at the same time, I'm hoping that it might take a little bit of a beating in the post-board games afterwards.
Yes, it's going to be an interesting one with Jelga Vigeshman being on camera.
Yeah, absolutely.
All the famous, all the way.
Yep. Let's head on down to that feature match. And as you say, we've got Jelga Vigeshman on camera, as we just saw finishing up a game a minute ago in the Time Walk match. Who else have we got in the feature match area? You recognise anyone else? I'm not recognising anyone straight off the bat.
You've got, it looks like Gregor Kowalski at the back. Gregor Kowalski at the back table.
Is that? Yep. Couldn't quite.
You got Andrew Quinn doing the type up on the computer. We do have English players in that feature match area right now. It's obviously good.
Love it. Yeah, we've got English Magic players in the feature match area. They're just not playing.
Yeah.
At least not this week.
One of those sad moments.
English Magic.
But hopefully we'll be. Yeah, exactly. We'll get there. We'll definitely get there as a country, 100%. We're not too far away. We've got some obviously Autumn has won one of the Mythic Championships. We are definitely in the closing in on those times where we will have players constantly making the top ends of these tournaments alongside the Americans and all the Europeans and everyone else.
Yeah. But as we are actually heading back down to the games now, let's head on over.
So it's going to be very interesting with it. Hogak versus, I believe, it is Mono Red Prowess or Mono Red Phoenix.
Mono Red Phoenix from Juan Jose Rodriguez Lopez there. And then,
So one of the interesting things as well with this tournament, sorry, just to quickly go, is it's interesting how people are fetching their lands because they know exactly what their opponent's on before they play the game. So they fetch more accordingly to it. Like you're seeing a lot more fetch shocks than you would normally in a match that's blind. Whereas in this one, Jelga Vigeshman has gone fetched up a swamp.
Yeah, because he knows he wants to protect his life total a little bit against the deck that can come out the gates very quickly.
Yes.
Although it doesn't look like that hand is going to be doing the very quick out of the gates thing.
No, but it looks like there's a Hogak already in hand for Jelga Vigeshman.
It will be in play momentarily. And so will that Vengevine, in fact.
Yes.
That's a turn 2.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
What? That's such a good turn 2.
And he can play a carrion feeder as well if he wants to, which I think you're incentivized to do.
Yeah.
Oh, we got the Bloodghast as well.
Yeah, I hadn't even noticed the Bloodghast. Oh my.
So he might use the Bloodghast as the additional Convoke.
Yeah, absolutely.
because he's only got 1, 2, 3. He's only got 4 cards. 5, 6, 7. So he doesn't have to. Obviously, he wants to keep he wants to probably cast the Gravecrawler.
Yep, he's convoking for 3 here, and
4
exactly.
from the graveyard.
Exactly, and then getting the Vengevine back into play because of the cast trigger.
He just saw Juan Jose Rodriguez just put his hand on the table and go, "Oh, well, I guess this is happening to me."
Yeah, and unfortunately, what that means is that Juan Jose Rodriguez Lopez here is kind of forced to just go for it, right? You're just like, "Yep, we're gonna Manamorphose. We're gonna make 2 red. I'm gonna hope I'm gonna hit something off this draw step." He hit a Faithless Looting, which is not nothing. And...
I'm just sorry, but this is ridiculous. I'm sorry. I think having now not really seen a lot of Hogak on camera and now seen a lot more, I'm a little bit more in the position of, yeah, let's just get this out the format.
Yep. I had been very much on the defensive, sort of going, look, guys, it'll settle down. Someone will figure out how you beat it, and then it will start getting beaten, and then it will go back to just being another deck in the format exactly like Humans did, exactly like Death Shadow did, and basically every deck before that. But no, this is gross. This is actively disgusting. Like you say, he didn't even cast the Carrion Feeder this turn that he could have totally cast. I suppose.
And the thing is, as well, also.
Sorry, I was going to say didn't want to show it to a lightning bolt, basically, and give Juan Jose Rodriguez Lopez a chance of just removing it instantly. I think that's basically what's going on there.
Agreed. The problem that this has is that the Bridgevine deck existed pre-Hogak.
Yep.
Like, people could play this deck. It just doesn't seem anywhere near as broken with Hogak being in the deck.
Mm-hmm. I have to agree.
It was interesting that Yaga Vigishman didn't make the Gravecrawler previously as well, which might have actually provided lethal damage. Oh, there's a...
I would like to go to combat. You may now chump block. I think you have to chump this Vengevine. How much damage?
Yeah, you
do.
You just take the whole lot. You have to get in front of the Vengevine. Oh no, it's not lethal. 8, 12, 13, 14, 15. This is 15 damage.
Wow. Okay. We're living life on the edge here. To be fair, I do get it. It's the I'm dead to anything next turn, so let's give myself the best chance of not being dead, of being able to win. But I think if this deck can deal 18 in a turn, I've missed something.
Yeah.
Especially with the hand that the mono red Phoenix deck has at the moment. It looked really uninspiring.
Yes.
Double swamp fetch up here.
Would like to point out that this is not turn 3 lethal. It must be turn 4 lethal. unless Juan Jose Rodriguez Lopez can kill Ilga Vigishman this turn, which would be his turn 3, then unfortunately you still don't get to take it off the list, although you might as well have been dead on turn 3, how this game went.
Yeah, unfortunately that was a turn 4 kill. Unfortunately
we'll count it as... I'm going to be nice. I'll count it as turn 3. The opponent conceded on turn 3.
Yeah, absolutely.
So it was effectively turn 3. He died.
Yeah.
I'll give you that one. That was insane. That was mental.
That was very much the this is why people have been complaining about this deck kind of draw.
The card.
Well, yeah. Because
I think the card might just be the problem.
Yeah. This is true because even with the Vengevine, that opener wasn't broken, right? Because he could have turn 2. He didn't have to play the Hogak. He could have played the Carrion Feeder instead, which would have triggered the one Vengevine in the graveyard, and obviously, done the same thing, but not with an 8/8 Trampler the next turn. and that definitely changes the complexion of what you're doing, because then you're not taking 16 next to the turn after. You're taking 8, and you get to block one of the 1/1s again, and actually only take 7. So you've actually given yourself a 2-turn clock, just with more life total to work with. So if you find removal spells, you might be able to deal with things. Like, he discarded a gut shot there and had lava spikes in hand. So if he'd had a little bit more time, he could have maybe like spiked and gut shotted to try and remove some of the stuff, and maybe buy a little bit more time. So maybe it wouldn't have looked quite as gross, but obviously you put an 8/8 trample on the battlefield on turn 2, and everything looks a little.
Still felt pretty gross.
Yeah,
I'm not going to lie. Still felt pretty gross.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. So no, that's that's definitely a way that games could go.
Yeah, that felt pretty obnoxious. I'm not going to lie.
I think you're right. Maybe it's just time to get Hogak out of the format.
Yeah, it feels like it has the same thing with what Deathfire Shaman had. Is that everyone thought, oh, Bloodbraid Elf is the problem card, and everyone's realised no, Deathfire Shaman was definitely the problem card in that deck.
Yeah.
And subsequently, obviously got banned. And maybe they're right. Maybe Bridge wasn't the problem card. Maybe the problem card is Hogak.
Yeah.
That might be the one that has to disappear.
Yeah.
Because generally, because the other thing in the Bridgevine lists, you don't have any massive payoff to putting a load of cards in your graveyard. But now you have Hogak, and we saw that was a turn 2 8/8. Like, not many decks can do that, or no other decks can put a singular 8/8 with trample into play. And I think that might be the challenge: is that how do you balance that sort of turn? Like, that wasn't exactly anything special from Yaga Vigashman either. That was, I'm going to cast a Stitcher Supplier, I'm going to cast another Stitcher Supplier, and you're now dead.
Yeah. Yeah, this is it. There's plenty of ways of the deck getting that sort of draw, which makes it terrifyingly consistent when it comes to doing what we just described as disgusting things. So
yeah,
disgusting and consistent. That's not what we want to see.
And I mean, and one of the comments that I've seen flick up in the Wizards coverage, and you've actually got to ask the same question: is if that is legal, why is Eye of Ugin banned? Why is Splinter Twin banned?
Yeah.
But that's the point, right? If this is something that's legal in a format, why is things like Eye of Ugin and Splinter Twin banned?
Yeah.
They're arguably less broken. There is probably, I would say Eye of Ugin is probably as broken as this, but it's an 8/8 versus whatever the Eldrazi list is doing. It's completely different.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
Plus, you can't Thought Not Seer their graveyard, as it turns out.
Bit unfortunate that you can't, but yeah.
Be interested to see what the backup match is playing. I think there's Tron on one side, definitely.
I think that was a gemstone. Yeah, it's a gemstone mine. Hedron Crag. Oh, it's Hogak. It's Hedron Hogak. Surely.
Oh yes. Yeah, Ben Weiss, Christian Hulk. Let's see the Thought Seas. Yeah, there's a vegetable.
Turn 3 Tron on the right hand side versus.
A fairly slow start, but we're going to see the first cards milled. Do love self-milling.
Not anything particularly interesting there.
It's interesting that but Ben Weiss's version has access to Faithless Looting, or has well, obviously they all have Faithless Looting, but it's interesting that he's trying to play the extra color for the Hedron Crab. It's going a lot deeper into actually trying to get everything done for yourself.
Yeah, I mean, does this sort of mean that maybe there's a version that goes even deeper and plays Thought Scour and stuff like that? But I don't know. There we go. There's the tower into hand for Christian Hulk. Turn 3 Tron achieved. Is it going to be good enough? I think.
Well, we know he has a lot of redundancy in hand. He has another power plant. He has a Ulamog in hand. He has at least one other map, so that's the way of finding any Tron pieces that go bye-bye.
Yep.
Depends, is he going to hit the right target? He's hit the wrong target. Because there's another power plant in hand. So it's one of those weird ones.
It takes him off for a turn. Christian Hulk for this turn. He cannot Tron this turn. Which
Agreed.
Is not nothing. But I just don't necessarily think it's enough.
So I do have the question to ask: is do you think Hogak's going to be banned on Monday?
I don't think it'll be Monday. I think it might be in a couple of weeks. Yeah, yeah. I honestly think they might spend next week looking at the data, and then put into plan the idea that maybe something else should be banned from this deck, and that's just because it keeps looking really strong, and when it loses, it's not inconsistent enough that losing to itself is the way the deck is restricted, right? But it's also can't be hated out of the format easily enough for other decks beating it by them doing something on a completely different axis to be the way that the deck is controlled in the format. And I feel like every deck needs one of those things. It needs some level of being controlled. And Hogak just doesn't seem to have it either. I would be very shocked, actually, if Hogak was still in the format in 3 months. Like, really shocked.
And the reason I do ask that question is, let's look at it this way. What was the most played card this weekend?
Hogak, with 800 and something copies. No, Faithless Looting, wasn't it?
No, Leyline of the Void.
Oh yeah, of course it was. Yeah,
and Hogak is still at the top of the format.
Yes. Yeah.
So where does we thought maybe we do need to stop playing down how powerful that card is, because that is Leyline of the Void being the most popular card, and Hogak is still top of everything.
Yep.
And and it was the most played card in the top in the field, and Hogak's percentage went up in day 2. And Leyline of the Void was the most played spell in the room. And you had more people in day 2 playing Hogak than in day 1.
Yeah.
Percentage-wise.
Yeah. Whew. That's a little rough. What was the card at London? I always forget which one it was in London that was like, haha, this card has appeared more times in the room than there are number of people in the room. Might have been Faithless Looting.
Well, it's definitely been Leyline of the Void in this. There was definitely more Leylines than people in this event.
I wanna, because there was the anecdote of the. This is Mythic Championship 4. I wanted to talk about Mythic Championship 2. Thank you very much. Oh, you're so useful.
Yeah, that Relic of Progenitors was pretty good. Maybe this is the way that the Tron decks have to start fighting this.
Yep.
Or have that just people need to start playing with more copies of Relic of Progenitors, maybe? The Tron player has natural Tron this turn. Nothing really payoff to do with it. Like the Ulamog's not available quite yet. So it'd be interesting to see what sort of turns up from this turn. But the Tron player seems to be at a reasonable advantage in this game, as the Graveguard's got wrecked by the Relic. Obviously, he's got Tron now, so he can have another Relic if he wants.
Yeah. Here we go. No, can't find it. There was an interesting piece of information, and I'm just wondering if it was once again the Leyline of the Void the last event, but it doesn't look like it was. Anyway, back to this match that we're seeing Hogak doing the not so gross things, but also Tron not necessarily doing exactly what it wants to be doing either. Looking at
the Oblivion Stone here just clears up a lot of the problems as well. Like, he's already wrecked the graveyard of Ben Weiss, so it's kind of like the Oblivion Stone might just close everything out, as we see.
Yeah, exactly.
There's nothing really happening for Weiss at the moment in the graveyard.
No. But he's got some more looks. He can crack that fetch land and Hedron Crab himself again for another 3 cards. And obviously, when the O-Stone gets cracked, it will put the Stitcher Supplier in the graveyard, which again gets you 3 more looks and just a chance at getting some stuff going on. But he's going to have a little bit of a hard time with a Carrion Feeder and a Vengevine in hand to actually get anything going on here. And a land. Well, the land means that you get to Bloodghast, so if we do see O-Stone cracked and a Hogak go into the graveyard for Ben White, we'll see.
You don't have to do it in combat, though. That's the thing with the Oblivion Stone, is there's no reason Hulk has no reason to crack it now. He's at 20 life.
No. I meant next turn. I did mean next turn.
Sure.
But,
I mean, you could see him do it in the end step.
Yep.
But again,
exactly
he's under no pressure.
Yeah.
Which is he's going to do it anyway in the end step. So clear everything off the board, trigger the. Yes, I think he has another relic in hand.
He does, which I can only assume we're going to see cycled here. Wow, that is. Yep, cleared out the graveyard twice. Unfortunately, only hits another Tron piece off the top as opposed to an action spell. But we can cycle this this star as well.
Yep.
Nope, another Tron piece. Just mono lands in hand for Christian Hulk here. Most of them various Tron pieces.
But his opponent's not doing anything either.
No.
That's what you also have to remember, is the Weiss has had a lot of the wind cut out of his sail now.
Yeah.
So he's trying to fight. He's fighting an uphill battle now. So we're going to see an expedition map. Obviously, that'll just allow him to find probably a Sanctum of Ugin. Just so if he does find a big spell, it'll find the next one.
Yes. Yeah, that makes sense.
And then he's just got to decide what land he wants to play.
No, that makes a lot of sense. That's not a small part of the deck already in the exile pile for Ben White.
There's quite a few things there. I mean, Ben Weiss is just looking for the 4th land so he can start hardcasting this. He's got the 4th land to hardcast the Vengevine, so he's going to be doing something next turn, which is important.
Yep.
Yeah, so I think he might crack the map now and go and get the land that he needs.
Blast Zone was actually the pick as opposed to
interesting.
Sanctum of Ugin.
Okay, that's interesting.
Yeah.
I suppose it cuts off, like he can gear it to whatever he needs to kill.
Yes. Yeah.
And it's not reliant on him finding the piece of the thing he needs.
There's obviously just tracking mana there. There have been some new rules brought in recently about how you have to keep closer track of what mana you have available to you.
Another Relic of Progenitors.
Yeah,
spin the wheels on that one again.
Actually, yeah, it's just a redraw at this point, right? You just cycle it.
Yep. I mean, there's a few impactful cards in that. There's like maybe one Vengevine. He hasn't hit like the most amount of stuff in that, but again, it might just be that he has to cycle it.
Yeah, just because he has to get something going here. Okay, we're going to start with the Ghost Quarter on the on the overgrown tomb. And Ben White's, instead of starting to look through his library, looks through his exile pile very briefly, goes, yeah, there are no more basics to go and find here. I'm going to check very quickly, but I'm pretty certain none of them are left in the deck. And if you notice there, that's a very thin shuffle of that deck. He was very, very quick in milling himself to try and find some action, and just actually didn't really find anything too explosive. There's the relic just cleaning up the graveyard, not cycled there, amazingly enough. But
Again, he's still he's not under that much pressure still.
yeah, he's at 10 here, so he's still good.
I mean, the carrion feeder might change that, but
carrion feeder into Gravecrawler. Now that is a very good start.
yes, that might. Yeah, that's going to be interesting to see how Holt goes about dealing with that one. Bear in mind, it feels like he's ahead, but it doesn't feel like he's completely out the woods yet.
Yes, yeah.
I mean, you would favour the Tron deck from here, but it's not guaranteed.
No, absolutely not. Pumping the Blast Zone up to 4 just so that he can get rid of what is currently the biggest threat. But at the same time, I don't know. I don't think it's going to be the biggest threat for much longer, because obviously you've got the ability to carrion feeder and just start sacking it and looping the Gravecrawler.
You can. I think it's because you can do it with the trigger on the stack event effectively and use the Relic of Progenitors to get rid of it. Like, you might blow it now. You might blow the Blast Zone now and relic it away. Obviously, they bring this back to the main feature match.
It does indeed. We're going to go back to the main feature match, and we're back to Mono Red Prowess on the play, having lost game 1. Bit of a mulligan to 5 situation, it looks like, there, against the Hogak deck of Yoga Vigashma.
With a pretty obnoxious start.
Carrion feeder,
in the last
Crypt
game.
Breaker. In the last game, that was very much.
This one might be a little slower.
Yeah, but we've got the Seder Wayfinder to start, filling up the graveyard, etc., etc. Here we go. Here's a Monastery Swift Spear.
Just need to remember how that one actually works. It's been a little bit of time since.
Yeah, absolutely it has. Absolutely it has.
I mean, yeah, we're going to see the attack for 2 here. Next turn we'll set up for the big double pump, which will give you another square, hopefully. We'll see another Soulscar Mage. Passed back of the turn to Yoga Vigashman. Overgrown Tomb. Looks like there's a Faithless Looting there in hand. Looks like we're going to go get the red source here.
Oh, okay. So we're getting the Blood Crypt instead. No, I think you go Overgrown Tomb and go Seder Wayfinder. Yeah. I prefer this line. You kind of, like, in case you don't hit the things that you definitely know you want to go in the graveyard, you kind of want to know what's going in your graveyard anyway. So this just gives you a little bit more information.
Of course.
So doing it this way around seems fine.
There's a Vengevine. Another Oh, wow. So
Yeah,
it's
double
Vengevine.
Vengevine, Carrion
And he gets the
Feeder.
Blood Crypt. But he gets to take the Blood Crypt. Obviously, he has the extra land, which is positive.
He doesn't want
so he doesn't want to take it.
Yeah, because he knows that... Oh, he's even delving away the Vengevines to put this Hogak into play.
Wow.
That is aggressive. But at the same time, this
It's
red
an
deck
8/8.
cannot deal with a Hogak once it's on the battlefield.
Yeah.
This
It's
is
an 8/8.
a
That is
very
huge.
definite clock.
As an Arc-like Phoenix.
Yep, and we're going to start off the turn with a Manamorphose floating 2 red and drawing a card. If we hit... Yep, red. Okay, perfect. We've got a Faithless Looting.
We got a Lightning Bolt as the first draw.
Yep.
So we drew the Lightning Bolt.
Yep.
So Faceless Looting, 1 mana. This will be the second trigger.
We hit a land and a Lava Spike, it looks like. Arclight Phoenix in the graveyard and the extra land. and then we'll probably fire off the
Spike upstairs.
here, just straight upstairs.
Yeah. Spike upstairs. This does a huge amount of damage. Like, you also attack with everything as well, because everything's got 4 power now.
Yep, you attack with everything, and you get the Phoenix back, obviously.
And they don't stack. The Soul Scar Mage triggers don't stack, I believe. No, do they? I think they might.
No. They don't. It's a replacement effect. So the damage that was going to be done just turns into a -1/-1 counter. It doesn't go for each of these. Put that many -1/-1 counters. Yeah, it doesn't. Have
this is a lot. This is 4,
big
8,
damage.
9, 10, 11. Jelga Vigishman's at 1.
And there's a lightning bolt in hand for Lopez here. For one, I say.
So had he have been able to draw a land and not have to bin it, yeah, this would have been lethal. He's at 1.
Well,
Yoga,
okay,
Yorgo?
race that, I guess.
I mean, to be fair, it's still the right line to do. Getting a Hogak into play on turn 2 is really big.
Yeah.
But not enough this time round.
It doesn't look like it, no. Faithless Lootings into dead.
To let me collect my cardboard and move on with my life.
Yeah.
Game number 3, ladies and gentlemen.
Didn't
We're going to go
expect
to
see
game
that
3.
Given game 1. I
Well,
will say that.
Let's be honest. Both decks did pretty much exactly the same things, just in different ways.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness me! What on earth was that?
Oh, you
What
know
was
what we
that?
haven't. You know what we haven't even looked at. What sideboards?
Sure. I mean, I don't even know what you'd sideboard in these matchups.
No, me either.
Oh dearie me! Like, what do you even sideboard in these matchups? Yeah, I'm assuming. Obviously, if you're in the mono red position, you may have some Tormod's Crypts, but again, they don't feel great in that position because you're not necessarily on that game plan. But let's pull them up anyway. So Ben White.
That is not Ben White's. That's
the backup feature match.
That's the backup match. Yeah, that's not what we wanted to see.
So let's look for Lopez.
Yeah, you look for Lopez because I've got Yoga Vigishman.
Have you got Vigishman?
I've got Vigishman. He's got Ley Line of the Voids, and we saw those in hand, so we know he's brought at least one of those in. Ancient Grudge, Force of Vigor, Plague Engineer, Abrupt Decay, Assassin's Trophy, Nature's Claim, and Thoughtseize. Maybe you bring in the Nature's Claim in case of Grafdigger's Cage, but even then, that feels unnecessary. I don't know. Maybe you bring in the Abrupt Decays to try and deal with these.
Yeah, it might be that you just need some cheap removal.
Yeah, but even that feels like you're diluting the main game plan of your very powerful deck.
Yep. So. I mean, I think you're back on the play. You just take the fact that you're back on the play and you try and just do the same as you did in game 1.
Yeah. Yeah, I can see sideboarding for game 2 when you're on the draw, and then unsideboarding for game 3, and just going...
I'm really struggling to find this gentleman. I'm really struggling to find this deck. I can't remember his surname.
Juan Rodriguez Lopez. There's another name in there. I have forgotten his name. Yes.
Give me 2 seconds.
I remember that it's Juan and Lopez are the first and last names, but I cannot remember the middle two. I know that one of them.
Yeah, that's what I need. I need the middle. I need the first of his last names because I think something Lopez is his surname. But we'll see again in a minute. Well, it looks like we're going back to the Christian Hulk match. Anyway.
Yep, which unfortunately we left as it got kind of interesting last time, but we'll see how it went. Yeah, Christian Hulk did eventually take that down, and he's opened up on turn 0 with a Ley Line of the Void.
Yep.
2 Tron pieces, or 2 different Tron pieces, and
there goes the Expedition map.
Expedition map, one taken by the Thoughtseize. Definitely the sort of hand where you need to be taking that map.
Yeah.
I mean, it's what you've got to do. You've got to be able to beat
Agreed.
that because otherwise on turn 3 you're getting conned or you're getting.
Oh. We found a second land, which is important, so we can cast 2 creatures this turn.
If we've got a Stitcher's Supplier as one of those creatures, which we do, we might be able to do some very gross things.
No graveyard strategy, though.
Yeah. Oh yeah, of course. Yeah, I'd just forgotten that. And I'm thinking that maybe Ben White's had 2.
Yep. Christian Holt didn't, though.
No. Just sort of going, by the way, just to remind you that isn't your graveyard, that's an exile pile.
So one of the funniest things with Modern is the Tron deck now playing Leyline of the Void.
Yeah.
What?
It's like we run main deck Relic of Progenitors isn't enough.
Yeah, well, it hasn't been so far.
No, it hasn't.
There's a Vengevine gone and a Bloodghast gone. Carrion Feeder.
So the plan now for Ben White
Random beat all. Well, we found the map now.
Not going to be a turn 3 Tron, unfortunately, but will definitely be a turn 4 Tron.
So he's got 2 payoff cards, which is obviously the important bit.
Yes, from here, absolutely.
He's got Khan and Wormcoil Engine. I think you just slam Wormcoil Engine.
Yeah. Because realistically, what's Hogak going to do to you? What is the Hogak deck going to do to you? And I think the answer is not a great deal. Because it should have basically no ways of removing it, apart from maybe an Assassin's Trophy or 2. And even if it did that, even if the removal came down for the Wormcoil Engine, you still end up with the 2 3/3s, one of which can Death Touch away a Hogak, and the other one that just gauge you life back. So,
yes,
I don't think you're doing a great deal against the Wormcoil Engine. Especially considering, like, what are your other options? You can't take a land? The deck operates on a very low land count anyway. You can't take a card out of their hand. They've probably got a Hogak stuck in hand. In fact, we see now Ben White's has 2 Hogak stuck in hand.
And we found the mine. Well, we've got the mine anyway, so see the Wormcoil Engine, the first of the payoff cards. Yeah, well, you are no longer attacking.
Second Wormcoil Engine in hand. I think this game is over.
Yep. It feels pretty over. Well, he can play both next turn. He can actually play both Khan and Wormcoil Engine next turn.
Oh, that's gross. Yeah, because there's a third tower in hand.
Oh, well, there's another Wormcoil Engine. So if 2 wasn't enough, we could just play 3. And this is very much one of the players that the German player seems to have brought the more old school Tron build with not messing around with Khan the Great Creator. It's just Wormcoil Engines, which, let's be honest, has looked pretty good.
Yep.
Let's not beat around the bush. These Wormcoil Engines have looked good. When you're playing a field of Hogak, what does Wormcoil Engine do? Puts a 6/6 body in the way. And what does it have? Lifelink and Death Touch. And it can't be attacked through even by... Well, Hogak can attack through it, sure. And then we said it splits. You've still gained 6 life.
Yeah, you gain 6 life and the Hogak
feels
dies.
That maybe... Yeah.
Like...
The problem with the Khan the Great Creator version is that you could have already made the Hogak. And they have an 8/8 in play. Yep. This game's over. That was a very quick turnaround, and I think that's the key thing with if you're looking at the Tron list, maybe it is better to be playing the older school version of Tron because you have just more access to things that are good against Hogak. Like if that's just an example of how the matchup can go, then I am all in for being the Tron being the good guy for once because that was quite nice to see.
Yep.
And it was one of those things where a Wormcoil Engine normally in a lot of formats looks pretty awful, but here today it's looked really good.
Yep, absolutely.
And you don't care about if someone knows you've got Wormcoil Engine. What are they going to do about it? They're playing a Hogak deck. They have to attack you. Yeah. Whereas it's something different. Say settle the wreckage for the blue-white decks. Who cares? It's a Wormcoil Engine. What are you going to do about it?
Another heavy mulligan for Mono Red Phoenix here, mulliganing to... Oh, no, okay, it wasn't as bad as it looked. I thought that was a mulligan to 4. Looks like it's just a mull to 6.
So both players, Jelger Wiegelsmann just trying to decide if he wants to keep this hand. But I do think that the Wormcoil engine could be a very reasonable answer to take your Tron deck to beat these problems.
Yeah, absolutely. No, absolutely. All right, card back onto the bottom for Jelger Wiegelsmann for the London Mulligan.
So let's see how this one goes. Jelger Wiegelsmann back on the play.
Let's see if Crypt Breaker looks any good.
Oh, we'll soon find out.
Yeah.
But he needs some help.
Oh, that wasn't a mull to 6. That was a mull to 5.
Mull to 5.
Ouch.
Yeah.
Actually, it has to be said, Soulscar Mage is part of a way of this red deck dealing with big threats, right? You shrink them down a little bit.
Yes, Hogak is not an 8/8 against Soulscar Mage, if you don't want it to be.
So you do have some level of outs against this. It's just really very tight.
If anyone is interested, someone's playing Gruul Phoenix at the SCG.
Ooh.
But this is like a Swift Spear version. By the looks of it. Again, I don't know that much about it. I'm just sort of keeping an eye on how that modern format's looking. Oh, this is quite aggressive.
Yeah, I can see that.
No attack?
Because
it makes
it
a 2/2.
The zombie. Yeah. I had thought that was 2 and a black and tap. It isn't. It's 1 and a black and tap.
And the problem is, it looks like Rodriguez Lopez has two copies of Light Up the Stage in hand, which obviously can't be cast for 3 mana when you've only got 2 in play.
Mm.
But this is a way that Jelger Wiegelsmann can very quickly get to a Hogak.
Yeah, absolutely. Just start discarding cards and making an extra body, which...
Especially if he finds it's a Vengevine. It's pretty good.
Yeah, which puts a card in the graveyard for Delve and obviously puts a creature on the battlefield for Convoke.
Satyr Wayfinder's a good one.
Yeah.
And Crypt Break and another zombie. Crypt Breaker.
Yeah, unfortunately,
Crypt Breaker,
it's looking
Carrion Feeder.
Carrion Feeder. It's looking a lot like he's missing land 3 here, which is going to slow him down a little bit. We're going to be.
I think he's going to lose the Abrupt Decay.
Yeah.
I like that because it means that he can start growing the Carrion Feeder off of these 2/2 zombies. He can make Hogak.
No, he can't.
He delves away his graveyard. Oh no, yeah, he can. It's 7 mana.
Yeah, but there's the Hogak's in the graveyard.
Oh, sorry. So he can use the Crypt Breaker to draw a card.
He can indeed use the Crypt Breaker to draw a card here. And that's probably going to be the line, which seems pretty good.
And Juan Rodriguez Lopez's hand isn't great to kill his opponent with.
Off the top to fire up them, light up the stages.
Yeah, that's pretty good. You can see him shift slightly.
Yeah, again, the Magic player sitting up as you draw the exact card.
Sits up in his chair.
Yeah.
Obviously, you get to add to your square.
We all do it though, don't we? This is going to go really badly. Oh dear, this is going to be awful. And then all of a sudden you're like, whoa, hold on, we've got a chance
hold on a minute,
here.
You're dead.
Yeah.
Light up the stage. Yep, nod at the head.
Yep.
Soulscar Mage and another mountain. Well, the mountain would be nice.
Mountain into light up the stage number 2.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
That seems decent. I mean, that seems very decent.
It would be an attack for 12.
Yeah. Obviously, all of the creatures would, or at least a couple of the creatures would probably be thrown under the buffs here, and then tap to draw a card. So it's possible that we might even be able to force the situation where Hogak cannot be cast this turn. Oh, next turn, rather.
Well, if you throw the zombie under one of them, you tap, draw a card, and then you sacrifice it to the Carrion Feeder.
Mm.
Oh, but so that's another way of doing it. You also have a Vengevine as well.
You do have a Vengevine in the graveyard, so... Oh, this is interesting. Throwing away the Crypt Breaker with activated abilities as opposed to the 2/2 zombie token. Obviously, seeing that a 2/2 blocker is going to be more useful against these normally 1/2 creatures, and then obviously, as you say, sacrifice the blocking creature to the carrion feeder.
Although drawing Leyline's a bit of a pain.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, but drawing an extra card is not often a bad thing here. That was a pretty big attack, but it does not look like we've got the ability to cast 2 creatures particularly here.
Well, it depends if the Satyr Wayfinder puts something in the bin and finds a land.
Oh, we can Hogak. Of course we can.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, but you will be getting it back. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Oh, there's a lot of them are lands.
Yeah,
I think you take one of the lands.
Yeah. Well, you have to take one of the lands and then Hogak and get back Vengevine off the trigger.
Mm-hmm. Yep. So you get 2 big blockers.
Leaving the Vengevine in the graveyard, obviously, trigger, and Faithless Looting as well. Very, very nice to be able to leave that one in the graveyard. And also not tap the other blocker in the zombie. In the zombie token.
Yeah, it's really important.
That means you've got 2 blockers that are big enough to survive through most sets of combat. Without 4 triggers, the Vengevine is surviving. No, without 3 triggers, the Vengevine is surviving. And then
Rodriguez. Sorry,
carry on. No, go on.
I was going to say Rodriguez Lopez is still needing a lot of help in this game. His hand is light up the stage, Sunbite Canyon.
Yeah, absolutely. So hopefully what we see here is an upstairs spell. Oh, Tormod's Crypt. Not the time for that. Could have done with that last turn.
Yep.
Okay, so we're gonna go for the light up the stage. Hard cast, no spectacle. Bad times. There's a land. There's a Monastery Swiftspear.
Yeah, and this is where the deck starts to run into some problems. It really doesn't look very good right now. Like you probably play the Tormod's Crypt because it triggers the prowess.
Yeah, if you're going for it this turn, if you're going to go for an aggressive line this turn, you can play the Tormod's Crypt. Obviously, the bottom of those 3 Monastery Swift
will only be a 1/2.
Only be if you play the Tormod's Crypt, it will be a 2/3. The rest of them will be 3/4s. So maybe you just hold the lot for next turn.
He's not decided to do it.
Yeah, well, this is it. If you kind of going to go for we'll see what we draw. If it's nothing, we'll crack a Sunbait Canyon. If we can find a couple of spells to string together, we'll do that, and we'll Tormod's Crypt, trigger all their prowesses, and maybe just get lethal through that way. Of course, at the moment, Vigashmart has only 1 less blocker than one of Rodriguez Lopez.
That's aggressive.
You've got to get this Red Dead deck. Red Deck dead.
For sure.
So no, it feels aggressive, but it also feels necessary.
Yep.
What do we think? Faithless or probably Faithless looting first, right?
I think Satyr Wayfinder might be better because it's another blocker. Or it's another bus runner.
Yes, but you can cast that anyway.
Sure.
I'm just thinking maybe. Whoa, that's a move.
Oh wow. Yeah, because if he's going to play looting and Satyr Wayfinder, he's going to be probably recasting Hogak anyway. 1, 2, 3, and 4. There's a Gravecrawler. 2 Gravecrawlers.
2 Gravecrawlers, yeah.
Which are probably just going to get exiled.
Yeah, unfortunately. Okay, still...
1, 2... Yep.
Still 4 blockers here. Let's see what we hit. Did that look like another Soulscar Mage to you? No, Faithless Looting. Ooh, that's a good one. That's what you want to say.
Yeah, looting's a good one. Faithless Looting is good. I mean, this is close.
This is very tight Magic, yeah. Let's loot it up.
I mean, the instant replayed is only relevant for if he finds any Arclight Phoenix.
Well, it does also, represent prowess here. Like, I think
It looks like he's found the 4th Monastery Swift Spear and a Burst Lightning or a Gut Shot. Gut Shot removes a blocker.
Yes. Yeah,
and at the moment he needs to basically get 2 5-power creatures. So he obviously has to bin. I mean, I don't think you're quite there, and you die on the way back.
No, you're there, right? If you keep the Gut Shot on the Tormod's Crypt, that's 2 more spells.
Yep.
Both of those are free, so you can Faithless Loot.
Oh yeah, you should be there.
So that should be 4 spells cast.
Yep, and 2 of them get through.
He's kept the Sunbait Canyon. He hasn't seen it. Oh no, he had lethal. He could have taken out the Satyr Wayfinder with the Gut
he's also
Shot.
going to. Oh, light up the stage.
Okay, well that means the Gut Shot's going upstairs, right?
Yep.
But again, that means he actually has to go off even more because there's still more blockers on the battlefield.
He actually had lethal.
Yeah, he did. I do like Yoga Vigashmar's seems good sort of face. Oh,
He needs a spell.
We're still going here. We've got Manamorphose land.
Nope. He's played a land this turn as well.
Canyon. Oh no. He had lethal. He had it.
Oh man, that's horrendous. That's horrible.
That's really rough.
He had lethal if he ditched the Sunbait Canyon.
Yeah.
Again, we do have to bear in mind that we are not under that pressure of playing against Yelga Vigashman.
Yeah.
Yelga Vigashmar in a winning in a Mythic Championships.
Yeah, absolutely.
Let's just bear that in mind as well.
Yeah, we get to do
Our job is a little easier than them.
Yeah, we get to do this from the comfort of our own homes. We have not been in a tournament center all day playing Magic for literally, 10 hours now? Something in that range. We are not, as you say, sitting there under the bright lights, under all the pressure. But he had it, and unfortunately now it's gone. So yeah, it is a little unfortunate to see this happening, but so Hogak is obviously 10, which means basically nothing else can get through, because all of the others are lethal, assuming you take everything from Hogak. Yep. Both players just going, yeah, sure, that works, that's fine. Okay, then. What is Yoga Vigashman's last card in hand? Oh, it looks like it's another set of Wayfinder, actually. But he didn't want to crack a fetch and take a pain to cast it.
Unfortunately, I don't think Lopez has enough.
No.
Is that Manamorphose?
He's got the Manamorphose to start with off of the light up the stage at the end of last turn.
Yep. So effectively he can get the Faithless Looting.
Yep. He's got a free Faithless Looting here that costs him, one more of these mana. Oh, okay, he's just gonna do it again with the Manamorphose. I like it. Is that a bolt? That's a bolt and another Manamorphose? No. It is. It's another Manamorphose. Is he gonna pull this out here?
Bolt's not lethal yet.
No, it's not.
Because he's got 2 blockers.
Yeah, we've got 2 blockers in hand, so we need to see what's going on here. That's 2 bolts.
Oh, wow.
Oh.
So this is lethal.
Yeah.
Yeah, he
Yeah.
just double bolts.
Double bolt both the blockers.
Wow. He missed lethal and
Miss
still gets
lethal
it the
last
following
turn, and it isn't going
Oh,
to
wow.
matter.
Wow.
Yeah, and then you're gonna go.
Jeez.
Don't forget your prowess triggers. Not that you can really do that anymore. I was gonna say he's actually got the red floating. He's getting a little bit like flustered as to what it is he's got going on. He's gonna cast the Faithless Looting, knowing that the chances are he's just binning whatever he hits.
Show them.
Yeah.
I mean, this is the slow roll.
Yeah, this is just unnecessary, really. You had the bolt. Yoga Vegas was like, yeah, okay, sure. We've actually got 6 prowess triggers on those creatures there. And then, do you have it? The answer is no. That's a Vengevine in hand.
Wow.
Oh, wow. What?
Wow. Gee whiz. Wow. What a game. What on earth was that?
Oh, man.
That is insane.
Oh.
Oh, my goodness me.
No,
I'm sorry.
That was...
I'm sorry I missed lethal and then beat you still.
Yeah. No, that is completely crazy. Yeah,
that is mad.
Miss Lethal the turn before was forced to make a bunch of awful blocks and then still draws out of it and gets lethal back again the next turn.
Wow.
That's completely
insane.
crazy. That is completely crazy.
You could not predict something like that.
No, I was sitting here going, oh, he's Miss Lethal, that's a shame, he's going to die this turn. Like, he's going to be forced to make a bunch of bad blocks and it's going to be awful. And then, no, apparently not. Just going to rip the cards. Just going to rip the exact right cards that you need. Wow. Yeah. And unfortunately, I don't feel like he was particularly sending a message at the end there. He was mostly just playing with his food.
Yeah, that was a little bit savage. I'm not going to lie. Definitely feel bad for Yoga Vigashma in that position. I would definitely have preferred my opponent just show me the lightning bolt and target my creature and move on and go. Well, we nearly got there.
Yeah,
not enough,
exactly.
Unfortunately.
Yeah,
and that means that he marches on to the top 8 by the sounds of it.
Yes, yeah, it does. It does very much look that way based on the way the standings were coming into this round. Do we know who's in the top 8 fully yet, John? Or
no, but yet? Definitely one. Mr. Lopez, who just won that, is definitely in.
Yeah.
I imagine. Obviously, you had the top 3 were definitely in because they were at 12 or 13x record.
Yeah, they were 12, 2, and 1 going into this.
Yeah,
round.
so they were in. So they were definitely in. I believe Severin was probably in as well.
Yeah, I think because he was that far up the table, he could have just shaken hands with whoever was at second, third, or first, second, or third, whoever he happened to fight, because obviously they've probably battled before in the constructed portion, so it makes it a little bit tricky for pairings.
Have a quick look.
This sort of tournament is always very tricky.
So pairings for round 16.
Yeah.
Severin got paired to Martin Mueller.
What points was Martin Mueller?
Mueller was, I believe that's a pair down.
Yeah, that does sound like
it. So standings after round 15. Martin Mueller was on. No, Martin Mueller was not a pair down. He was same points as Severin.
Okay, so there's a chance that those two could have just shaken hands. In fact.
So the pairings were Lenz got paired again. Manuel Lenz got paired against Sean Gifford. Both were on 37, so they definitely drew. Alvaro Fernandez Torres got paired against David Mines, so they probably drew.
Yeah.
Obviously, Jelga Vigashma got the pair down against Lopez, who was on 12-3-1, 11-3-1, as we saw.
Yeah.
And then the next player down, Ji Yang Zhang was paired against Adriano Moscato, and that was a pair down for the Chinese player to the Italian. So Your Chinese player was on 34. Moscato was on 33. So that might be a winning in again for
Either player.
Ji Yang Zhang. I'm sorry if I butchered the poor gentleman's name. So it would have been interesting to see who shook hands and who didn't.
Yeah.
But it's just one of those. It's one of those strange ones.
Yep, and unfortunately, we've still actually got 3 matches live.
Yep.
As far as things are going on the main stage, so we can't necessarily get the information off of there straight away either. But what I will say is obviously we'll be back tomorrow morning to do the entirety of the top 8. Basically, as soon as they start, because we're doing all the constructed rounds because there's no limited tomorrow, which means we have to get up nice and early.
All good.
And do some commentating.
Yes.
For those of you who still want to get in, who have just joined the chat, ! Hogak Summer is the entry for our giveaway for arena codes for packs on Arena. ! Hogak Summer. Get your entry in, and you'll get a chance to win some packs on Arena, or a pack on Arena.
Be pretty good.
Yeah, exactly. It's not bad to just pick up random free packs, and obviously we've had very few people come and join us, so that means that you've got a very high likelihood of actually winning.
Yes, agreed.
But yes, obviously it's been a bit of an interesting day. That last one was, I think, our most.
That was close.
Yeah, that was probably the most emotionally draining match we've had today.
Yes, definitely. That one was hard.
Yeah,
that was hard because obviously it's bad on Vigashmar because his opponent missed lethal and then had lethal the next turn after drawing some insane top decks.
And because obviously
that was amazing.
Jose Rodriguez Lopez's hand was empty at the end of the game, and because he kept discarding to Faithless Looters and things, I am almost 100% certain that Yelga Vigashmar could work out that he should have been lethaled last turn.
Yep.
As he watches the Tormod's Crypt go into the graveyard and goes, but that's a free spell for prowess. And you just gut-shotted me. Why didn't you gut-shot the blocker and kill me?
Yes, exactly.
So I'm 100% that Yelga Vigashmar noticed the missed lethal and then went, oh, well, okay, well, you're now basically out of cards. You've got 1 in hand, and you've got a thingy on the under the light up the stage, a mana morphosis under the light up the stage. How often are you going to get out of this? And then promptly proceeds to get out of it.
Yeah, that was pretty rough. I'm not going to lie, that was rough.
Yeah. You've got to feel for Vigashmar there. It's just
100%.
As much as obviously it's great to see someone make it in to the top 8 who isn't necessarily an established name in the Magic community. It's great to see new blood coming in. That was a brutal way to do it. So
it's pretty brutal.
Yep. Hopefully in the very near future we will be getting a top 8 announcement.
So just listening to the thing, so Ziyang Zhang won his last round.
Okay, so that puts him in, we think.
So apparently 37 is going to be the clean cut.
Ooh, okay. So this is, I was going to say that was the standings there. We could have just gotten the top 8 if we'd been fast enough.
Yeah, it looks like it's pretty clean cut, which will obviously be interesting when they do the announcement later.
Yeah.
They're obviously just waiting for the last few things to come through. Be interesting to see.
Yes. Let me see if I can go and find that board, actually.
Well, you might be able to go onto the past broadcast stuff.
Yeah, exactly. I'm going to try and get it on the board. And no, it's not quite up on the... Oh, no, it might be. It might be. So obviously, we'd love to bring this to you before.
Yeah, we're just trying to find it ourselves at the moment.
Gotcha.
Got it?
Yep.
Do you want to share it on the screen?
Yeah, absolutely. Here we go, folks. I'm sorry that we've obviously had to pause the video in the middle, but this is how we've got it. This is apparently the top 8. We've got Manuel Lenz coming in first at the 12-2-2 record. Same for Alvarado Fernandez Torres. Sean Gifford, who we saw on camera earlier. Forol Severin, who we were seeing on camera at the end of yesterday. David Mines, who we've seen on camera multiple times. Juan Jose. Sorry, I can't speak at the moment. Juan Jose Rodriguez Lopez, who we saw on camera at the end there, just getting through off the back of some very lucky draws after missing lethal. Martin Mueller, Zhiyang Zhang, also, as you say, winning out there. Near misses, Guillaume Waffa-Tapa, Jelga Vigashmar, Christian Hulk, Gregor Kowalski, Eli Cassis, Reed Duke, who we have seen nothing of, so must have started poorly and then absolutely blitzed it back up the table.
Yes.
Arnold Hock Miller, who was the undefeated player from yesterday, has had a little bit of the wheels come off today, it seems. John Finkel, the GOAT, who was always up here all weekend, just fighting it out at the very last seconds to try and get in there. He's been kind of crushing it this weekend. Edgar Magalesh, who we saw on camera a little bit yesterday, but obviously not that much of today. Yeah, those are kind of the names that we know from up here. So yeah, there's your top 8.
Yep. So what I'm going to do is, while we're doing this, is just have a look at what the matchups are.
Okay. Yep.
So I'm just waiting for my my system to just pick up on the things it needs to, because it's having a little bit of a
a little bit of a hissy fit. So why don't I go and look for some of the decks that we maybe haven't seen this weekend from some of the players that we didn't actually get a chance to see. So let's start at the bottom, because we actually haven't seen Zhiyang Zhang on camera at all.
That's what I'm trying to find at the moment.
All weekend. I also don't even remember seeing Martin Mueller on camera.
Martin Mueller's on Hogak. I know that for certain.
Okay, then.
So it's interesting. So the one that stands out to me is the 4-5, which is a camera rematch from earlier in the tournament. Thorolf Severin and David Mines have played.
Oh, yeah.
Tron versus Jund, and Tron's going to be on the play, so that feels pretty good for the Tron player. Manuel Lenz is obviously on Thopter Sword. Sean Gifford, I believe, is on Tron. Let's have another go.
Zhiyang Zhang is on Jund, so that'll be up against Manuel Lenz on Thopter Sword, did you say?
Yep.
Yeah.
I believe, yep.
So that'll be the match 1 versus match 8. Fernandez Torres. I can't remember what they're on.
I'm just looking for that now. Do you want to look up? Yeah, let's just quickly have a look at this. So
I think that's the last one that we're not sure of.
Yeah. Just check on Sean Gifford's one. I believe he's on Tron.
I believe so too. I believe because we have seen him on camera. I just can't remember.
Yep.
But yeah, that's your standings there, folks. Yep, Eldrazi Tron, in fact, Sean Gifford is on.
Okay.
So that will be up against Juan Jose Rodriguez Lopez's mono red prowess and Phoenix list.
Oh yes, we got the top 8 announcement on at the moment.
Yes, yeah. But I mean, we've already seen it, so
for sure.
Obviously, congratulations to the top 8.
Oh wow! So Alvaro Fernandez Torres. Have a guess what deck he's playing.
Hogak?
No.
Ooh. No, go on. I'm never going to get it.
Hardened Scales.
No way. We've been saying all weekend that we haven't seen it on camera. We saw it on camera for like 2 seconds.
And he has slowly made his way into the top 8. You can see his deck list on screen now.
It's
That's impressive, that is.
That is, yeah, wow, okay. Like you say, we didn't see it on camera at all weekend, and here he is. He's made top 8. Nice.
Yeah, and he's got an interesting version as well because he's playing Metallic Mimic.
Yeah. Yeah, actually, it's been a while since we've seen.
And obviously the animation module, the Evolutionary Leap, obviously nice additions to have.
Yep, absolutely. So let's go
That's
back
impressive.
and take a little look at that standings again. So from our understandings, Jiang Zhang on Jund is going to be up against Thopter Sword tomorrow morning. Martin Mueller on Tron, did we say? No, Hogak. John, back me up on this.
Sorry?
Martin Mueller.
I was just looking at... he was on Hogak.
Hogak, yep, against Alvarado Fernandez Torres on the Hardened Scales Affinity deck. Sean Gifford, who we've got on Eldrazi Tron, is going to be going up against Juan Jose Rodriguez Lopez on the Mono Red Phoenix Prowess deck. And then the final match of the day is Forol Severin against David Mines, which, as you say, is actually a rematch. Forol Severin on Tron against the Jund's list of David Mines. Or was David?
Yes.
Or was David?
He was on Jund.
Oh, he was on Jund. Yeah.
Yeah, he was on the 3 copies of TARDIS Tracker version of Jund.
Oh yeah, that was it. I love that list.
So he had a lot more. He had a lot of TARDIS Trackers in his list. It's obviously very cool. Do love some TARDIS Trackers.
How could you not? That card is
the
best card ever.
Exactly. Card is good. Card is good value. Good deck building, that is. Good deck building.
You've already got your square, John. You don't need to say
but I'm allowed to have it more. I want to have more.
Yep. So yeah, as you say, David Mines on the Jund list and that's also the one with Vrasa Golgari Queen. So I really like that.
Yes.
So yeah, that's.
I believe the reasoning was because there's so many legends in the deck. Playing it over the 4th copy of Bloodbraid Elf.
Oh. Yeah, all right. Yeah, and we even saw that on camera. The Bloodbraid Elf into hit another Renin 6, and you're like, well, but I've got a Renin 6 on a higher loyalty. It's about to ultimate. Exactly. I don't want to get rid of that one.
Yes, exactly.
Very interesting to see there. So yeah, that looks like the top 8 for tomorrow. We will be back probably at about 8 a.m. UK time, which is British summer time.
It's going to be an early start.
That is a very early start. Obviously, keep an eye on my Twitter at JackPatton42 and John's at JPartridgeMTG for any updates about timings and things. It's possible that the main stream won't actually start until 9, at which point, obviously, we won't start until 9. We'll try and work that out and get an exact timing to you when we know it. Anyway,
yeah. So don't forget to follow, subscribe to Jack's channel.
Yes, please.
It's where we are at the moment.
Yeah, exactly.
So we're going to be playing a lot more. Jack's hopefully playing a lot more Magic with me, Sahar, and a few others going forward.
Yeah, absolutely. As for the giveaway, obviously we actually only ended up having one entrant, and that is Wangor. So I'll be.
Looks like one winner.
Yeah, exactly. Well done, folks. Just to point it out, if you'd entered, it could have been you. So good.
Remember that for tomorrow.
Yeah, precisely. Right then, I'd like to thank you all very much for joining us, and we will see you tomorrow for the top 8 of Mythic Championship 4 in Barcelona. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.